gonna? Yeah, I'm good. Are you gonna film 100 or something? Are you just gonna take this on? When are you gonna use it?
Just whenever I get a chance.
When you get the break?
Yeah.
Just sit.
Trying to get some. I want to put together a little like reel.
Sit.
For a club day.
Yeah, man, that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
So that's what my plan is.
Because you need to find young people in this and that might be difficult.
Ideally with like their club
Yeah.
kit on. So, but right now it's okay. It's sort of got some shots of people arriving.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be sick. Do you have all the editing gear as well?
Yeah.
Premiere Pros.
Sammy's
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna make them break. You're not gonna have a break today, you know. But I guess that's part of it, isn't it?
Are you how's your body feeling?
I woke up. I don't know what. I think it's because I'm addicted to my phone, but also just because I'm looking at the viewfinder the whole time.
Yeah.
So like, my eyes were really red and just pretty dry and painful. Other than that, I'm okay. I'm powering through. How about yourself? So no pain, no.
I did some stretching this morning.
Some stretching this morning.
Yeah, you gotta get into the stretching.
Yeah, that is true. Now I'm hoping today will be better. I just realised like my first session. Yeah, granted it was first day, but still, like obviously it was easier towards the end of the day. But there were a few howlers with the ball chucking. To be fair, like the sixes up here. Like, how am I getting that? How are you getting that when it's actually coming to you, your direction? You having to zoom out and yeah, I don't know. But it just made me realise, you know, like all the IPL, all the Sky international camera operators, like you've got to be so fucking skilled and experienced to do that because they never make mistakes. They always find the ball somehow. And it's always just in the middle of the screen. Trouble here. They always just have that. It's like, wow. But that will come, I hope. T20s though will be interesting. We'll get a bit of experience with the county champ before. Maybe this is it. This is it. Call this again? Is this again? Is this again? This is just I got loads of we had a gimbal but I never used it.
So they're cool because they're stabilised.
This is not stabilised.
This camera's got quite good detail stabilisation. So you do so it's don't.
What is this again?
So I can kind of get away with this change.
That's your mark as well, yeah. It's a nice little setup. I hope you get some nice footage. I hope you find some people in the community. I don't know how successful you be. I hope you are successful. Alright. Oh well, mate. What do you want to start on, by the way? I might just start. I feel like I kind of want to. I mean, if Bavia wants differently, I'm happy to do anything. I wouldn't mind starting on broadcast just to get into it straight away.
It was quite nice yesterday starting on broadcast because you got a break. So I had a
Yeah.
break. I took a broadcast break, and then it was like.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think I might back that because going from here to broadcast after literally breaking my shoulder felt kind of intense. But alright, cool. I'll mention that. Cheers, mate. I'll see you later.
It's a bit lonely for you, isn't it? Here
Cheers,
all
mate.
day.
It's a tough old life, isn't it? How are you, sir? I haven't
Yeah,
introduced
not
myself.
bad.
Freddie.
Jeff, I'm
Jeff.
one of the photographers. I'm not
Oh,
the
right.
official club photographer. That's
Okay.
Harry, as you know.
Yeah.
You know Harry, don't you?
Yeah.
But I
Are you
do.
working for agency or?
I freelance, but I
Freelance,
submit to agencies.
Okay, cool.
Shutterstock,
Yeah.
people like that. You know.
Yeah.
Good morning. And yeah, but because I live here, this is where I'm mainly based.
Yeah.
But,
No, it doesn't get better, does it?
well.
Maybe it does.
Well, you know, from here I can still cover internationals at Bristol, Cardiff, or I probably go as far as Edgbaston as well. So it works out quite well living down here. You know.
Yeah, happy
Do you live
days.
down here as well?
No, I'm a London boy. I regret to inform you.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I've come down from Big Smoke. No, I study in Bristol, so I do a commute from 10 minutes every day. So I'm doing a media internship. So I basically help with the live streams this year. And yeah, I'm coming every day from Bristol, which is
Okay, as long as
Okay,
the
as long
trains are running,
yeah. No, as in I do that every day.
Yeah.
It's tiring, but I won't change it.
I know Ben has quite a team, you know, well, not necessarily every year, but every other year.
Yeah.
You know, where people like yourself.
Yeah,
come in.
just a bit of experience, and I don't really have. I don't study media or anything like that. I've done a lot of things on the side because I want to get into the space.
Yeah. What, filming mainly? Do you want to do?
So I want to be. I've always dreamed to be in front of camera, to be honest. Which it makes a bit of a change being behind.
You see,
it.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
All my life, although it's
all-
still, I've done
yeah.
video work. All my life, I've always wanted to be behind the camera.
Yeah.
Never in front.
Yeah, I mean, I've had like my big thing has always been doing interviews, so I'm quite big into
Yeah.
football.
That's good if you can.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's always been a dream of mine, and I think no experience is bad experience. So
Yeah.
I think
No,
so
you
the
learn-
opportunity to be part of a production team.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And
so
you learn
important.
from it.
Yeah.
And you have a debriefing, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, with Ben.
And like,
He's very good like that, actually. You know, in
they're
terms
very
of,
nice.
you know, what went well and what
Yeah.
didn't go so well. You
Yeah.
know, things like
I'm
that.
looking forward to it. It'll be
Yeah.
really fun. I had my first day yesterday. Struggled a bit with ball tracking, but that'll come.
That'll come.
That'll come,
yeah.
I'm sure. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a sorry boy, but it's don't sugarcoat. Okay, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on Taunton grounds. I'm from where I'm from. And I'm proud of my heritage. Yeah, no. Yeah, we have to go.
Yeah, sorry.
Jeff, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, mate.
Have a good day, guys.
You too, mate. Nice to meet you.
You know.
Oh no, that's not good.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of this Vitality County Championship match here at Cooper Associates County Ground between Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Somerset will resume on 116 for 1 in their first innings in reply to the Nottinghamshire score of 193. Somerset therefore trail by 77 with 9 wickets remaining in the first innings. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our Prince Paul County Championship partner WPA Health Insurance. Based only a few miles from the Cooper Associates County Ground, WPA look after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. Black Dyke Band will be coming to the Cooper Associates County Ground for a last night of the proms. Join us on Saturday, June the 22nd for an unforgettable evening of music, patriotism and pure joy as we celebrate the last night of the proms. The spectacular event will feature the world-famous Black Dyke Band, renowned for their mesmerising performances, and a vocal soloist from the esteemed Opera North. Tickets start from just £18 and can be purchased via our website or from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Hospitality packages are also available from a cost of just £43 per person.
I didn't know that.
Somerset Cricket Club stands against all formation, no spirit in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we are stronger. We're dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it and call it out. At Somerset, you can report an issue or concern by follow 777. We would once again like to extend a warm welcome to the Players Committee and supporters, but not too enjoyable, obviously, given what's happening on the pitch. Time with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Commence at 11 AM and there will be a minimum of 90 seconds in the day. The lunch interval is scheduled to be taken between 1 PM and 1:40, with tea either between 3:40 PM and 4 PM or when 32 overs remain to be bowled in the day. During the interval, we will be making a small present to current Chief Executive in front of the Andrew Caddick Pavilion. Invited if you remained in the ground during lunch to join us to show our appreciation. Please welcome our umpires David Mills and Russell Warren.
Hello and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of Somerset against Nottinghamshire in this third round of fixtures in the 2024 County Championship. I'm Charlie Taylor. We're going to be here throughout the day alongside Vic Marks, who's with me to start off. Stephen Lamb's also going to be joining us later on. Vic, it is fair to say Somerset are very much in the ascendancy at the moment. They are not far behind Nottinghamshire's score of 193. Somerset currently 116 for 1, and they feel like they can capitalise on a day like this.
They will feel that. We all feel that, but nothing is guaranteed. I was watching some of the streaming from the Oval, and I was sitting there smugly 190 for 1 on the first day. I thought, this all shows brown caps what we're made of. Whereupon there was about 30 for 8. So you can't take much for granted, but there is not a cloud in the sky anywhere. The pitch just retains a little bit of green, but it mellowed as the day went on yesterday. So you feel there are runs out there, and Somerset are not facing an attack of the calibre of Surrey, I think it's fair to say. So optimism is permitted, but nothing is guaranteed.
And for Nottinghamshire, who chose to bat yesterday, who would have been bitterly disappointed with the total they put up in the end, and the way that fell away at the end. Lots of wickets fell after lunch. That's that afternoon session. I think there were 7 wickets in it.
I think they'll be ruining the toss decision a bit, because it did move. Somerset bowled well. Here we go. How's it started?
It's a big leave from Josh Davey.
Well, he's a nice night watchman to have. He's a proper batsman, as we know, who averages 20 in first-class cricket. But actually, when you watch him play, you think he probably could average a bit more. And he seems to have got. Well, no, I don't want to put the total mockers on, but he seems to have got a bit better as he's got older as well. Anyway, so he's not a bog-standard night watchman.
He's not a number 11 bunny, as they say, no.
But the ball did jag around, probably more than Nottinghamshire expected.
Patterson in again. Forward push there, but it beats the bat.
But Somerset bowled well, and I suppose 4 or 5 of the Notts batsmen got in, but somehow got out. Sometimes it's a good deliveries. The big wicket actually was Joe Clark, who's been in such fantastic form and is a very dangerous player. He actually wasn't bowled out. He kind of got himself out.
4 shot, wasn't it?
When he sort of spooned one to mid-wicket off Bashir.
Strange shot.
And then there was the sort of lovely, from a Somerset perspective, bonus run out that cheers everyone up and deflates the batting side. So Somerset would have taken 193. I don't know for certain what Somerset would have done if they'd won the toss, but my guess is they probably would have put them in, but I haven't actually grilled anyone on that. And if I were in the Somerset dressing room, I would say, well, it doesn't matter now what we would have done.
Ifs and buts. No, I said to a friend, actually, it's probably a good one to lose in a way. It takes the decision out of your hands, doesn't it? Because you always really kind of want to bat to put the score on the board, but also in weather like that, this one's defended.
That's right. Well, it's the clear skies. It was a nice day yesterday. And the pitch, while green, was not emerald green, just a bit of live grass there. But it did do a bit. And, of course, the change of ball, much discussed. Who knows? Didn't look very devious, the Duke ball last night, actually, in the final session. Bear in mind the only wicket to fall was to the leg spinner. Anyway, we'll see. We constantly get surprised sitting up here.
It's one of the joys of the job, actually, isn't it? The surprise, one of the joys of the sport, as Patterson comes in over the wicket. And this one is angled nicely by Davey, who will at least pick up a couple here. Might run all the way. As it goes right the way to the boundary there. So 4 runs in the first over of the morning to Josh Davey, who has taken his score up to 5 now. And score to 120 for 1.
I mean, there are good moments to be night watchman and bad moments. The bad moments, I think, are when the 6:15, the clouds are low, the opposition have a bowler who can bowl at 90 miles an hour, and batting is horrendous. Last night, though, benign, lovely day today. He may get out next ball, Josh Davey, but there's every reason to think that, hang on, I can get some runs here.
Dangerous Patterson over the wicket. This one is a bit fuller and just getting his bat down on it, squeezing it out into the offside for a single.
Yeah, he wasn't actually aiming there, but he'll take the run. So it's a great opportunity for Josh Davey, actually, to add to a substantial. I mean, he's probably on the card at number 9, and he's a damn good number 9.
Where is he on the? Yes, number 9.
Actually, yeah.
Before, well, then Pretorius and Bashir.
Well, Pretorius,
number 19, Luke Fletcher.
statistically, he can bat too. He's got a first-class 100, I think I spotted, and he averages sort of just over 20. I'm not sure that was the indication everyone got from his little innings at the Oval.
Well, it was,
but it's early days.
Yeah, that.
But he obviously can bat a bit as well.
Yeah. I was watching the stream. It was a very good.
I didn't see that bit, but I heard that. I think I heard Anthony Gibson's commentary. He was not totally convinced by Pretorius's batting credentials at that stage, but it's early days.
Very kind way of putting it. As always, Vic, you were very kind there. But it was an unusual. Let's put it that way. It was an unusual decision to swing hard in a game that you are on the cusp of
saving.
Yes. And Surrey couldn't have believed their luck, I don't think. And it made for a really thrilling end of 4 days of cricket, and I loved the finish. It was brilliant to watch.
Well, I was listening. I was driving somewhere, and I mean, Anthony, as ever, was doing his best to be unbiased. That's a lovely little clip. We've got a couple there. That's a shot of a proper batsman from Josh Davey. And I'm sure the words were unbiased, but somehow the tone gives it away, doesn't it? And he was fearing the worst, as Surrey went off at about 12 or 13 and over.
It was brilliant to watch.
Was it? Well,
it was. Well, and to listen to. I'm sure just to be aware of it, or
yes.
It was. Yeah.
But it was in hindsight, it was a terrific result and a battling result for Somerset, which would have kept morale up. I mean, they could easily have lost that game. In fact, at the start of the last day, they would have been odds on to lose that game. They had just 4 wickets left and not a big enough lead. And I didn't see actually much of that last day, but obviously Gregory, Craig Overton, a bit of Casey Aldridge as well, battled away. It's so important to have that kind of underbelly of 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, those strength there, get you out of a few holes.
Certainly have done with Somerset over the years.
Yeah.
And quite recently, actually, a lot of the big scores that Somerset have come from 6,
Yeah,
7,
yeah.
8. In particular, last season with Rue coming in at 6.
Rue at 6 and Casey Aldridge. You see that, having that all-round capacity. That's why people, well, one of the several reasons why people get very excited about Casey Aldridge is, he's a fantastic fielder. He can bat properly, and his bowling this year has been extremely encouraging.
He's been one of the picks, really, isn't it? Lammonby with the bat has been very encouraging, and Aldridge all round has been really good. Great to see Craig Overton back yesterday. Thought he bowled very, very well. Obviously,
he could have got more than 3. Actually,
yeah,
beat the bat a lot.
Probably deserved a lot more, didn't he? He was bowling that well. Such an asset to Somerset to have someone like Craig Overton.
Well, I've often thought, you know, he's currently, anyway, his England days appear to be over, but you never know. Therefore, he becomes one of the most coveted county players around. He's gold dust. If he stays fit, he's terrific in all formats. He can bat. Although he hasn't got many runs lately, but he batted extremely well when needed yesterday. At the Oval.
Crucial, sorry, wasn't it? Absolutely.
Like his brother, he catches flies. That's the amazing thing about the Overtons, and indeed Casey Aldridge. Just their catching is astonishing. Doesn't matter where they are either. They could be on the boundary or at second slip. Anyway, so that's exciting.
Just encouraging signs at the start.
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
season.
Well, Somerset haven't always started well, and they haven't won a game yet, but nor have anyone else apart from Essex. And even the absence of Tom Abel, it's a blow. It's a big blow because he's had a really good winter and he was so hungry to get going. But even that, you can sense it gives an opportunity for someone else to sort out selection issues. There's more players in the frame, and someone, well, already Goldsworthy's got some runs, Dixon's now got some runs, but it kind of spices up the competition.
Patterson, and continuing from the river end, pick up a run this time. Dixon still on 70. There have been a lot of starts, haven't there, recently? You sort of alluded to it, that where Somerset's batters have taken 3 or 4 games and sometimes more to really feel like they're hitting their stride, and that might be helped by the Kookaburra ball, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe it does do a little bit less. So we've seen some big scores.
Yeah.
The first week of the championship, we saw a triple 100 at Lords. So maybe that's just helped settle a little bit.
I mean, Lammonby's been outstanding.
He's a huge talent. But he didn't have a great season by his standards
last
in
year.
2023.
No. Oh no, it's been easier to score runs at the start of this season. But
I've got a feeling there'll be results this weekend.
Well, the weather's better for a start.
That helps.
I noticed that there are wickets falling in the Essex game, in the one or two other games. There's been some. It's only really at Warwickshire against Hampshire down at Southampton. Warwickshire only lost 4 wickets yesterday.
Using his feet a bit here, Dixon, who will just make a bit of room on the leg side and use the space there to pick up his first of the morning. He's on 71 now. Yeah, the score at Hampshire is 341 for 4, Warwickshire. Runs from Alex Davis, who scored 250 last week. He's got 149 this week. So
he's captain too.
Yeah, he's somebody who's
captaincy often triggers someone, to greater heights. It hasn't done much harm to Lewis Gregory so far.
No.
It does initially, and then there's a tendency to get exhausted. but I think it kind of brings people out. I mean, the best example, I'll tell you, after this delivery, or a good example. A good example is my old captain, Brian Rose, who was a substantial player before he was captain and played for England, went on a tour with England. But in that phase of his career, when he wasn't captain and he was a young player in his side, he played a cagey, fairly subdued game. Not much, he ground out his runs. And he got his runs, he got enough runs to get picked for England. But they weren't sort of rapid runs. And then he was made captain, so he knew his place was secure. That's one thing. And in 78, and from 78 for several years after that, he played not with abandon but with freedom, and scored quickly. He was a dangerous player. Suddenly, before that he was an accumulator. In his early years as a first-team player, he used to smash it when he was a kid, I think. And then he suddenly opened out and played shots and was a potentially devastating player. And the captaincy was part of that, I think.
I think the knowledge of knowing you're going to be in the team, it must help, especially batters. So.
And it sort of takes you out of it, because if you're a batsman, it's such a weird job. that you can get so enmeshed in technique and the desperation to score runs, to keep your place, and all this sort of stuff, and agonising about whatever it is, where your feet are or what's going. But when you're captain, you ain't got time for all that. You're just worried about the team. How are we going to win this game? And then you sort of will yourself to. You're not worrying about your own technique, but you're worried about the way this game's going, and it tends to make the process of, I think, batting sometimes easier, because your mind is not so clogged up with sort of technicalities. That's my theory anyway. And you've seen it actually at the England level, that just at the start of their careers, people like Atherton and Alistair Cook had phenomenal records with the bat upon being appointed captain. But there is a downside in that after a while it is possible that you run out of fuel with all that responsibility. It's a real balancing act, obviously. But yes, that comes to mind when we're thinking of Alex Davis up at Warwickshire, who's captain this year, who's scoring boatloads.
Yeah, absolutely. He sort of moved away from Lancashire because he felt that he wasn't getting the full opportunity. He's been taken to Warwickshire, given that captaincy role, and thriving, as you say. So that was the only game really where there were sort of similar scores to what we're seeing in the last couple of weeks. Otherwise, there was a lot of wickets yesterday. Lancashire bowled out for 146. Durham were all out for 244, and Worcestershire 87 for 4 in reply. And there's a lot of wickets falling, which we didn't see so much in previous rounds.
Well, the different ball must have some impact, obviously. All I know is in this game, the balance so far, I think, even though Notts got bowled out 193, the balance is a good one between bat and ball.
Nice little flick.
Obviously, in the first round of matches, whatever they say at HQ, the balance wasn't great.
No.
You don't want a whole series of matches.
9 draws is, yeah.
I know there was some weather around as well, to be fair, but
yes, and the Surrey Somerset game was very close to being
and that was
result.
that was a very good game of cricket.
Yeah.
No matter what the ball was made of.
Dixon now facing Fletcher. Quite timing that drive. Yeah, and that's all cricket fans really want, isn't it? Is a balance. They want to.
Well, they want a good balance between bat and ball. I mean, the ideal is, you get a natural result about 5 o'clock on the 4th day.
Perfect.
I mean, that's hard to engineer.
That's what the chief execs want, isn't it? Really, that's the
yeah.
That's the perfect result. Nottinghamshire will need breakthroughs. They feel they want them early on. Loose and wide.
Well, that is a brilliant catch.
Wow.
He has smashed that away swinger to extra cover, having played beautifully last night. And it's a very fine, right out the meat of the bat, but in the air. It wasn't quite a half volley.
Gosh, what a catch.
And it's taken quite brilliantly at short extra cover. I'm not exactly sure by whom at the moment, but you'll tell us soon, Charlie.
Well, I couldn't. I was watching beyond the player because I was so it was hammered.
Absolutely middle.
Yeah.
Look at this replay. Here's Fletcher coming up.
The bowling of Fletcher for 72.
I don't know if we've run the replay, but he thinks that's
What
4, and he dives to his left. Takes it, I'd say, about 3 inches above the ground. And that is just the bonus that Notts were looking for, because, as I say, the omens were not brilliant out there. Not a cloud in the sky, no obvious movement. That's actually, that ball did swing a little bit more than others. He gave it a chance to swing. It was wide of off stump. Absolutely mullered. But in the end, just. And a very fine catch by Haynes.
What? Fantastic catch.
I think you'll find.
Fantastic catch. That was absolutely brilliant. He was moving to catch it before the ball had even really there was no way he could wait to see where it was going. It's instinctive, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely
Brilliant.
instinctive. He had to react very quickly. And it stuck. And that's just the sort of thing Notts needed, because it was looking ominous out there. Fletcher won't mind whether he's got it off the edge of the bat or the middle of the bat. He's got a wicket. Dixon had played really well last night and was settling in nicely, but he's gone. Lammonby out now.
Well defended. It was the ball to do that too, really, wasn't it? Any either side, inches either side would have been 4 runs the way it was going.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can be too critical of the batsman.
No.
I mean, it wasn't quite a half volley, but it was an inviting wide delivery, and another 6 inches to the left, and that's 4 runs.
Instinctive.
But Haynes pulls off, brilliant catch, extra cover there, and much needed wicket. As I say, you can't take anything for granted in this game, he said sagely.
Someone who's watched a few collapses in his time.
Well, yeah.
Or been part of them.
But from a Notts perspective, it just gives a glimmer of hope, because it was looking ominous even in the first quarter of an hour, because not much was happening.
That's the man they would have wanted of the 2 as well.
And there's the ball going outside the outside edge there of Davey.
I was just saying, wasn't it? Literally in the build-up to that ball that Nottinghamshire would have wanted a breakthrough, and Fletcher finding it with a little bit of a. It was, as you say, tempted. Was it?
It was a
deliberate?
well, you never know. I mean, Fletcher is such an old campaigner that he's not beyond, I think, tossing
Chucking it out. Yeah.
a bit. I mean, I may be actually being too gentle towards him. It may be that he just happened to bowl one which is a little bit wide. But it did swing just a fraction. It wasn't no pace on it, but it was sort of in the slot. You can't blame Dixon for going for it, but he just didn't quite get close enough to it to keep it down. But he did middle it, and initially you saw the shot, you thought that's 4, until you saw the sprawling Haynes moving to his left, taking it cleanly, and Dixon, he sort of delayed there, not out of any query about whether it carried, but just trying to come to terms with the fact that after cracking that ball in the middle of that, he had to go.
Yeah, he always. Well, when I've played cricket at a very low level comparison to this, when the ball comes off nicely, the rare times that it does for me, you sort of feel like you're owed runs then.
Yeah, yeah. And if there's an injustice when someone
it
catches
goes straight to a fielder, or even worse, it gets caught. Yeah. You think, well, that was the best shot I've played all day.
Yeah. Well, you can go down there and put your arm around Dixon later. I know how you feel,
we've all been there. Happens to the best of us.
Yes. I'm sure that would cheer him up.
Well, 72 is a good return.
No,
for
it's
Dixon.
a good. And I mean, he's struggled for runs this summer, but that innings reminds us of what he's capable of. But I'm sure at the start of the day, in these conditions, as I say, not a cloud anywhere, ball now, 36 overs old, 37 overs old. There were runs out there to be gleaned by someone who's obviously in quite good nick. Now we've got a little change in tack, a few field placements, and I think it's saying, okay, you're prodding forward quite a lot, but you might get the odd short ball. There's a wide third man and a deep square leg suddenly. But not that ball. That's a quick run. That's a bad run. That's a terrible run. Terrible. But they are safe. There was a moment there when Lammonby was going to be run out for naught. I think if they'd hit the stumps, he might have been.
What?
I think a bit of a post-mortem might be necessary between...
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not bothering Lammonby. But if we do get a replay...
Well, it would have been that would have been Davies'
direct
call.
hit. I think. Oh yeah, would have been Davies.
So it's Davey making the call, seeing it going straight into the hands of the fielder, and thinking, yeah,
I can get
there.
Go.
Yeah,
I can get to my end.
I'll put Lammonby in, who's just at the crease. One of the great hopes of Somerset Open, he's been in brilliant form.
Yeah, we're just going to have another look.
Lammonby takes a second thinking, are you sure?
Let's see if we can spot the ball coming.
Oh, he would have been out.
Yeah. He was out by a direct hit. He needed a direct hit, but he was out by a yard, probably.
Well, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? A direct hit. They make huge differences to the game run-outs like that when it's direct from the field. This game's got a bit of an edge to it now, as Lammonby lets that one go past.
Usually after that, there's a sort of post-mortem.
Here we go.
But Lammonby didn't bother. They're going to have a little chat now. Well, they're punching gloves,
Yeah.
obviously, but he might be saying, John, a little bit tight, that one, John.
Perhaps when it, maybe if it goes straight to the fielder's hand, who's running towards the wicket that I'm running towards as well, and towards the stumps, then perhaps we could just...
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not that desperate for runs either. They've got
No,
plenty of time.
There's no
George's
rush,
day.
John.
Yeah.
Josh.
They've got plenty of time. And they're in a good position. You don't want to throw away a wicket, especially not Lammonby.
No, well, he's the man who's been in form. And I've seen a bit of his batting this summer, and two things strike me. One is he scored quite freely, but he's generally taken his time to bed in initially. And the other thing I've noticed that has made a huge difference, I think, is that he has massively improved and expanded his ability to score through the offside. So I've seen him cover driving, cutting. Admittedly, we've had Kookaburra ball, not much movement, but he's played some exquisite. Now, my impression last year is that if you bowled at Lammonby's legs last year, he hits you for 4, he picks it up beautifully, but they could bottle him up just outside off, so he wasn't confident enough to play those shots. So they could tie him down around just outside off stump because he wasn't confident enough in his play to score off those sort of deliveries. He'd just let him go. This year he's scored freely through the offside once he's set, and that makes it so much harder to bowl at him, really, because, well, that's a very similar delivery to the one Dixon.
It's gone straight to Haynes again.
This time it's gone to Haynes again, but along the ground. It was a nice shot from Davey.
You can see why it's so tempting. As soon as you pierce that inner field, it's 4 runs.
Yeah.
Especially with the pace that both of them have put on that shot. But neither of them have got past Haynes. One of them fatally caught by Haynes for Sean Dixon. Davey survives. Keepers on the bounce. Fletcher again. An old county performer. Bouncer. Bit of a hard work of that bouncer, I felt, for Luke Fletcher there.
I mean, it's not really suited. He won't bowl many bouncers, but that was an attempted bounce. They put a man back on the square leg bounder. They've obviously decided that Davey, if you bowl a conventional length, that's like a pure batsman, but maybe the shorter ball, and he did have a bit of an ugly swat at that one, but it was a horrible ball. In fact, it was a horrible piece of cricket.
It didn't look great all round.
Not really. The best bit probably was the fact that Joe Clark managed to prevent it going for any bye.
Yes,
without taking it cleanly.
That is true. That is true. It was at least not an extra on the scorecard or anything along those lines. That's left alone. It wasn't too far away, but well left in the end by Josh Davey. 127 for 2. So
no momentum yet from a Somerset perspective. Fletcher doesn't give much away, clearly, and look at his figures. He's great. I mean, these scoreboards nowadays, you can see the exact figures. He's got 1 for 15 off 11.5 deliveries.
Very good.
It was a rarity when I played to have that. There was only one scoreboard in the country that showed your bowling figures, which was at Trent Bridge, which was ahead of the game. And if you were getting a bit of a battering from Nottinghamshire, bowlers didn't like getting, they used to call it gallon, but I don't know why, but to go for 3 figures, and you could sort of measure it with the score, get the 400. You had a couple of bowlers on 89 and one on 93, and you could measure, they probably had the number of overs you bowled as well. It was all up there for all to see.
There's no hiding, is there?
Yeah.
These days, all those scoreboards really, they're like the modern ones do, don't they?
Well, they do once provided the power's working.
Patterson in and left alone by Lammonby. He just looks very. Again, this is the problem.
He's got naught at the moment.
He's not naught, so I can't possibly say. But he looks.
He
comparing him to
looks
last
still,
season,
yeah.
he looks that's it exactly, still and calm, and that's perhaps a bit different to what we saw in 2023, where he really did struggle. He was at the top of the order as opposed to number 3, where he's normally coming in. Obviously, he's a night watchman.
I mean, and opening the he's not been opening the batting, although he has got in quite early in most games. Opening the batting generally, not so much this year, but generally against the Duke's ball in April is full of jeopardy.
Well watched again. Yes, it would have been highly ironic, actually, thinking about it, the near run out there, if Josh Davey, who had been specifically sent in to protect Tom Lammonby,
then ran him out.
ran him out the next morning.
Yeah. Well, of course, Lammonby's not without a tiny bit of form in that.
Oh yes,
at the Oval, he would never have taken that run if he hadn't been on 99. I'm not, overly not criticising him, but it was a moment that changed the game. And I understand, you just want that one run, no matter who you are. And he was going to be all right. But Renshaw, the victim, he had to go back as the ball went behind him. And a direct hit, he was always struggling.
It was a great bit of fielding again, but it wasn't. It was a silly piece of running, and
he'd have got that extra run.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it was one, but you had to credit Surrey though, that the way they seized that on that.
Suddenly they were
buzzed, and Somerset.
That's why they're a good team.
Disintegrated.
Yeah, because as you said earlier on, they were pretty much 200 for one, weren't they? 190 something for one, which was a commanding position on day one to be in against Surrey at the Oval, as Patterson's in again. Just fended back to him, and then it, as you say, all fell apart. And actually, Lammonby. Now we can't say
he appeared to be affected.
Suddenly, he got out for exactly 100. So he got his one run, didn't add any more onto that. Obviously, it's a great score against a brilliant team. But I wonder how much it was in his mind, thinking,
I think it would have been because some of the great players. Dear old Geoffrey Boycott probably could have wiped that out of his head within seconds, but I'm sure it was preying on the mind of Lammonby
someone like
thereafter.
And then that's 2 wickets, isn't it? You've given the run out and you've given then your own wicket, and that was 2 set batters, one on 100, one on 87, I think, wasn't it? In the end, this will be his first run of the day.
It's a better run than Davies.
Yeah. But yes, it was. It was very. It was interesting, wasn't it? That swing, how that one moment, one split second can change a 4-day match, and it totally changed the narrative for the rest of the game, which Somerset did well to save.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're right about. Well, I suppose those of us in these media boxes, we quite like a moment that changes the game. It makes for. As you heard earlier, a good story, but nonetheless, there's truth in it as well.
A little bit of truth, but maybe we've...
what if he just said no? And Somerset had scored 440. Well, it'd probably still been a drawn game, but by a different route, I suspect.
Yes, then that's it, isn't it? In the end, probably it led to the same result. Although, who knows, Surrey batting might have been different if they'd had a lot of scoreboard pressure. Who can say? I shall finish off this over, and then it'll be Stephen Lamb to come in, as this is... attempted defensive shot from Davey, not particularly convincing, but he gets away with it, and that's the end of that Patterson over. And Stephen Lamb will come in and join Vic Marks.
Well, I think the first half hour has gone to Nottinghamshire, courtesy of a brilliant catch by Jack Haynes. It's not doing a huge amount, it's just a little bit of swing for Fletcher, and Patterson is nagging away, brisker pace, lower trajectory. Lammonby's in, just still trying to get settled. Davey, well, as we've said, he is a very capable batsman to have as a night watchman. If he gets in properly, he will be indistinguishable from a proper batsman, if you like. But he hasn't quite got any fluency yet. And Stephen's here. It's great to see you.
Morning, Vic. Lovely to be here. Very special moment of the year as Fletcher starts a new over. Fletcher with the wicket, and what a superlative catch.
Yeah.
You could hardly believe it, could he, Sean Dixon?
Looking at it for a moment before departure. And he'd hit that ball right at me to the bat, and in that millisecond he thought, well, that's 4, I'm on my way now. But he didn't avoid Haynes.
going to be runs, 4 of them. Just getting enough bat on it to coax it down to fine leg. Absolutely glorious morning here at Taunton.
This is a fascinating piece of information from our never still backroom staff about Lammonby's first class hundreds. And there's an interesting pattern, which I think I'll have to go and talk to Jason Kerr or someone.
Going to be runs here, just 1 of them out to deep mid-wicket.
Lammonby, to his great credit, has scored 7 first-class centuries by now, which is quite a few for a man of his age. But his highest score, having reached 100 7 times, is 116.
Wow.
And that's the only time, and then it goes to 110, 109. A couple not outs, to be fair to him.
No daddies?
Absolutely not. I mean, he needs to be taken into someone's study and just reminded of this.
Full length.
Not just at the minute.
Fletcher, there's going to be another single there. Take it up to 135 for 2.
Good piece of quirky research from our ever watchful backroom team.
Got off to that wonderful start, didn't he, Tom Lammonby, in
Well,
2020,
he did,
the
in
Bob
that
Willis Trophy.
Where he got 300s, I think, in that tournament, and played. I mean, there was a sort of final, wasn't there, against Essex at Lord's, which I covered, or it was late in September. It was absolutely freezing, and the format was such that Somerset they had to win. Essex could draw. Somerset had to win. And the cricket was of a very high standard, even though there was practically sub-zero temperatures at Lord's and a very small crowd. And Cook, inevitably, as he often did against Somerset, got 100. And that's a bit of swing there.
Yes, that
starting early, but
wasn't dissimilar to the delivery that Dixon got out to.
Yeah, a little bit shorter in length maybe, but yes. But Lammonby responded with a superb 100 that bore comparison with Cook's. I thought that was special, and it was special. He's had a few, it's not easy opening the batting. If you're absolutely ruthless about wanting to be able to bolster your average, you probably think, I think probably about 4 or 5. Number 5 will do me. The ball will be older more times than not when I go into bat. It won't be jagging around so much. But he's been up the top, up the sharp end, where it's more difficult. As it happens, he's batting theoretically at 3 in this game, in this season. When Tom Abel comes back, well, I suspect, whilst Renshaw stays here, they will now, especially with Dixon having scored runs, they might keep Lammonby at 3 and they will come in next.
At 4, yeah. It's conceivable, isn't it?
But I don't know that. I mean, I'm just guessing.
In the meantime, it's the left-handed Lammonby under a completely cloudless sky.
Yeah.
Not having anything to do with that. Knots have got things pretty well under control, really, at this stage of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I think Somerset legitimately might be thinking, well, we'll set ourselves for a long game if we can just keep some wickets and there'll be runs to be had. It's a better day, actually, for playing cricket. I mean, it was lovely yesterday, but there was a stiff breeze. And I'm just looking at the flags in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and they're quite limp. So it makes bowling much easier, actually. I always think when there's a high wind, it's more of a problem. See bonus runs. It's more of a problem for bowlers than batsmen. Maybe that's because I spent my latter life a bit more as a bowler than a batsman, but I coping with a gusty breeze as you run up to bowl is tricky.
Yeah, that was was nicely squeezed away by Tom Lammonby.
He's all on the ground. He's defending with, if you like, very soft, gentle hands.
The wicket of Sean Dixon, the one to have fallen in this first just over half an hour's play. Started off outside the off stump and moving further away from Patterson, who's into his 13th over, yet to take a wicket. Been unchanged, these two, Patterson and Fletcher, so far today.
Yep, well, the skipper is Hamid, who's at mid-on, having a quick chat with his bowler. At least they've given him control, plus the one wicket this morning.
Shaping to turn it to leg, won't be a run there. Talking about just now about the 190 for 1 down to, was it 216 for 8?
Something, yeah, yes, I mean...
I mean, they would have been eyeing up all the batting points, wouldn't they, at one stage?
At 190 for 1, you're thinking, yes, 400 is, you know, it doesn't have to be exceptional play to get to 400 from 190 for 1. So, well...
After being put in?
Yeah. I managed to stop throwing my laptop. I was thinking about it. But I just closed it instead when we were about 7 down. I can't take any more.
Well, I'm sure many Somerset supporters were hoping for rain on that last day, and it didn't really happen in the way it was forecast, and it turned into a cracker of a day.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there are many pluses from that Surrey game. Obviously, there was that, to have that horrendous session and still come away with a draw was some achievement. They actually, it was a good batting surface, clearly. 190 for 1 suggests that, and Surrey, they got 400 and whatever, just over 400. But actually, I thought we bowled pretty well on a surface that, against a very strong batting lineup, on a surface that gave very little.
Fletcher, that's well outside off stump, no need for Lammonby to get involved with that.
So he bowled just about well enough and got them out just about cheaply enough, even though, you know, 400 plus is a lot, to stay in the game. And then Dixon was strangled, you know, to walk down the leg side off Lawrence for 1 or whatever it was. To come out of that without losing was a sterling performance against what you have to acknowledge is, you know, the best team in the country. They won the last 2 championships. So that was, there were lots of pluses there.
Yeah, unbeaten in the first 2 away games. Had to wait longer than usual to play here at Taunton.
Well, that was a cunning plan, I think. They requested not to have 2 home fixtures, if possible, because of the dramas of last year. This time last year, or early, you know, beginning of April last year, as you remember, there were puddles in front of the Atkinson stand, and a sort of a sandy area in front of the beach stand, and all sorts of shenanigans to try and get the boundary sorted, but it had to be in a bit in front of the Atkinson stand. It had to be brought in because of the sandy area, and they've done work on the drainage, obviously. We had a lot of rain, actually, to be fair. It seems to have worked. So that it looks a picture now, and the boundaries are where they should be.
Yeah, it's terrific, isn't it? When you think there was probably a lot more rain last winter than there was the winter before.
Yeah, yeah.
And they really have done well.
Yeah. But that's why that's one reason why we had 2 away fixtures, to sort of mitigate against having a repeat this season.
he intended, and won't be a run.
Well, he's prepared to bide his time, Lammerby, at the start of his innings. He's done that in most of his knocks this summer, I think. And it's a sort of expression of confidence. I don't have to rush. I don't have to get as many as I can quickly enough before that ball comes along. He thinks he can try and play the long game. He's not hit the boundary yet, or not really played a shot with any aggression. And he'll leave it if he has to. Fletcher, as we say, he doesn't give you anything.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to wish Jack Freeman
no great pace. He's been around for what seems like donkey's years now.
Today.
He's a real sort of journeyman, but in a good complementary way. Old pro, isn't he?
Yeah,
old, great character, much loved.
Delightful character, certainly.
You must have stuck a microphone in front of him at some point.
Indeed.
And he responded, and he answered your question then. Yeah. He said something.
Indeed. There was a game that was close to finishing on day 3, and I remember him recommending, I was wondering whether I was going to be going home or not. It was at Trent Bridge, and he recommended a couple of nightclubs to me.
Well, I'm sure you went. Did you enjoy them, Stephen?
Still Patterson, still no change from Notts thus far.
Well, they're bonus runs too. He's managed that before, and yeah, that's going to carry for 4. Bad luck on Patterson there. It's an educated edge. It did go down rather than up, but it's a real bonus for David to pick up 4 runs from it. Yes, he's got a short boundary down there, and it's a bit quicker than it was this time last year, and much less treacherous.
Davey on to 19, having come in as night watchman yesterday. Looking the part.
That's certainly looking the part. It's a fine shot, but it hits the field. As I say, when he gets in, he kind of looks like an imposter as number 9. And to be fair to him, he scored quite a few runs with limited opportunities last year down the order, digging the team out of a few holes. But if you walked in and you didn't know who was batting, and you watched Davey play shots like that, and you'd say, well, Andy Middle-order batsman, this lad. It's a beautiful pull shot, that. Yeah, hit it. Saw it early, hit it a long way in front of square, right out of the meat. It's a long, had to go a long way to fetch that back.
Yeah, he fully middled that.
He did, didn't he?
Yes, whack.
I think that's the shot of the morning. I guess, but I'm not sure. Patterson might have decided that, you know, it's a slowish pitch now. I'll dig one in at him, see what happens. Well, wasn't quite quick enough.
James Hildreth's stand, well populated as usual.
Yeah. Well, yesterday, I mean, at this stage, I think there were even more there. I mean, there was barely any spaces left in the Hildreth stand. It was great to see. And there'll be a nice sprinkling of a crowd today. They don't open sort of 4 segments of the Somerset stand. They keep them closed, I think. But one bit of the Somerset stand is open. Hildreth is always well populated. And it's quite nice down here in front of the Darchie stand. You're quite near the action there. Oh. I mean, you have to, Patterson is not saying anything, but he thinks there is no justice. Again, that went straight down, but I don't think he was actually intending it to go quite so fine.
Have another look.
150 on the board for Somerset in the 44th over.
Gentle forward defensive.
Sort of dabbed at it.
I mean, if it was Joe Root, you'd have said, "Oh, look at that! He's opened the face." But it's not Joe Root. But Davies on to 27. That's 150 for 2. And that's 3 boundaries in this over. 2 from the educated outside edge, and 1 from a magnificent pull shot from Davey.
Not cleanly taken, but Clark did well to make his ground to his left to cut that off. Will that be the end of Patterson, I wonder?
Well, it could easily be. He's bowled perfectly well for 45 minutes. He's found the outside edge, hasn't created any chances. I don't think there's a great deal going on. There's a flicker of swing for Fletcher, who's, I think he likes to bowl long spells. Once he gets going, he wants to keep going. And he has got a little bit of swing. He's also got the wicket, courtesy of a fine diving catch from Jack Haynes to get rid of Sean Dixon for 72. And he wants to bowl with the newer the ball, the happier Fletcher will be.
They need to play that, and not much lift there.
No. Brett Hutton, who's tormented Somerset in the past with the Duke's ball, early season especially. I mean, he's a bit quicker than Fletcher, but he's a similar type of bowler. He's starting to loosen up. I imagine he might have a go after Patterson.
There's St James Church Tower with the flag of St George atop. And a lovely blue background.
Yeah. Make the most of it while we can. He's coming around the wicket now. And he's just delivered a rank delivery which Lammonby has dispatched with some elegance.
And some contumely.
Yes.
Beautiful from Lammonby.
Yeah, well, he's played a few of those this summer. And it's not previously been an area that he's been prolific. I mean, that was a poor ball, actually. But he has put it away with, well, a touch of majesty.
Yes, the pressure's been released a bit in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, well, 4 boundaries, 2 right off the meat of the bat, a couple off the outside edge, a few adjustments to the field. There's a deep square leg going out, short slips come out to a short mid wicket.
And
who fields it?
Yeah, fit for purpose.
Yeah.
So they're closing in on that Nottinghamshire total, Somerset now. Less than 50 behind.
Yeah. The loss of Dixon was a blow, but these two just starting to get their partnership going.
He's not interested in getting involved with that, Tom Lammonby. Nottinghamshire just a little bit more on the defensive after that flurry of runs.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a huge amount of variety. He's got Brett Hutton, who will come on, and is another good sort of English-style pro bowler. And he's got Lyndon James again. It's a nice shot for nothing. Who is, you know, an honest kind of whippy, but not that quick seamer.
Quite expensive yesterday. 4 overs, 0 for 26.
Yeah. And then he's got some leg spin. That's essentially it. I don't know whether he's got any more casuals, but essentially that's his lineup. It's a lovely shot again. It's good placement. He's hit it hard enough, I think, yeah, to get the boundary. Just, it's a half volley, but there's quite a lot of protection for Fletcher there. There's a fairly straight mid off and a fairly straight mid on, but he's managed just to manoeuvre it straight enough to beat Hamid at mid on. So that's 2 fine shots from Lammonby.
And pedigree on drive.
Yes, that's right. Just fetched it a little bit from off stump past the right hand of mid on, sweetly driven, just hard enough to keep the fielder interested, but he couldn't catch it. Let's have a look. Yes, I think it's Brett Hutton's
Change of
going to
bowling
go
at
from
the
the
River
end.
End for Nottinghamshire, number 16, Brett Hutton.
Lammonby's on his way, he's up to 14.
Yeah, that was his second boundary,
Yeah.
that on drive. Brett Hutton, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 18 yesterday.
Yeah, well, he's another one who doesn't give you much. And when the ball's zipping around, we've seen him torment Somerset down here, I think. And probably at Trent Bridge as well. Early season, hitting the seam. Took a lot of wickets for Notts last year, I think.
Yeah, they're having a look at the
Having
ball
a look at the
moment.
ball. Okay, we'll get you a kookaburra then if you want. If it goes through the hoop, they've got to keep going, I think, unless there's a sort of chunk missing. Fletcher's obviously in there, having a chat with umpire Milnes, as is Hamid. Let's see whether he's... I don't think they've changed it.
And it's back with the skipper.
Yeah.
So
No change.
unchanged ball, but we do have a change, as Vic was saying, of bowler. Brett Hutton for the first time this morning from the River End. The big white sheet behind him.
Yeah, it's a very effective but rather sort of haphazard sight screen.
He's looked the part this morning as Josh Davey. Not surprising.
No.
Started out as primarily as a batsman.
Well, he's been a terrific cricketer, Somerset, in a sort of slightly surprising manner. In that, you know, in the modern game, you've got to bowl quick. Well, he doesn't bowl quick, but he's got a lovely orthodox action that is very repeatable, and he hits the seam. If there's help there, he sort of get just enough movement. And he's gone from being a while back a sort of bits and pieces slightly peripheral to an absolute stalwart who plays all formats. He's 33 now, actually. He's knocking on, but he knows his game, and he knows how to hit a length, and he's been invaluable. And of course they want, especially when you get a rush of 7 or 6 fixtures in the space of whatever it is, 7 or 8 weeks. Nowadays, they want to be able to keep them all fit and to share the burden. So you want more than 3 or 4. You know, Andy Hurry wants about 10, really. But you know, so there is a sort of reservoir, a little reservoir, if they're all fit, of bowlers that they can rest appropriately.
And that's possibly the reason why Casey Aldridge
Well,
is
it is.
not
Although
playing this
someone
game.
said that he might have had a slightly bruised toe or something as well. I mean, we were talking yesterday. I don't know if he's here today. I think he probably is. Jeff Arnold was down here yesterday.
Oh, splendid.
And he was working, well, he was here on behalf of, not of the ECB, as a sort of scout. And he'd been detailed in particular to keep an eye on Aldridge and Pennington, neither of whom were playing. So that's the way it goes. But I mean, Aldridge obviously had a terrific 2 games, and I haven't actually personally checked that, but I think there was a slight issue with a big toe. That's a good delivery from Hutton.
Just fishing outside the off stump.
So he may not have been 100% fit, but I will check that out eventually.
Jeff Arnold, I remember him opening the bowling with John Snow
Yeah.
years and years ago, and he provided, here's a quirky stat, he provided Alan Knott with more test victims than any other bowler.
Really?
Jeff Arnold.
That is a good stat. You'd have thought Underwood would have had that.
Yeah,
wouldn't
you would. Very sad news this week, the passing of Derek Underwood. And
Absolutely. He's
a lovely tribute from you to him, Vic, in The Guardian.
Well, you couldn't. It was a privilege to play against him. You know, he's someone I would have watched as a kid. when he came to the fore, I'd have been 10 or so.
Bowling at the Marcus Trescott Pavilion, end number 8, Lyndon
and
James.
he'd have been playing for England for most of that decade. Then, glory be, you end up playing against him. And then you end up, in those days, quite commonly, you have a drink after the day's play with the opposition. Not all of them, but most, most of them be around. And there'd be Derek Underwood, who I'd watched. And he, as I was saying in the piece, he was the sort. He was not the megastar at the bar. He had a beer, he had a fag, and he would chat away as if you were his equal, with absolutely no ego whatsoever. In fact, he'd say, "Oh, you probably know better than me," which is nonsense, of course. So that in itself was, that's a lovely shot again, just opened the face, was sort of so endearing that there was someone so approachable who was one of the, the great cricketers of England, even by the time I was starting. So that drew you to him, and then you played against him. I played against him early. Well, I recall, I might as well do it here now. A couple instances.
A moment of impudence.
Yeah, well, I played against him when I was about 21 down here. I checked it out. And believe it or not, I was playing for Somerset essentially as a batsman. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie's just expressed horror.
A good half stop from Lyndon James,
Anyway.
who's come on in place of Fletcher.
So I was playing against Underwood as a callow 21-year-old, but full of ambition and excitement, and I late cut him for form. And I thought, well, look at that, Underwood, away he goes. Umpire's waving his hands, signal for, bit of applause from the crowd, lovely job. And I was batting with Brian Rose.
Who was your skipper?
Who was...
By then?
No, Closey was skipper.
Okay.
76. So, but he was, Rosie was scoring lots of runs. In fact, I think he got 100 in this game. Anyway, he came down the pitch and he said, "Whatever you do, don't try that again." So I sort of did my best to take note. Anyway, a couple overs later, I couldn't stop myself. I thought, oh, look, here's another one to late cut. It was his swinger, which was about 15 miles an hour quicker, and swung back in, and my stumps were splattered. And Rosie, well, he didn't have to say anything. Just bent his eyebrows up and told you. But then I played, and so that was in 76, and I think Underwood kept going into the middle 80s.
He played into his 40s, didn't he?
Yeah. And I remember playing against him when I'm nearly quite a senior citizen, but he's still playing at Canterbury. And probably in his last season, and he was still trying his hard, absolutely hating himself. He gave away a free run, still desperate to take wickets, bowling over after over at the age of 4. And you just couldn't help but be impressed. And the other thing I focused on was his batting in the pre-helmet days. England Night Watchman. There's a wonderful photo of him.
Yeah.
When he's holding's bouncing, he's in mid-air, no helmet, just. But he's out there. He was out there. He was always the night watchman against the West Indies or maybe the Aussies as well, Lily Thompson era. He'd be there. He was a brave cricketer as well. So anyway, I wanted to write something about him really because he was a curious. He looked so mundane. He wasn't an obvious superstar. He wasn't bristling with muscles or suave, and he looked at such an ordinary person until he got that ball in his hand and he set off on that long run.
Always round the wicket.
Yeah, always round
almost always.
Just about, and Notty behind. It was a great experience actually.
It was wonderful.
You got as a youngish kid, even though I'd played the late cut too often. You've got Underwood there bowling at you. You've got Knott behind the stumps, who was it was lovely to. He'd be chatting away, not in a sort of niggly way. He'd be just sort of chatting away, and he'd be chatting to Deadly. But just to be there was great.
I met him once, Deadly.
Yes.
I was in pursuit of an interview with Alan Knott, actually, and it was a dinner celebrating, it was a reunion of their 1970 championship winning team, Kent.
Yeah, yeah.
And while I was searching for Alan, I bumped into Derek, and he was absolutely delightful. And the particular thing I remember him saying when we got talking about Notty, he said, "Make no mistake, he is the best wicketkeeper batsman the world has ever seen."
Well, that's loyalty, but it's not. It's also possibly true.
It is arguable.
I'll just go in a second. But the one thing about Notty, which I mentioned in the piece as well, but not everyone would have read it, I suspect, is I once asked Alan, "What was your best ever session behind the stumps?" And he thought, and of course he was brilliant taking Underwood on wet wickets when the ball was zipping up and down and sideways and shoulder height and all that. But typical Alan Knott, he said, well, actually it was in Lahore in a test match on a very flat pitch, and Deadly bowled at one end throughout the entire session. He said, I didn't take a ball, but I was ready to take every one.
He would have been. He certainly
That
would
was
have
his
been.
choice. Anyway, enough of the 1970s, 80s. But
Back to the
it was
present.
very sad to say farewell to Derek Underwood, who was one of the greats. And you ask anyone who played with him, or against him for that matter, but captains loved it because he just bowled all day if he wanted to.
Yeah. And I do remember another Knott-Underwood combination. Lawrence Rowe provided Alan Knott with the dismissal, which took him past the then world record holder, Godfrey Evans. And that was off Underwood. That was a stumping off Deadly.
But nonetheless, this is all prompted by your interesting stat that Knott took more catches off Jeff Arnold than Derek Underwood. Well, I'm glad. Here's Charlie. Follow that, Charlie.
So Tom Lammonby on strike on 15 not out, and dare I say that he's carried the form of this season so far into this game, despite almost being run out before he got off the mark. Optimistic call for a single from Josh Davey, but Lammonby's still there. And we'll pick up another one here, down, just nudging it backward a square. Comfortable single. He'll go on to 16 with that. Somerset just creeping up towards that Nottinghamshire first innings total of 193. Good afternoon, Charlie.
Hello, Stephen. What a day. Look at the cloudless sky we've got here. We've had so much rain for pretty much the entirety of winter that today really does feel like a bit of a shock to the system in a good way. So we're delighted. I was absolutely thrilled when I got up this morning fairly early. I was in Gloucestershire overnight, drove down the motorway this morning. Clear skies like this, it was brilliant. I thought to myself, this is exactly what we deserve after everything we've been through over the winter. So this was defended off James. No run added. Yeah, isn't it brilliant to see it like this? The sun-bathed Taunton.
Yeah,
it's still a little chilly.
It is. It was chilly down on the terrace, wasn't it, when we did the preview this morning? But the winds dropped. It was quite windy here yesterday, but not so today. And the ground looks an absolute picture.
Just coming in around the wicket. This one just pushed into the offside by Tom Lammonby. Moves to 17 now, his score. And this is just ticking along nicely here. Not for Somerset, not a lot of shouts or particular worries for the batters so far in this session, sort of mini session, if you like, since the first bowlers, the first choice bowlers for the morning finished their stint. Patterson and Fletcher, and James and Hutton came on. Not getting the ball to talk too much from what we've seen so far, as Davey gets in behind this one. But having said that, they're not running away with it. The runs aren't sort of flowing as they were just as Patterson and Fletcher were getting a bit tired.
Yeah, well, they were slightly set back by the loss of Sean Dixon, weren't they, early on? maybe an element of the fortuitous about the dismissal. It was a full-blooded cover drive, and he found the man, Jack Haynes, who took it brilliantly.
It was a fantastic catch. Absolutely brilliant catch. This one takes an edge, but there's no fielder in the slips able to get hold of it, so it goes through just for a single there. Nottinghamshire have got the very dubious honour of being the only team to have lost a game in either division so far this year. Now, that, partly because Essex are a very good side, and that's who won. It's the only match in the entire system so far that's ended in a result, other than a draw.
That was in the opening round.
Yes, it was in the opening round, where there was actually quite a lot of weather around as well, so Essex did very well to get a result in that one. I suspect they did have a bit more play perhaps in other parts of the country where play was washed out completely in some of those grounds that first week. Won't be a problem this week. There is a little bit of rain around. I noticed that Canterbury, they came off for rain, which was a bit of a surprise given what we're looking at on now, and given that the southeast is generally drier and a bit warmer than in the southwest. But they're back on now. 148 for 4. Kent against Surrey. I'll quick look through some of the other scores in a second. Defensive shot there. Essex doing really well. Something which we've said a lot over the years recently, isn't it? Essex doing very well. They've bowled Lancashire out for 146. They are now just 23 runs behind that. They've got 9 wickets in hand, 123 for 1 there, and it's Dean Elgar, former Somerset player, who's on 39 not out. And there was a little, a while, wasn't there, where fans were thinking that Elgar might be headed towards Taunton for a more permanent stay, given that he's given up Test cricket now.
Yeah, he's looking like an excellent signing already, isn't he?
Very, very good signing. Warwickshire, this game is one which really sticks out. 394 for 5. It's the only game where scores are looking like this is going to be anywhere near this big. So they've nearly got 400 up. They won't get full batting points because they're at 111 overs now. But, largely down to 149 from Alex Davies, the captain for the side.
Comfortable single here, out to deep mid-wicket. So just 26 runs behind the Notts first innings total, now Somerset. Plenty of batting to come. Lammonby due in at 3, but effectively 4 because of Josh Davey coming in as night watchman yesterday. Lewis Goldsworthy probably in next. Then we've got Tom Banton, James Rue, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, it's a bit changed, isn't it? Because the night watchman always means that it's slightly in a better position than it seems.
Literally defended.
Given that Davies come in at number 3. And then the only other game to bring you in Division 1 is the one at Kidderminster, not in Worcester because of the issues they've had with drainage and flooding there, really bad this year. Worcestershire are 133 for 6 in reply to Durham's 244, so a lot of wickets falling around the country, except for the one in Southampton. Warwickshire nearly 400 for 5. Hutton in. This one raps on the pads. Big appeal and gone. Lammonby has to go. 17 runs he's made this time, and it's Hutton who makes the breakthrough, and it was a confident appeal. And the umpire Milnes had no real delay in raising that finger. So another breakthrough. Let's take a look at the replay. It does look quite in front there, doesn't it, when I first look at it? And that's the end of Lammonby, who only had 17, which is a bit of a disappointment compared to his other scores so far this season. But a great breakthrough, very needed breakthrough for Nottinghamshire, who now, as Stephen had just said, only have a lead of 26.
Yep, but an important breakthrough, given the form that Lammonby has been in so far this season. Will be disappointed to miss out. And Josh Davey still there. Came in yesterday evening at the fall of Matt Renshaw's wicket. And incidentally, Matt Renshaw is going to be coming in for a chat fairly shortly.
That'd be nice.
With you, Charlie, so I'll make way when he arrives.
It's been a while. So I remember last time I was commentating with Matt Renshaw here. He had a 29. I could get a pint of cider.
Excellent.
So I don't know whether he's got baked a bit early for it. I don't know. He's also playing in this match, whereas he wasn't playing in that T20 game. So that is a slight different level of professionalism needed, I suspect. But it'd be nice to see him. He's done well for Somerset so far. probably feels he was robbed of 3 figures at Surrey, I should think, with the unfortunate situation with Tom Lammonby. Run out there, but it's been looking pretty solid straight.
He's a very watchable player.
Yeah, he's good to watch. Great player to watch. Took a great catch against Surrey as well, which started their downfall in that incredible 4th innings, which was great fun to watch. It was Renshaw's brilliant catch running in from the boundary that took that first wicket and stopped Surrey on their charge, really, slowed them down. Because they looked like they were going to make it for a while. For a long time, I'm sure Somerset fans were pretty convinced that Surrey were going to chase down 200 in 20 overs-ish. Hutton again left alone by Goldsworthy, who's the new batter.
Yes, I think rain was the preferred option on that last day at the start of it, but it turned into a nail-biter.
Well, I'm always of the opinion that even... I mean, it depends, doesn't it? If you're watching a team play, you want them to do well, but watching a team play cricket and lose cricket is more interesting than watching nothing at all or rain coming in on the sheets, isn't it? But yes, you do sort of pray for the weather when you need it. But I actually thought it gave Somerset a good opportunity to show their mettle, really, in that game.
Yeah.
How they clung on, and Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, I thought, in particular, played very, very well. Aldridge too.
Yes,
very, very well indeed. Both
well,
bat and ball.
it was really Aldridge and Gregory that stemmed the flow of runs in that final hour, because Surrey were threatening at one point to run away with it. Got off to a cracking start.
Scoring tons of runs, weren't they?
Jamie Smith was the main reason for that.
And Lawrence as well, looking very good. Very good signing, I think, for Surrey.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to extend our thanks to our match sponsor,
Hutton's
NHS Somerset.
over, his 10th in all.
Council's public health team have launched
Picked up the wicket there for Tom Lammonby. Very useful wicket for Nottinghamshire to get. They know that if they don't pick up wickets quite quickly still 7 wickets in hand for Somerset. If they don't pick up those wickets, they are going to be looking at the prospect of a deficit. Somerset will be looking at the situation here and thinking, well, at least 100 runs. Probably more they'd be hoping for. From this point, with 7 wickets in hand, you'd think, right, 150 run lead would take us to, what, about 350. That's less than 200 runs away, and you'd hope with 7 wickets in hand you can manage that. But as Vic has been keen to point out today, awful lot can change. In that Surrey game, we saw that collapse. So who knows? Cricket is a game that swings very, very quickly from one way to another.
Very much so. Still another 7 wickets needed, though, by Notts, including that of the night watchman, who's on strike at the moment.
Which is frustrating, isn't it, when you're a bowling side? That night watchman still there. He's been there for an hour and a quarter this morning, as well as his time last night. Here he is in defence again.
He's probably enjoying every minute.
Well, Jack Leach made a bit of a name for himself, didn't he, with some of his night watchman duties for England. Looking forward to seeing Leach play again, so I'm warming up a little bit before this match in his training gear. Good to see him out there. He's had another run of horrible luck with his injuries. I'll show you a picture of the injury he picked up in India, of his bruising. It's awful. I can see the colouring of it after a big bruising situation like that. It's, felt very sorry for him. Looking forward to seeing him come back. Of course, there was a bit of surgery needed as well. Expecting to have him back some point, hopefully next month is the plan with Leachy. Comes James again over the wicket this time. Still defending. It's Josh Davey, who is getting right behind the ball every time. Stephen, thank you very much. Stephen will be back in a minute. In just a second, we'll be joined by Somerset's overseas player and opener, Matt Renshaw, who has been looking pretty good for Somerset at the top of the order again. Nice to have you back, Matt. Lovely to see you. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Good to be back. Good to be back. thought I was just going to have the commentator's curse. I was going to walk off.
You picked up a wicket with your first ball. So things have changed for you a little bit since last time we saw you. You've been knocking on the door very firmly with that Australia side, so finding yourself in that squad a lot more. So how's all that going? You feel like you're on the tip of something there, getting into the squad more?
Yeah, it's obviously with the way that the Australian team are going at the moment, it's really strong. Really tough to get into that team with the top 6 being the way they are. But if I can keep doing what I feel like I need to do and what I feel like I'm doing at the moment is positive and keep trying to perform for whatever team I'm playing for.
Which is Somerset at the moment. You nice to be. What's this third stint?
Yeah, third stint now. Yeah.
So you obviously like it then.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The weather could be a little bit better.
But you can't complain today. Sure.
Oh, it's still a little bit too cold, a little bit too breezy. But yeah, no, I love it here. Love Taunton, love the boys. It's a really big part of coming back is the group. Really enjoy it. Doesn't feel like the group has changed that much in the last 6 years. Obviously, we've lost a few guys, but a few of the young guys coming in and standing up has been really good.
You've done well since coming in. Looks like you've sort of been building up to it for a long time. This one's just angled, but it'll be picked up a gully. It's no run. So do you feel when you get off the plane, it's a big old change, isn't it, going from down under to England? Are you able just to get into your stride straight away, or does that take time to adjust to English conditions?
Probably takes a little bit longer. I haven't played a game before this since February, so it wasn't as much for me. It was more just trying to get into used to facing bowlers again rather than just the sidearm.
Driven straight to a fielder.
But yeah, I think probably the pitches and the balls. Probably it was nice to get a Kookaburra first 2 games to sort of slow me into the English conditions. But the Duke this week was probably a bit different again. So yeah, just trying to be able to adapt as quick as I can. That's the biggest challenge in cricket nowadays. Is sometimes you have to get on a plane, fly, and play 2 days later, somewhere halfway across the world. So I had a bit longer run in this year. Got here five days before the first game, so it gave myself a little bit of time to get over the jet lag and all the perils that come with travelling.
So you're a family man now as well, aren't you? Things changing in your home life too. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest change. Got a 16-month-old now that's absolutely running my life, but absolutely loving it. Apart from the first flight on the way here, she didn't sleep a wink, which was tough. Fortunately, my wife is amazing with that sort of stuff, so makes it a lot easier for me to go through.
Interesting you mentioned the Kookaburra there. It's been a lot of talk about it, those first 2 rounds. We've seen some huge scores. We saw Sam Northeast scoring a triple century at Lords. Saw a double century in the last round. Alex Davis for Warwickshire. What sort of difference do you feel? Can you see it when you're batting? You feel it?
I think for one, the Duke is obviously it feels harder for longer. So the ball's 51 overs old now. The Duke still would be as hard as probably a 15, 20 over old Kookaburra. So the Duke stays harder for longer. Obviously the pronounced seam, but I think the big thing is that guys who come in and bowl in those mid 70 mile an hours, who just try and nip it, obviously don't do as much damage with that Kookaburra ball. Back home, we don't really have those guys coming in. Sort of, you've got to bowl a fairly decent click, and if you're not bowling that quick, you've got to be really skillful. But as well, it's the bounce in the pitches. So the Kookaburra, I think last week at Surrey was probably one of the best Kookaburra games there could be. We were on track for a really big score, and then sort of went bang bang.
Yeah, we'll come on to that. I'm keen to get your thoughts on, in particular, the start of that. I haven't watched live, but yeah. So that was a particularly good example. That game.
Yeah, I think it makes it an even contest. And if you look at both attacks, Surrey's attack are probably one of the best in the comp in terms of those guys who can bowl quite quick, hit the deck hard. I think Jordan Clark was one of the most outstanding bowlers for them, was because he was trying to hit the deck. And you look at who performed well for us, Casey Aldridge just comes in and tries to hit the deck really hard. Where those guys, I think if you look at Middlesex's bowlers, I think I saw a stat yesterday that they took 5 wickets in the first 2 games and then bowled Yorkshire out for 180 with Masood, Root, Brook in the middle order. they're sort of those guys are quite those nippers who come in and just try and let the ball do the work. I think the Kookaburra is one of those, it rewards guys who come in and try and bowl into the deck, and it just makes it so guys can get in, they score runs, and then bowlers have to do something pretty special and the spin have to come into it. I think the way Shoaib Bashir bowled last week for us, he bowled 34 overs in the day against Surrey, and he could have gone for 150, but he kept it nice and controlled so that we didn't let the scoreboard go very far. And that's something that's important, is having a spinner who can control and also take wickets. I think the Duke ball doesn't really give much to spinners in that turn.
James comes in full driven. That's a nice shot. He's picked a bit of a gap there. He's not going to run all the way to the boundary. The captain Hamid is after it. Back in. Goldsworthy picking up a couple there.
But I think it's obviously the way that the game is developed in different countries. So in England, you've got the way that the ball has developed the bowlers is sometimes it's not practical to try and bowl 90 mile an hour because you're not going to get as much out of the ball on the pitch. Whereas in Australia, you need to bowl quick to be able to get something out of the pitch or have something that discerns you from someone else. And that's that thing. I think if you look at... That's all right.
Yeah, takes the edge and gone. Goldsworthy stays a short one. He goes for 3. Nottinghamshire pick up another one. 170 for 4 now. And Somerset, who were looking pretty well set now, just wobbling a bit here. 2 wickets in quick succession. That's the end of Goldsworthy. So this actually is probably a good example of what you're talking about here, isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like from where we are, it looks like the ball's still swinging. And that's just the ball because you can gloss it up really quickly, you can get it to swing. Whereas a Kookaburra right now, you'd be trying to work out how you can slow the scoreboard down as a fielding side. You work out how to try and smart batters out. Probably a lot more bouncer plans come into it, so bowlers have to be quicker to be able to bowl the one where you've got 4 men out and you're trying to... It's probably what we saw a lot with the Ashes last year. A lot of bouncer plans to try and get something out of it, get a rash shot, and you'd probably have a spinner bowling now. And it really values that spin aspect. But I think the big one is the pitches. So I was looking through, a lot of our pitches are green in Australia. Obviously you've got the clay content that makes it bounce more, but you look at the first 2 weeks, there was obviously the high scoring draws, weather came into it a bit, but there was just didn't look like there was much live grass, and that's just because you're playing in April. It's hard to get a lot of live grass with the weather that everyone's had, but I think if you had that live grass, it would have made it a lot more interesting with those games, rather than just having teams go and score 600 and then the other team scores 600. And the fact that the draw is so valuable here. Like for us, we've got 6 teams, we play 10 games. There's no Division 2, there's no Division 1, so it's not like guys are trying to survive in Div 1 by making flat roads, or guys are trying to get promoted by scoring mountains of runs.
Talking about the Sheffield Shield here.
Yeah, so the Sheffield Shield, I feel like we try and set games up more. So generally you don't bat after lunch on day 1. You declare early, and then either a team can try and bat someone out the game and try and bowl. But the problem was the pitches weren't deteriorating to take spin. So it looked like there was no spin in those games where there was mammoth scores. So it's hard to you want to try and bat once, get your spinner to try and win your game on day 4. It didn't look like that was a chance at all. It was just one of those games where you just wanted to shake hands at lunch on day 4 because there was no point trying to play.
Mind you, Surrey gave it a good old go, didn't they, at the end of that? That was an exciting finish.
Yeah, I think that's one of those games where anything can happen. Like some of the way that they came out and played, I thought we were in trouble quite a lot. But once that Kookaburra got soft, it made it tough. But also, if you had a Duke in that scenario, it's probably swinging more. It's harder to slog as much. So it's obviously got pros and cons. But I think if it's a challenge for the bowlers, and it's not like some guys, obviously the cream rises to the top. Sam Cook, for instance, he does so well with a Duke, and then he comes out and takes hat-trick and 6 for with a Kookaburra. So those guys who are there or thereabouts for that England setup are still going to perform with a Duke or a Kookaburra. It just depends on what the other guys behind them sort of do.
Really interesting to hear. So it's what I'm sort of picking up there. you said earlier on about the pitches as well, as James comes in again. This one, all whistles past the outside of the stumps there, swings late. Is that it's a mixture of getting obviously using the ball, using the kookaburra, but also getting the pitch to work in line kind of with the kookaburra to mean that actually English pitches aren't, especially in April, it's been a very wet winter, probably aren't the perfect place to set up those games that you're talking about.
Yeah.
By bringing the spinner into it, etc.
Yeah, so it'd be depending on, you saw up at Lancs against Surrey where it spun, they just try to make one that spun, and you had Hartley and Lyon, two of the best spinners in the world, trying to bowl, and they didn't get a chance to bowl because of the rain. But the fact that you've got, okay, guys are trying to think about how they can try and win games more. It's not just roll out a pitch and let the ball do what it needs to do. Like, I think that's one of the big parts, that if the batters get in, obviously they're going to be able to score runs, and some of the boundary sizes are probably tough. And I think the Warwickshire game apparently was a 30-metre boundary. So obviously those things come into it. But the fact that you can try and, even Warwickshire's game, they made 700 and they've got the follow-on. They were trying to win the game. Didn't work out, but that's the type of cricket when you're trying to play to win, rather than just, we're going to bat, make 700 and just block out for it. I think that's where you're trying to encourage winning games of cricket.
And I guess for English teams with English captains, maybe, well, quite a lot of them won't have played Sheffield Shield. Very few English players really break into those squads in Australia. That actually there's probably a mindset thing as well, as to working out how you win a game with the kookaburra and actually these big scores. If you're used to dealing with Duke's balls and working with Duke's balls over the course of 4 days, it probably is a bit of a mindset change as well. You're saying there about declaring around lunch on day one. That's something you don't really ever see, and you're never going to see that. That
Yeah, and I think like in terms of like trying to set up games, I think I've heard it happened a lot back in the day where people would try and set up targets and stuff, but obviously you want to try and make it so there's pitches that can have both a challenge for bat and ball on day 4. Whether that's trying to chase something down, or that's trying to bowl a team out on the last day and using your spinner to try and do that. And for a lot of our games in Australia with kookaburra balls, last 3 days, we finish on day 3 and you get a day off because the pitches are that juicy at the moment over there. Whereas you come here, obviously they're not as juicy and they don't get that bounce, which is a complete change of the way that you try and bat.
Puts the batter on top again. Yeah, it gives them less to worry about.
And I think you look at what attacks teams were picking in those kookaburra games, there was completely different attacks to what teams are rolling out this week. So it's sort of, you guys are, obviously if you start using kookaburra more, the academies will start going, okay, well, we need guys who can bowl quicker, who hit the deck harder, rather than just putting a Duke ball there and just deciding what the ball does in the air. Like, I think that's how, I think it'd be good for both to keep, obviously, the strength of English cricket with the Duke and teams coming over here and trying to beat England with the Duke, but it's also going, okay, well, we want to try and challenge away from home. How are we going to do that? And I think we've done it in the past with having Duke balls in Australia. I think it was a different Duke, but it still behaved different to what the kookaburra did, and it takes time. It's not an overnight success, and obviously with the way that some pundits have had it, that kookaburra balls should be banned and all that sort of thing. I think obviously there's pros and cons to everything, so just trying to work out what the right way of going about it is, and it's obviously a higher pay grade than me to work that out.
Surely not a knee-jerk reaction in the British sports
No,
media.
it
Surely
doesn't-
not.
No, you would never have a
No, it doesn't
knee-jerk
happen.
reaction in the English sports media.
Let's talk about that incident at Surrey, because it did change the game, although the game ended in a draw, which maybe that was where it was always heading. But I'd love to get your thoughts on it, because Lammonby was at the other end. You're at one end. He's on 99. What was going on? Did he call? When did you realise you were?
So he hit it. Obviously, I knew he's on 99, so I knew he was trying to get there. And he hit the ball to mid-on. I saw the misfield, and I've heard him call yes. And I've looked up, he's halfway down, he's running to the danger end. I'm like, I've got to go here. And so I'm running, and I hear that he's missed the stump, so I've got to dive here. I've dived full length, and then I knew as soon as it's hit, I'm like, that's out. And I've walked off, and I just couldn't be angry at him, because you know how everyone who's played cricket who's been on 99 knows how nervous you get. You know you just want to get that one extra run, which is apparently the most important run in the world. So I couldn't be angry at him, but yeah, it was an unfortunate incident because we were dominating them. We had them on the back foot, and then if you let a team like Surrey get in for a second, they're going to take a mile. So yeah, it was an unfortunate event, but then I think the way that they came back, and that just proves how that Kookaburra ball can just sort of randomly take off, and it just losing 7 for 20 or whatever we lost was unfortunate, but I think it was one of those games that we could have let slip. Could have been a big loss, but the way that the boys rebounded, especially in that second innings after the big collapse in the first, the way that we could hold out a pretty decent attack in their own conditions was pretty promising. I got a text from Lammers later that day, a screenshot. He Google searched what to get your partner after you've run him out. So I've given him a few ideas. I think a new Newcastle shirt might be nice that he could buy me. But yeah, it was a bit of a stitch up from him.
Yeah, I felt sorry for you. I felt it was obviously frustrating for the side, but I did feel, because you were on 87 as well, which is an unlucky number in Australia, isn't it? So did you sort of feel that as you were walking back, thinking, "Oh, I've seen the name and the number"? No,
it's one of those things that people think about it more than once it happens. And then this week, I think we got Nelson yesterday. Yeah. So not a lucky time for us in that opening and number 3 spots, but we'll take it. Lammers has been beautiful to watch so far this season. So hopefully he keeps putting those numbers on the board. I believe that he can be an opener for England. Watched him for a fair bit now the last 3 years. I think he's got everything he needs at that top level. It's just getting the runs and the opportunity to do it. So I'd love to see him in an England shirt. So we could be talking about an Ashes where you and him are opening up the batting for respective teams. Yeah, and hopefully I get a chance to run him out on 87. That's it. This is full, and nicely played actually. Spotted a gap on the leg side, and Davies been able just to push it through there. Really nicely placed that one. 4 runs. Davies looking really good here. 37, coming in as a night watchman at number 3. And, moving his score now towards 40. Really interested to get your views on what you make of Lewis Gregory as a captain, Matt, because obviously that's new for Somerset this season. So you've worked with him plenty of times before in your previous stint. So what do you make of that captaincy change? Yeah, I think he just brings an extra level of calmness. Obviously, with Tom being out anyway, he probably would have taken over. But he's just nice and calm out there. He knows that everyone knows their jobs. A lot of communication. But yeah, I think he's a nice, relaxed guy. I think obviously Tom's been captain for a while, and I think he's a great captain. But I think for his own personal reasons, it was probably a smart decision for him to step down from that. He's done it for a while. He was really young when he took over. And I think for him to go where he wants to go in the future, it'd probably be nice for him just to take a step back. He lives and breathes Somerset. You can't go for a walk with him to the cafe without him getting stopped by 15 people and we're talking to him. So it's always, don't really want to ask him to go because you know you're going to take 40 minutes to get there. But yeah, I think Lou brings that extra calmness and shot. That's a lovely shot. Flicked by Banton through mid-wicket, 4 runs. That is timed so nicely. No real power on it, just the timing and placement. Lovely shot. But yeah, I think if you look at this group, a lot of fixtures under their belts now, and a lot of understanding of roles. And Lou just comes in and says it how it is, which is really good. He's won competitions before. He were captain Somerset to the T20 Plus title last year. He captained the Trent Rockets to the men's 100 title the year before that. So he knows what he's doing with silverware. Banton just coming forwards a little bit there before he plays that shot into the dirt. No run. Do you fancy him? Do you reckon Somerset have got what it takes to win it? It's a tough one to win. Somerset have never actually done it, as I'm sure you've been told plenty of times in your stints here. So
what do you make of their chances this year with you as well in the side?
Yeah, I think it's one of those that I think the way that the group is going about things is really positive. Even that Kent game, some of the discussions that we were having in the dressing room when we were trying to think about how we could win the game and maximise our points in a shortened game because of the weather was really promising. I think some teams sort of think about things and go in, we want to just try and get the draw and that sort of thing, but we were talking about how we could try and get the most amount of bonus points and then push on for the game, and some guys got out late on day 2, day 3 in some extravagant ways, but they were playing for the team, and that's the biggest thing, is doing your job for the team, and guys having buy-in for that. And I think whether there's so much competition for spots is always a positive thing, and guys know that their spots are not always guaranteed, and I think that's a strong point for any team. The depth that we've got with guys coming in through that second 11 team. We've got 2 spinners who've played for England in the last 6 months, some young batters coming through, obviously a couple of injuries that have to come back. That's really promising.
As a point of interest, away from Somerset for a bit, you mentioned there about Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir playing for England, as they did in India. Of course, Jack picking up that nasty injury, Bashir bowling very well. What do Australians, and if you can, sort of sum it up, bearing in mind that it's sort of a family broadcast, what do Australians make of baseball?
I think we respect it. Obviously, they've come out and they've said they want to play a certain brand of cricket, and in the Ashes last year they set up the game as much as they could for this certain brand of cricket, but at the end of the day, if you win, then that's most of the time the most important thing, and to be fair, they've changed the way that they've played and they've been more competitive in certain conditions, but I think there's obviously that longevity of how you want to play and when you need to play certain shots, and that's Test cricket. Obviously last year, the Ashes, there's a few moments where both teams could have won 4-0. Both teams could have challenged each other, and they did, and there was just little moments where one team won one of the moments, one team won the other moment. But going over to India is probably one of the toughest things any country can do and perform over there, and I think I, as a fan of cricket, I was really excited to see what would happen over there, and knowing what the conditions can be like, and the way they came out in that first test was unbelievable. The way that Ollie Pope played,
amazing innings.
It was one of the best innings I've seen. Some of the shots he played, I was very, very surprised about, but it worked. But I think it's one of those ones where you've got the complete trust of the coaching staff, and that's the main thing that any team can have. I know the Australian team right now, there's a massive trust from that coaching staff for all the players and all those that are involved, and it's bringing the best out of most of the guys. So I think if that's the legacy that this can bring, is having guys trust the way that they can play. I know, talking to Tom Banton, he's one of those guys who obviously has a better white ball record than his red ball, and just talking to him about how he wants to go about his red ball, and it's just having that trust to be nice and positive. I know when he first started 5 or 6 years ago, there was all this talk about him being the next KP and all that sort of thing, and I think this baseball, or whatever you want to call it, is just giving trust to guys like a Harry Brook to come out and play how he wants to play, and I think that's a positive for all cricket. I think cricket's going to be in a better space in 10 years' time, because you got young guys coming through academies looking at guys playing amazing shots and going, I remember when I was coming through, a reverse sweep was sacrilege when I got out to a reverse
Well, that wasn't even that
sweep.
long ago, really, was it?
No, that was 12, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not like, I think still at times a reverse sweep, if you get out playing one, is you sort of get looked at in the dressing room a bit weird. But that trust that the England coaching staff, and talking to Marcus Skothick a little bit about it, is that they've got complete trust, and obviously the performances have to be there, and it's not going to last very long if you don't, but I think that's the big part.
Fascinating to hear it from an Australian perspective. We hear a lot about the England perspective. James is in again, this one left alone. So you said there about India being one of the toughest things, probably the toughest thing that a country can do, probably apart from go to Australia. Those are probably the two toughest things. So what about Australia in India then? How do you prepare for something like that? You know, you're someone who's trying to get into that test side in Australia. You're knocking on the door of it. How do you're coming here to practice in English conditions? What about India? How do you go about preparing for that?
Yeah, it's a tough one because you can't. It's hard to prepare for India apart from going to India, really, because it's just a completely different place and environment. So I think it's when you get there, working out how you want to play and trusting that. I think last year when I went over, I was sort of felt like I wasn't in the full team. I was just got a little opportunity, but probably try to force it a little too much to try and cement my spot, and probably got a little bit past where I felt like I needed to be, and that was a really good learning curve for me, going, okay, well, next time if I get an opportunity to go there, I'm going to bat how I want to bat, and that was in all conditions. So I've got a setup and tempo of how I want to go about things, and that doesn't really change depending on. Some days you go out there and flick a few balls and hit them for fours, whereas yesterday I felt quite grindy and didn't feel as comfortable as normal, so it was sort of doing my role for the team. Might have been only 30, but we put on 111, so it's always looking for what I'm trying to do for the team. And India is one of those ones where you've got to trust what you know and trust your defence, because you can have as many shots as you can, but Ashwin and Jadeja in their own conditions, and Aksar as well, are amazing, and you've got to try and work out the best way to go about things. And for some guys that's being quite aggressive, and some guys that's sort of trusting their defence and sort of picking up the boundaries and runs when they need to.
There's a World Cup coming up this year, T20 World Cup, in, well, actually very close now, a couple of months away, in the Caribbean and in the USA, bizarrely. But what do you think? Oh, nice little hook shot. It's in the air.
Run in,
there was a fielder who came in from the boundary a little bit, Patterson there. And in the end, it's gone over his head, bounced, I think, just in front of the boundary. Did he give it 6?
No,
just
it was a 4.
It was a 4, just in front of the boundary. But that was a chance there. The fielder's there just for that shot. And they've got away with it a little bit there, Josh Davey. He has rolled the wrists over it, but the fielder was... he's a bit too close in. Having not seen a shot like that, you can see why he might have been a bit surprised to see it suddenly brought out like that, but the field was set. It's disappointing as a fielding side, isn't it, seeing something so close to coming off. The plan coming together, but not quite. As Hutton comes in, his good spell. Left alone. So this World Cup then, Australia obviously winners of the World Cup in India, so they conquered conditions there. Although it is different, obviously, in white ball cricket compared to Test cricket. What do you make of the chances then? A widened World Cup, T20, more teams that we've never seen before at World Cups, which is exciting to see how they get on. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one. There's so many sort of powerhouses in T20 cricket at the moment, and it's going to be sort of 4 or 5 teams that are probably going to go up and about that. In those semi-finals, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I think it's one of those that anyone can win. T20 cricket is one of, I think if some people get on a roll, it's going to be really hard to stop them. I think you see that in every T20 tournament in the world, that someone can get on a roll, someone can get hot, and it's hard to contain them. It's going to be about who can get hot in the right times.
Yeah, momentum is, in these tournaments especially, you look at what happened with England on the other side of things in India, how they just could not get any momentum going. They just couldn't make things work. And then it was, 2 in a row, and suddenly you're already really struggling. Australia were able to find that momentum and suddenly sort of surge back into the competition late on and sort of peaked perfect time.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of those, especially tournament play, is peaking at the right times. obviously it depends on your draw, it depends on when you get different teams, and Australia in that World Cup had the 2 teams first couple up, which made it tough for them to start, but once they got momentum and had match winners, Maxwell's 200 against Afghanistan, just someone doing something pretty special, that's how you win tournaments.
That was incredible. I mean, Maxwell he's a bit of a, well, he's, you know, the big show. He's a bit of a freak of cricket, isn't he, when he comes off like that? Incredible to watch it. So you fancy Australia then? I know you said that a lot of teams could do it, but you must fancy Australia.
Yeah, Australia are going to win it.
They'll win it. Of course they will.
But no, I think probably that India, Pakistan, England, they're probably going to be... West Indies, I think, are someone who could challenge. They came out and played a T20 series in Australia after the test this summer, and some of them played unreal. If they can get... I think there's talks of Narayan trying to get back in that West Indies team, which would just add another level.
Well, what would he be doing? Opening? The batting? Or
probably opening both, fielding wherever he wants.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's one of those players that you tune in to watch are going to be the ones who can perform at the big moments.
Always exciting. Always fun. A T20 World Cup is sort of chaos, isn't it, in a good way? The ODI World Cup's slightly different. This takes a bit of an edge, rolls out towards Gully. No run there. Davies on 42 now. It's frustrating, isn't it, when just putting in the Nottinghamshire point of view, when a night watchman sticks around, he's going to, he's 10 minutes away from making it to lunch here.
Yeah, I think I know Josh loves his batting. I think he'd like to bat 3 every week. But it's one of those ones, once you get through, the night watchmen are there because you know that they can do a job the next morning. Obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be thinking you can get through the night. So he's those night watchmen who have nice sound techniques, who go about things the way that he does. They're the ones that are normally night watchmen, rather than guys that go out and you never know what they're going to do. And that's why he's got that role, so they know that he can do the job.
He's almost directing things here. He's a bit the senior partner of the two of them at the moment. Banton there only on 5 at the moment. Davey, he's looked pretty good really for his 42, so that hook shot. Here comes Patterson then. Can be very dangerous bowler. Can get the ball to move. Not getting too much response today from the pitch and the ball. Nottinghamshire side, the only side to have lost so far this year. Although we will get a few results, I'm sure, this weekend with the weather and the fact that the Duke's ball seems to be doing a little bit. Talking of players out of position, so Davey here at number 3, will we be seeing much of your bowling?
I don't think so now that the Duke's back. And Bash playing a lot more.
Yeah.
Makes it hard for me to bowl, but it's probably much prefer for me to have a bowler like Bash bowling in front of me. It's probably smart, but if I can come in and do a roll when it's needed, that's what I...
So it's not off the table then?
No, it's not off the table. It won't be 21 overs like I did in the first game, where I hadn't bowled in a month and had to come in. I was so sore the next day.
I was going to say, after a break, it's always hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
You feel it all the way down your back and everywhere
the right
else,
shoulder was a bit sore that Tuesday morning after Canterbury, but no, it's nice to see a guy like Bash who's so raw with his skill and the way he goes about things. It's nice to sort of, you talk to him about trying to get him better, what he's trying to do. Obviously, for me, it's a weird one being Australian. You get a little bit of sense of what he does, but as a cricket player, you want to try and improve everyone. I think that's the beauty of county cricket, is guys coming over and working with other guys. So you got Nathan Lyon working with Tom Hartley at the moment. I know it's cross codes, Ashes, everyone's going to be blowing up about it, but if cricket can get better around the world, then we've done our jobs when we retire. So for me, it's talking to James Rue, who I think can play for England as well, about what he was trying to do, the way he wants to bat. That's my role, especially as an overseas who's played a little bit more than a few of the guys, impacting my wisdom on those guys.
It's great to hear, and that's one of the reasons that Somerset keep wanting you back. I think partly that as well is your skill on the field, but also what you do off it as well. So yeah, good to see. I know fans were very pleased to see your name back in the back doing the rounds when they saw that you were being announced here. When you're on the circuit doing county championship, because it's a tough grind, isn't it? You know, especially this part of the season where you've got Friday games every week for a lot of weeks on the trot. You know, each one 4 days of. It's tough cricket. It is, you know, it's not test level, but it is tough cricket. You're saying there after you're bowling 21 overs at Canterbury, as that nearly takes the edge off Luke Fletcher. Davey there survives. What do you make of the championship setup? You mentioned about the Sheffield Shield being very different. It's 10 games. This is 14. You're also doing all the other things around it. Lots of teams to play. What do you make of it generally? What do Australians think?
Yeah, I think obviously I actually quite like the structure and routine of it. I think it's a lot of cricket. You got 14 championship games. You've got I don't know how many T20s you've got. Then you've got the one-day comp. Then you've got the 100. And then you try and dilute that into 18 teams. That makes it, I think, a little bit of the talent sort of spread a lot more. You've got to try and find different players, whereas we've got 10 games of 4-day cricket. I think 13 games of Big Bash if you win it, and then 7 one-days. So we've got a lot more chance for guys to play every game, and I think that's one thing, especially the bowlers. So we'll look at this schedule. I can't remember. I think we got four games, week off, 3 games.
Shot drive was Tom Banton looking for that gap through the covers, finds it.
So the bowlers can't play every game, and that's sort of where you look at our schedule. They might play every Shield game, but they might not play every one-day game. And the teams that Western Australia, in our case, they've got a whole nother bowling attack that plays their one-day format. So they can have their Shield bowlers playing every week unless they get injured. So they've got that depth and performance, whereas I think here you look at some teams, they pull out an attack and then they just hope they don't lose that week, and it makes it tougher when you've got a sort of second or third string attack, when you're having to rest players because their workloads are high, and there's not a spinning wickets as much anymore as when I came over in 2018. It was something that was just after those big spinning Hyderabad wickets that we had here, but it was still in mid-June, July. There was spinning wickets, but when you play all your 2020s, I think we have the same. We play our 2020s in December, January, because that's when the school holidays are. You're trying to get people to come to the games, but that's for England. That's the best time to try and test those wickets and those spinning conditions. So it's a bit of diluting, whether that's taking out a format, which is hard because everyone wants everything. Everyone wants to cook the golden goose. But whether that's taking out a format, lowering the amount of championship games you play, going to 3 divisions, going whatever it, I think that's probably the discussion you have, because guys by June, July are absolutely cooked. We finish our 7-game stint where I can go home on the 28th. We're playing a T20 2 days later. We're finishing at Durham on the 27th or 28th, and then this T20 game 2 days later here. Doesn't give guys a chance to rest. So I think obviously there's the games that need to be played, but rest is equally as important for these guys, so that you can come down on a weekend and see that the best players are guaranteed to be playing. So whether that, who knows what the best process of that will be, but yeah, I think having the guys be able to play as much cricket as they can while also getting the rest that they need is probably the big one for me.
It's hard, isn't it? Don't envy the job of the schedulers trying to squeeze in what is now 4 competitions. You said about potentially taking one out. Well, they've added one in, obviously, over the last few years. So just trying to squeeze it all in. They want consistency. They've given Friday starts for all these games, which I think has generally been quite popular. I think it means working people who can come on a Saturday and Sunday have probably appreciated that move. But it does, as you say, pressure on players, in particular bowlers fast bowlers who might be putting their body, pushing it right to the limit of what they're capable of every week, week in, week out, bowling big spells on tough, hard decks as the closer you get towards midsummer. There's a lot to ask of those players. What would you do? You said about divisions, 3 divisions, or changing formats, as someone who comes from outside the system and sort of looking at it and playing amongst it as an overseas.
I think you'd have to cut down the championship games. I think that's one thing I'd probably look at, and probably the Vitality Blast. I know it's a massive money maker for counties, and especially those counties that don't have 100 teams. It's the big way, and test venues, that it's probably tough that the guys with the 100 teams are the test venues, so it's a bit of a counteracting in that. But I think you'd probably cut down those guys, and a lot of guys want to play that one-day comp that I remember I played it a couple of years ago, and it sort of became a second 11 competition at the end. And if you're happy with doing that, using it as that, the counties with bigger squads are obviously going to be stronger with that. I remember that year we won 1 game, and it was just tough with the guys that we had, and we were trying to. It did blooded a lot of new talent.
Somerset lost a lot more than some of the other counties you were playing with.
Yeah, and I think, but that's also a positive, because you had guys like Andrew Amid coming in, Alfie Ogborn, Sonny Baker, the Thomas brothers both were a bit heavily involved in that tournament. So it's given guys a chance to play in a competition when they probably weren't ready, and they learnt a lot. And now you look at Alfie, who's developed magnificently. Casey Aldridge as well, played a lot in that competition. But yeah, I think you'd probably want that a little bit stronger. The Vitality Blast, you'd want to try and keep as many games, but you've got that 100 that comes in, and Alfie's just picking his nails. But yeah, I think one of those, I think you've probably got to try and dilute the county championship games, and that's a hard one, because that's how you start your cricket. But I think if you take out 2 games and that makes the other 12 games stronger, then teams are probably going to think that that's a better outcome for English cricket, whether that's coming in and going, okay, we might have 2 games less, but we've got to have our full strength attack for 85% of those games, and that's where you've got that counterbalance. But I think that's one of those ones where, yeah, fortunately I don't have to make that decision, but I think it's a lot of cricket. I remember when I was here a couple of years ago, I wasn't playing the Blast. I had that time off. I went for an A tour, but I was still absolutely cooked by August, and I still didn't have to play those last 5 games in the run-in. So it's all about that, the way that teams line up. I know some teams obviously have to have guys miss with IPL. It's fortunate for us with IPL being in our off-season that we don't lose those guys for the IPL. I remember a couple of years ago when it was in that October window, we lost a few guys, and that sort of diluted the competition even more. But you're going to miss guys. If you miss guys through England selection, you're probably pretty happy with that.
Yeah, fans will want the best for their players, won't they? Which, when it comes to representing a country, certainly less, there's sort of less enjoyment from seeing them go to those sorts of competitions. I guess there's still that level of being pleased for a player, but actually, if you ask the fans here, I'm sure they'd say, "Well, I'd much rather be seeing him."
Yeah, and
play
I think
for Somerset.
Obviously there's that personal bias with guys playing in those IPL competitions from fans, but I'm thinking, look, I haven't spoken to Kohler Cadmore, but he's at Rajasthan. He's getting a chance to work with some of the great players in the world, and he's going to bring that experience back to Somerset. So I think it's something that should be sort of, I know people are unhappy because he's not turning out for Somerset, but at the end of the day, he's trying to improve himself, that should help Somerset in that T20 comp. That should help him talk to Tom Banton about how he goes about things, because he worked with Jos Butler in Rajasthan, and I think that's where fans are obviously pretty biased. They want their players playing, but it should be sort of seen as an amazing experience for these guys to go out and work with guys that in other worlds they probably don't have the opportunity to do.
Really great speaking to you. Matt, thank you so much for your time. Just before I let you go, I know you probably are keen to talk about Newcastle United. You were born not far away from Newcastle. You were born in Middlesbrough.
Born in Middlesbrough, yeah.
So how do you think they're going? How do you feel they've done this season? It kind of started well and then faded a little bit, didn't it? Yeah,
it started well. Obviously, the Champions League win against PSG, and then we were robbed in that last game against them. Probably should still be in the Champions League, but the injuries have been big. It's been tough, missing a lot of players, but the way that they've performed even with those injuries, and at times the amount of games they had to play with no rest was. We talk about how we play too much and they're playing 10 games in a month. A lot of respect to the way.
Yeah, a lot of travelling in that as well.
Yeah. But yeah, I think hopefully I can try and get to a game at some point.
I was going to ask if you haven't been yet.
Haven't been yet. Haven't had the time.
No.
Unfortunately, a lot of games are on the weekends, but yeah, hopefully get to a game at some point and yeah, finish the season strong and try and get into Europe.
Great stuff. Well, look at that. Perfect timing. Thanks so much, Matt. Great to see you. Best of luck for the rest of this match and the rest of your stint with Somerset.
That concludes the morning session for today. Somerset
not doing too well against England, we hope, but we wish you all the best for the rest of your stint.
Please show your appreciation for
Great to see Matt Renshaw there, who is the Somerset overseas batter, who is playing in this match, but obviously Somerset.
Josh Davey and
Tom Banton. They are batting currently. Davey on 44, Banton on 13. Both of them survived to the lunch break. Somerset have a slender lead of 1 run with 6 wickets now in hand. So Somerset will be feeling pretty good about that, although they did lose the 3 wickets in this session. Stephen Lamb just coming up alongside me. Stephen, really interesting to hear the thoughts of Matt Renshaw on a whole range of lots of different topics there, but focusing on the match and what we're looking at now, Somerset have just got the lead.
Yeah, fascinating stuff listening to Matt just now, and it's been an interesting morning's play and quite tidy the way Somerset managed to get their noses in front just before the lunch interval. Sean Dixon going early, and not much this time from Tom Lammonby, and Goldsworthy going early as well, but the night watchman still there, 44 not out.
Yeah, doing well. Frustrating for Nottinghamshire, the night watchman surviving through to the lunch break. There's the card. So you can see Dixon just added 2 to his overnight score. He'll be disappointed because he hit a bit of a wide swinging delivery. Absolutely nailed the shot, but sadly nailed it straight to the fielder from his perspective. Brilliant for catch from Jack Haynes to dismiss him. And it was Lammonby as well who got out for 17, his lowest score of the season so far. Goldsworthy didn't last long as well when he got out, but those are the bowling figures. Very good spell, I thought, from Hutton, going at just about 2 and over, picking up a wicket in that time, not giving anything away, making it hard for Somerset. So certainly not running away with it, but they are in the they certainly do have the upper hand at the moment, as we're going to be treated to something in the lunch break as well. This is for the CEO.
This is the farewell to Gordon Hollins, the CEO, as you say. He's been here since 2020, I think.
Yes, came in just at the start of lockdown, didn't he?
The job didn't. The job turned out to be very different.
Yeah, shaky
from what he was expecting.
Shaky
in the early
start,
stages.
but nothing to do with him. It wasn't his fault, but it was a shaky start for all the cricket clubs around, well, for everyone, wasn't it, around the world. But here we are, just seeing a bit of a gift given to the CEO as a thank you, and to remember us by. He's steadied the ship through those difficult periods for Somerset.
And moving north, moving up to York, I believe, for family reasons. And he leaves at the end of this month and will hand over the reins to the former Somerset skipper, Jamie Cox.
Which will be very interesting, very fun to see him back at the county ground, although I'm sure he's been here plenty of times since he was here a lot. Jamie Cox, again, coming at it from a cricket perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us
came from
at
an
Cooper
ECB
Associates
background.
County Ground this
Jamie Cox coming
afternoon.
from a playing
Please
background.
show your appreciation
So,
for our chair, Sir Michael Barber,
obviously
and
doesn't have to
also
be
our
for
current chief
CEO,
executive,
but,
Gordon Hollins.
Can't help, can't it, to have an idea of the industry. So there we go. This is Gordon Hollins receiving his gift. This is during lunch break. We'll leave you with pictures of this, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here on a sunny day in the most beautiful cricket ground in the country, with our team performing excellently. But we're not here to talk about cricket directly today. It's my job to just recognise the extraordinary contribution that Gordon Hollins, our departing Chief Executive, has made to this wonderful club over the last 3 or 4 years. I'm not going to make a long speech. I'm going to make 5 points. 1, Gordon arrived literally just before COVID started, and he took us through the whole COVID thing, which was extremely demanding, as everybody knows. And he didn't leave us with a debt, he didn't leave us with a deficit, he left us in good financial shape. That didn't happen in lots of other counties. Second thing, he has built outstanding relationships with Devon and Cornwall, for example, the cricket clubs, with all the other first-class counties, with the ECB, with the Somerset local authority. Gordon is brilliant at relating to people, building those relationships from which the club benefits enormously. Thirdly, working with Jason and Andy and all our wonderful players, Gordon helped create the circumstances in which we've sustained first-class, first division status in the county championship, and last year won the T20 Blast. These are fantastic achievements for a chief executive. And finally, last but not least, there are many other things I could have mentioned. Last week's announcement that we're going to be a Tier 1 county for women's cricket involved an awful lot of work over a year or so, particularly in the last 2 months. And Gordon and the executive team did a magnificent job of putting in a proposal which the ECB was blown away by. It was so good. Even if they'd wanted to turn us down, they couldn't have done because the proposal was so excellent. So we're now, this is a moment of history. We're going to be a women's and a men's Somerset team into the future. That's a wonderful thing. There's lots of other things Gordon's achieved, but those are the 4 things I want to highlight now. But the last thing I want to say is not about his achievements, but about the person. He's humane, he's generous, he's got deep integrity, he's always good-humoured, and he keeps us all on the straight and narrow financially. All the kind of things you want from a chief executive. For me, it's been an absolute pleasure in my first 2 years or so as chair to work with Gordon. Of course, I'm looking forward to working with his successor, Jamie, who's starting soon. But Gordon, thank you very much for everything you've done for the club. Can you have a big round?
Michael, thanks ever so much. That means the world to me. It's been a massive privilege to serve the club in a very small part of its 149-year history. Andy Riley said to me on day one, he said, this place is special and it gets under your skin. And I thought, what's he talking about? What does that mean? And I know what it means now. I really do know what it means. It's a very special place. And I'd like just to thank first of the players for entertaining us all in recent years, and not just for the performances, but more important to me is the way that this group of people represent our club in the community. It's something I've never come across before, and I think it's just absolutely outstanding, and it's made me really, really proud to be the chief executive. To the support staff and the coaching staff working so hard. I don't think many people realise how hard they work to make people better. My thanks to you. To the staff, many of whom you see here across the club, who have done an absolutely magnificent job over 4 years in the most challenging of circumstances that few people understand. They've been magnificent, and they have made this club what it is. And to Andy, my partner, and my family for their patience and understanding of my lack of availability, let's just say, thank you. And of course, to the members and supporters of the club who give the club the heartbeat that makes this place so special. My sincere thanks to you. Wherever I go now, as I've said before, I said this because Andy was right about getting under your skin, I'll take Somerset with me, and will always be alive and very, very close to my heart for the rest of my life. And thank you all for everything. Thank you.
There's just one presentation to make. We've already given Gordon honorary life membership of Somerset, so although he might be leaving, I hope we'll see him here at cricket in the future. And we also got a small token of our gratitude, which is a very nice photo montage of some of the highlights of Gordon's time here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Michael Barber and Gordon Hollins.
Oh, you have had the conversation. Oh, right. Oh, right. So I'm not telling you anything about that now. Yeah. Anyway, keep on. There's a couple more to go. Full meeting. Last day of the
Please welcome back our umpires David Milnes and Russell Warren. The fielding team, Nottinghamshire, led out by their captain Hasib Hamid. Now please show your appreciation for Somerset's two not-out batters, Josh Davey and Tom Banton.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here at Taunton on an absolutely glorious summer's day. Match situation, Somerset lead by 1 run with 6 wickets in hand. Josh Davey, who came in yesterday evening, is still there. He's outlasted the lunch interval, 44 not out. And Tom Banton played 1 or 2 glorious strokes just before the lunch interval. We're going to see Dane Patterson get the attack underway. I'm Stephen Lamb and delighted to have Vic Marks alongside. Afternoon, Vic.
Hello, Stephen.
First ball of the session just rolled over, really, a loosener.
Yeah. Well, they were both out. I was impressed, actually. Luke Fletcher's, who's certainly sort of got veteran status. He was out there bowling away just before we restart, and so was Dane Patterson. They've done the bulk of the bowling already, this pair. And they're going to start again.
Yeah, they opened up this morning,
didn't they? It's a big afternoon, you feel, for Tom Banton in a way. If he could get some runs, he hasn't really fired yet this season. He's got his chance in the first team, which in red ball cricket has not been a constant. He hasn't played much red ball cricket over the last couple of years. But to his credit, he'd like to play some. And particularly in the absence of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, he's not exactly a light-for-light replacement, but once he gets going, we know that he has the power to cause a bit of mayhem.
Yeah, we saw some glimpses just before lunch.
Yeah,
of his
but he's
talent.
still in the settling in mode.
Watchfully defending that one. I saw him play an important innings, must be 5 years ago now, down at Canterbury. It was a strange game. There were 2 days were completely washed out, and Banton made a half century in a very low scoring affair, which was crucial.
Yeah. What I always think is tricky for someone like him who's made his mark as a white ball cricketer, a T20 cricketer. He's played for England, after all, hasn't he? Is to try and get the balance right when playing in the longer format. And it must be very, very difficult to know, because you, as a coach and a captain, you don't want Tom Banton to try and bat like Geoffrey Boycott, because that's not his strength. You want him to have the freedom to play freely, but he's got to play with sufficient discretion to stay in. It's a very difficult balance, but that's why it's not so straightforward for him as it is for other cricketers who are sort of more used to playing the red ball game. Anyway, this is another chance for him. He's playing with discretion at the moment. He's in a couple of fours, nice fours, but not extravagant ones.
Yeah, there are places that will be adjusted in this batting order, certainly when Tom Abel is fit again. One assumes he'll come back in.
Oh, Tom will come back in when he's fit, but they've got a gate. Of course he will, because he's essentially the best player.
Going to be runs here. Found the gap between the cordon. All the way, possibly not quite. Good chase. Down to the third man. Tom Abel, who stood down as captain during the winter after 7 seasons in charge.
Amazing, isn't it? And he's still, well, he might be creeping towards his late 20s, but it's amazing to have captained Somerset for 7 seasons. He's nowhere near 30. And he did a fantastic job.
He did.
And I admire the decision actually to stand down, because it would be a difficult thing to do, but I just sense that unless you're absolutely sure you want to do it, after 7 seasons, you kind of you owe yourself the opportunity just to concentrate on the batting and be refreshed. And in the winter, he played some great cricket in one-day format in South Africa. I think he played for the winning franchise out there and scored a stash of runs, batting at 3 in T20 cricket. He was obviously in good nick as he started this summer, before the hamstring twanged in the match against Exeter University. And he was on the cusp, you felt, of really imposing himself in what have been quite benign batting conditions, actually, in the first few games. Well, he's been denied that, but he'll be back. Maybe not for, it might be another couple of games yet. And the positive is it gives one or two others a chance to say, we can't drop me.
Like the man who's on strike at the moment.
Exactly, yeah, he's one that is battling away.
Yes, he's had a bit of bad luck with injuries, hasn't he, Tom? He was on the verge of England selection.
Yeah.
When he had one.
Well, I think it's the same hamstring, actually, which is why there'll be... He's had this hamstring problem before, anyway. It may not have been a hamstring problem when he missed out on the England call-up. So I think they'll be pretty wary of making sure, that he is properly fit. We don't want him hobbling out to bat. So that's a beautiful shot, that, because there's no violence there. That's just sheer timing. A nice placement, just wide of extra cover.
That was just caressed.
Yeah.
That's his third boundary, and they've all been attractive strokes.
Yeah. I mean, he looked a little uncertain early on, and he's still kind of re-exploring what it's like to play red ball cricket. I think he only played a couple of games last year, and not many more than that the year before in the red ball game. But that was exquisite.
A wide open stance at the crease. Oh, that was nailed.
Yeah, that was a bit harder.
That wasn't caressed.
No. But it was very controlled, but it was right off the meat of the bat.
Yeah.
Over pitch. That was a half volley, but my goodness me, he put it away nicely.
Yeah, and you could see from his stance after he'd hit it that he knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah.
No need to run.
Not exactly bonus runs now, but they all contribute to the lead, which is stretched to 12.
Yeah, and 200 on the board.
Oh, that's 4 more. Just tormenting extra cover. 2 to the left of him, 1 to the right of him.
Luke Fletcher's not going to be enjoying this.
No, you won't. And that was a sweet shot too. Again, it was controlled. It was beautifully timed. So that's 3 this over. I think Fletcher may have to drag his length back a fraction. If he gets going, he can start to intimidate bowlers. They don't quite know what length to bowl, but so he's raced now to 28. Banton catching up Josh Davey. No one's worried about that.
Some damage done to Luke Fletcher's figures in that over.
Oh, yeah, because they were very economical, but he must have gone for a dozen in that over.
It's his 18th in all, 7 maidens, 1 for 48. The big lad. that's probably.
Well, I don't suppose you'll be interviewing him tonight, but I don't know what nightclubs he'd suggest in Taunton for you, Stephen. But he might be if he gets a few more wickets. I mean, it'd be a good first question. Now tell me, where should I go tonight, Luke?
First ball of a new over from Patterson. So they've done the bulk of the bowling, these two, both yesterday and today.
Yeah, I mean, the other option that we haven't seen today is some leg spin. I'm just trying to work out how old Harrison is. I'm just wondering whether Tom Banton played, but they both went to King's Taunton. And I think Tom Banton might be a fraction younger than Harrison, but I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if they played in the same team.
Well, I can probably.
Well, I don't want to burden you though with this sort of.
No, I can do that.
I know you can, but can you do two things at once, though, Stephen? That's what I want to know.
I'm notoriously bad at doing two things at once. Tom Banton, born November the 11th, 1998.
Okay, so he is now about 25.
And Calvin Harrison, born April 1998.
So there's every chance that they played together for a fair time, probably. I'm pretty sure I'm right in thinking that they both went to King's. And they must have played in the same team, therefore.
They must have done.
Well, they may be reunited in opposition. But I'd like to see Harrison bowling. That's not totally convincing. He was pushing that to mid-on and it went off the outer half of the bat to mid-off, but he's still there.
I'm not going to find out any more information now, Vic, because my battery's gone flat.
And yes, that's literally so. It's not that he's got a laptop here that needs recharging rather than...
Actually, I could ask you for a small favour if you can find a spare PowerPoint over there.
I will. I'm on it.
As Patterson sets off. Multi-skilled we are up here in the commentary box.
Oh, yeah.
Well taken by...
I mean, I thought about summoning the engineer, but I thought I might be able to manage that.
That was well taken, or well parried, by Joe Clark behind the stumps. It's the first time I've seen him keep wicket.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting move. You don't often get many keepers batting at 4, which he does, and he has done for donkey's years, but they've obviously decided not to try and get the extra bowler in and leave out the young Moors. In fact, I suppose it's the old Moors leaving out the young Moors.
Yes, indeed. Tom Moores has been the incumbent since Chris Reed retired.
That's quite a long time ago. So how that helps family relationships, I don't know. I don't think, but I don't know. I mean, I always go back to Mickey Stewart and Alex Stewart, and when I first became a journalist, Mickey was in harness and Alec came into the team and was, of course, always referred to by Mickey as England's number 3. But they handled that situation extremely well, I may add too. It's not straightforward, is it, having a coach and a coach's son in the team, but they managed that terrifically well. I'm sure the same presumably applies at Nottinghamshire.
Fletcher then, having taken some punishment in the previous over, will he come back? That's okay to start. Chris Reed is one of my favourite wicketkeepers that I've seen.
Well, I've got one tale of that, which is partly about Chris Reed and partly about Malcolm Marshall, which I may have told you before. But just after
I'll alert you if necessary.
Well, no. It is simply this: that just after I'd given up, I played in some sort of benefit charity game, and I captained a side against Somerset at Torquay, sort of fundraising, and enlisted for the side to play against Somerset, which I was captain of, was Malcolm Marshall, and I think Kenny Benjamin or something like that. So, and in the team also was Chris Reed, who's 15 or 16 from Payton.
Yes.
And it got to Somerset's turn to bat, so we were in the field.
Shaping to leg.
Just shaping. It was full enough that it wasn't going over the stumps, I think.
Worth another look, which we will have.
He bats a long way out of his crease, but I'm not sure that's relevant here. It's just going down, probably. But it hit him so, half volley onto the pads. It does get you excited, but probably just going down. Anyway, so we're in the field. Malcolm Marshall's got the new ball. And he was a wonderful cricketer, Malcolm Marshall. And, this was only a charity game, but clearly he wanted to shot. Another lovely shot. It's just, that's frustrating Fletcher. He's just over pitching to Banton. Partly because Banton, I think, is standing quite a long way out of his crease and he's turning what might be a good length ball into a half volley.
That was another
beautiful
silken cover drive.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'll keep going anyway.
I think you should.
So Harvey Trump actually is opening the batting for Somerset as it happens. Malcolm Marshall rushes in, but not at full pelt, but nonetheless, at a proper pace. And he was a glorious bowler and a lovely man. And he got the outside edge. And Chris Reed behind the stumps. Just see this. Oh, I'll test him. Well fielded. Chris Reed behind the stumps. It was just one of those nicks. He just took off like a goalkeeper, outstretched right hand and caught it. And the bit I remember was the sheer joy, not so much of Chris Reed, who'd been but from Marshall. Loved it that this young, clearly very talented keeper, he'd managed, by hook or by crook, to create this opportunity for Reed to show what he could do, which was leap like a salmon and just clutch it in his fingertips with his right hand. And Marshall was just thrilled to bits that he'd enabled this to happen. And of course, Chris Reed was pretty happy too. And it was just a lovely moment. And we didn't know then, even though Chris Reed would be playing for Devon within, I don't know whether he had played for Devon at that stage, but he played very young for Devon, around about 16, 17, didn't he? But it was it was an early indication that, hang on, this bloke is special. Yeah. But I just remember the sheer joy, as I say, of Marshall, who was a great cricket man, was so delighted with his catch and told him so.
Yeah.
And
Brilliant. And it must have done so much for Chris as well.
Yeah. It was just a lovely moment.
Yeah.
But I hadn't realised that Reed had kept going basically that long, so that Moores was the man who took over.
Nottinghamshire career he had, because the way was barred to him at Gloucestershire by Jack Russell.
Yes.
And that was why he
moved
up
on
to Trent Bridge.
Yeah. And we were talking about it earlier on, actually, how there was always the Devon link with Gloucester, which is why, as opposed to Somerset in those days, it went back to the years of, I don't know that one, but he's all right. Go back to the years of David Shepherd and Jack Davey and then Bobby Dawson. There was a strong link between Devon and Gloucester, and partly Graham Wiltshire from way back. And I think that was obviously sustained probably with Chris Reed, which is why he went to Gloucester rather than. I think Somerset would have quite liked him around that era, which we are selfishly pleased to announce has been broken, because our links with Devon are ever closer and ever more fruitful.
Yeah.
And we regard Devon and Cornwall as part of us.
Not least the skipper and the vice captain.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 5.
Big appeal here for LBW, not out, says Russell.
Oh, and a nasty little. Oh, they're going back for 2. That one looks a bit stiff. It's leg buys. I think he's going to signal.
Leg by buzzers.
Leg by buzzers. Don't get many of them. Collector's item.
Chris Reed actually took a catch off my bowling on
Well,
one occasion.
I wonder. I don't suppose it had that many parallels with the one he took off Malcolm Marshall. But
No, he didn't.
Was he standing up at the time?
It could hardly have been more different.
Well, no wonder you like him so much.
It was a real thrill for me.
Yeah, I'm sure. It may well be that Chris Reed's not forgotten it.
It was indoors at Trent Bridge.
Indoors?
It was when I was.
Does that count?
It was when I was with Cricinfo.
Yes.
Who was sponsoring them that season, Notts, and we had a game, and unfortunately couldn't get outside because it was raining.
Right.
But we were in the, I think it was the Richard Hadley or the Gary Sobers indoor school, and I bowled a rank long hop, Vic. Chris was fielding it mid-on.
Oh, I
he
see.
wasn't behind the stumps, but he just leant down nonchalantly.
And took it.
Yeah. Jason Gallion was the batter.
Oh, right.
J.E.R. Gallion.
Yes, I know. Remember him, played for England as well. England player. And an Aussie under-19 player, as it happens. I think he's the... something like the chair of... committee chairman, cricket chairman type of person at Essex, possibly Jason Gallion name. I've got a funny feeling I saw that somewhere. But, you know, he was it's quite a good victim. Gallion caught Reed bowled lamb.
I mentioned it to Chris years later, actually. I think it was probably when Notts were playing down here.
I trust he didn't remember it.
He didn't remember it.
No, good.
But he didn't deny
The
my
possibility.
admission about the quality of the ball. Here's a much better bowler in the form of Dane Patterson, who doesn't bowl long hops, or very rarely.
No, he's bowled a lot of overs now. He's into his 19th.
Nice, sorry, Vic. Nice presentation for Gordon Hollins, I was going to say, at lunchtime.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been here 4 or 5 years, and of course he joined about 2 weeks before the COVID really struck and everything started to be closed down. I mean, a nightmarish scenario.
Not the sort of job he applied for, really.
No. And he's done a terrific job, and he couldn't have been more conscientious during a period of time that there was no precedent for, no blueprint as to how to handle such an affair.
Somerset County Cricket Club are pleased to be working in partnership with our naming rights partner Cooper Associates again in 2024.
And I think now for the club. Also, you talk to people who employ here, whether it be players or people in the office, and, you know, they all speak extremely highly of him, and that's always a good yardstick, I think, how the employees react to someone in that position. So he's done a terrific job, not least in the last few months, in overseeing this Tier 1 bid, ensuring the club is in a relatively stable position financially, which means that you are trying to generate enough income to keep your good players and sign the odd one as well. Ground, look, this year is looking at pictures. So he joins a list of very good chief executives at Somerset. I mean, I often think that we had a run, freakishly, of 3 very good chief executives in a row, which is such a record, which started, in my view, with Peter Anderson going through to Richard Gould and Guy Lavender. Here's Harrison now, bowling his leg breaks. They could be in the nets down the road 10 years ago, except for Banter's not yet on strike.
It's the first we've seen of Harrison today.
Yeah. I haven't seen much of Harrison at all, actually, so this is quite... Ooh, I tell you what, he's bowled a beauty. Where has he been? He's just spun that ball past Daly's forward prod. We'll have a look at the replay just to see how much it's spun. You're thinking, well, where's he been? I don't know where actually it went through the gate. Well, it was a misjudgment rather than an unplayable.
So the night watchman
is gone. He's done a sterling job.
Bowled by Calvin Harrison for 45.
Now we've got, I don't know if I'm getting too parochial, but my my grandson up there actually lives on site, but he doesn't go there. But we've got a bowler from King's College Taunton and 2 batsmen from King's College Taunton at the crease. Namely, this will be Rue coming out. Banton was there 7 or 8 years ago.
That's remarkable.
So that's almost as good as your Alan Knott more catches than anyone else off Arnold stat. But so there you go. But you see that happen and you think, well, where's he been, this Harrison? Why isn't he bowled earlier?
The incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by King's College, number 55, James Rue.
Going about his business very
Well, particularly actually, I mean, Davies a fine, proper batsman, and he played like a proper batsman, and he did a very handy job there. But once you get down to that sort of 8, 9, 10, he's used to batting down there. A bit of wrist spin, a bit of miss, a bit of something slightly unusual, often deals with the low order player. It might deal with the upper order player.
Enter the Cricket Writers Club Young Cricketer of the Year.
Yeah, well, I don't suppose that was that difficult a decision for the voting membership.
I actually voted for him the previous year, Vic, as well.
Well, you're always ahead of the game, Stephen.
I think it was a bit more optimistic. Because he'd really only just broken into the side at that stage. But
he'd done enough to justify starting the next summer. Okay, well, this is an interesting turn of events. This lead not yet substantial.
Comfortably enough defending that, James Rue. Much enjoyed talking to his parents over the winter because they collected the award on his behalf.
Right.
At the Cricket Writers annual lunch.
All right.
Watchfully defending again. Absolutely terrific season last year.
Yeah, it's struggled to match that. He's only flickered this summer. He didn't get much at the Oval.
He got a 50 at Canterbury.
Yeah, he got a sweet 50 at the Canterbury.
And got distracted by someone moving in front of the sight screen.
Oh, you can't do that.
It was out next ball. Again, back to the bowlers. This is a tidy start.
Well, it's a wicket maiden. That is a tidy start. 68th over of the innings. He's got 2 wickets.
That's his first maiden, 2 for 16.
Yeah. Well, I wonder. I mean, it makes me think. I sometimes get frustrated at captains who decide, well, it's not going to turn, so I'll just bowl with seamers. It hasn't actually seemed all over the place today. But a change, something different, a bit of batsman error. Most spinners at this level, even at this level, the majority of wickets come from batsman error. And it wasn't a massive error, it was a misjudgment more than an error by Davey. The ball squeezed between bat and pad, but it was because it was something different that he was undone, having faced seam all day.
Still seam at Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, in the form of Dane Patterson, who's had plenty of work to do for Notts.
Yeah.
His 20th over now. So James Rue, non-striker at the moment. Must have a great future in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've been talking, Vic, about England wicketkeepers. It's not inconceivable that could happen. Could be a good drive.
I mean, there are a lot of candidates around, but he's clearly one of them. I don't know what they'll do this year, but I would, if I was a betting man, I would imagine that they would stay with Folkes. I don't think they'll go back to Pesto, partly because I think he's restricted now, a bit more restricted after his injury in terms of mobility as a
Well, it
keeper.
showed, didn't it, in the Ashes series, especially early on last summer.
Yeah. So but we'll see. But I'd be surprised if they... Folks kept superbly, I think, in India, didn't score a stash of runs. But I would have thought they would stick with him.
I've always been inclined to pick the best keeper, provided they can bat.
Well,
and Folks is.
Well, Folks, yes, he averages just under 30.
But as a keeper, he's second to none in the country, I would have thought. Alex Stewart thinks he's the best wicketkeeper in the world.
Yeah, but he plays for Surrey, didn't he? I mean, I'm not necessarily disputing that. I mean, he was very good, I think, in India, where the traditional keeping skills weren't required, with lots of spin bowling, bit of turn, bit of uneven bounce, and by and large, it seems to me he did a very good job, and it made a special sense to have, if you like, a real specialist behind the stumps in those sort of conditions.
Lovely shot, only for a single, but beautifully timed by Banton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always a joy to watch a specialist keeper, especially standing up. I remember Jack Russell in his latter career playing for Gloucestershire after he'd finished with England. Some of his best years as a keeper came then.
Well, particularly it was most obvious when Gloucestershire were a very, very effective one-day team, and they had some spin, but they also had an array of medium pacers.
Mike Smith.
It might be Mike Smith, it might be Harvey, it might be
John Lewis.
Yeah, but he would, in one-day cricket especially, he'd stand up to all these guys, and he would be he'd be taking everything, but he'd be sort of snapping away. Poor old batsman there. Had a very good sort of. They used to hunt the covers, using people like Windows and one or two others. Terrific. So they made themselves into a terrific fielding unit, and the ball be fizzing back to Russell. You know, while it's been pushed out there, the batsman would make sure he's out of the way, and it was quite a hostile environment suddenly.
Yeah.
And claustrophobic one for the batsman initially, anyway.
They were a tremendous one-day side in those days, round about the turn of the millennium.
Yes.
Mark Elaine was the skipper then.
Right. Yeah, well, he'd have been another one that Russell would stand up to the wicket to. Mark Elaine's back there as the coach now.
He is, indeed.
Yeah. They're doing all right in this round.
Here's the leggy.
Well, he's still yet to concede a run. And he's offering a new challenge, and he's landing it in just about the right place at the moment. He's got a bit of protection against Banton. There's quite a few, 4 men on the boundary, actually, a cover and 3 on the leg side.
Watchfully forward this time. Nice to see a bit of spin.
Yeah.
And successful spin.
Well, exactly. Could argue that it's a bit late, but every wicket changes the balance of the match, doesn't it?
Nicely played. Just waited for it. Tom Banton, who's gone pretty serenely on to 36.
Yeah. I mean, he's played some lovely shots, but he hasn't played any extravagant sort of one-day-ish shots. But most memorably, he's cover-driven. Fletcher, about 4 times, exquisitely.
Again, James Rue just waiting for that.
Yep. He was thinking I might be off the mark there, but thought better of it.
27 runs ahead at the moment, Somerset. Not yet in bonus point territory, but soon will be.
Yeah. I think in this, I mean, obviously you want your bonus points, but in this game, the priority is to win the game and get. Don't worry too much about necessarily how quickly you get your runs, but you want to bat big in this innings, and if you miss out on the odd bonus point because you're going too slowly, not to worry.
Yeah, we're in the 70th over of the innings now, so
there's another 40 overs available for bonus point collection, but it's not critical if you get 399. I mean, that's rather than 400. I think that's how your priorities work.
James Rue is off the mark to the last ball of the over, so keeps the strike. Some diligent gardening going on before Patterson gets underway.
He's been given a long spell, hasn't he?
This will be his 21st. And, still no wickets to show for it. Quick word with his skipper before the over gets underway. Still 2 slips in for the new batsman. Pushed calmly away to mid-wicket. Got a little bit of cloud around, but it's high, it's not threatening at all. It's a glorious day here at Taunton. Lovely spring afternoon. And Somerset have got their noses in front, despite having lost 4 wickets today. They're building a first innings lead. Not significant really yet, but still 5 wickets in hand. There's our new camera position, looking at the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Having nothing to do with that. Rather a colourful helmet James Rue is sporting.
Oh, let's have I've got the binoculars, let's have a look. Oh yes.
As well as the maroon, it's got some other trimmings by the look of it.
It might be a sponsor sticker. Oh, yeah, we can zoom in. Someone's going to zoom in to help me out here. And then the yellow, I think, is the yellow just trim? I think you're right. It's trim rather than a sponsor or anything like that.
It's a new look.
It is a new look. It sort of stands out a bit, doesn't it? This when it's in T20s, you see all sorts of jazzy kit on display. But the county championship is a bit different, isn't it? There is a new Somerset helmet, though, isn't there? I've noticed this over the 2 away games. I've been having a look at some of the pictures and the video. It's a sort of a matte, sheeny kind of metallic-y look to it.
Yes, it's almost sort of crash helmet-like.
Yeah. In fact, they've got the same sticker in the yellow bit. It looks like it's just part of the new helmet.
Firmly struck. He'll get at least 1 here. Lead out in the direction of deep mid-wicket. They're going to take a comfortable 2.
Yeah, it's a new one for this season, this helmet, and I think it looks very smart.
There's where the ground staff have got all their kit alongside Gimlet's Hill. Gimlet's Hill's always been a popular location for Somerset supporters.
Kept low, that one. Very low. Patterson's not looked that threatening throughout the day, really. I'm really impressed with Harrison from the other end. I think he's caused problems. He took a wicket very early on in his spell. Got rid of the night watcher, Josh Davey.
And took a wicket yesterday evening as well, didn't he?
But
2 in all.
Patterson, who can be very dangerous, who is great to watch when he's on fire, when he's got wind behind him, he really is a fantastic competitor to watch. Someone you wouldn't want to be facing. Hasn't looked that potent so far today. Not a bad line and length there, though. Well left alone.
That's the end of his 21st. For 70, his figures. Men out today, Sean Dixon for 72, brilliantly caught. by Jack Haynes at cover off Luke Fletcher. Then Tom Lammonby for 17, LBW to Brett Hutton. Lewis Goldsworthy caught behind off Lyndon James for 3. And since lunch, the night watchman, Josh Davey, watcher, night hawk even.
The night hawk.
Josh Davey went for 55.
Don't think he played quite like Stuart Broad did. He was very well played, actually. I thought Josh Davey played sensibly. They're already in the third innings at Worcestershire and Kidderminster. Worcestershire were all out for 184 in reply to 244. Durham are 10 for 1, so that game's cracking on as Harrison comes in. And Banton comes forward to defend.
Yeah, not without Stuart Broad for the first season for many a year.
Well, he loved the championship, didn't he? He still does comment on it a lot. I've seen him tweeting over the last few weeks of games, which is great to see someone who loves the sport. Reverse sweep. There's a fielder who might try and get round, won't get near it though. Shot for 4 from Banton, taking on the spinner.
Touch of the exotic. That's his 7th boundary, Tom Banton.
Well, we know he can do that from the T20s, and this is what I think he's going to have been told for this season, where he is coming into this county championship side. He's been given a bit of a licence, and they've said to him, go and play a few shots. And we've seen a few shots, they've been good. He times it brilliantly. This is pushed back to the bowler. But it is different doing it in red ball cricket. Obviously, there's no field restrictions. Ball behaves very differently. This time trying to get it past the fielder. Oh, there's a parry rather than a full stop, if you like, and they come through for a single. Couldn't squeeze it past the fielder at mid-off.
Yes, they say never run for a misfield. They got away with it that time. Just enough distance between the ball and the fielder for it not to be an issue.
And, in one of the other games which is going on, Warwickshire have been bowled out for 455. Hampshire now just starting their reply. That's a nice shot, making a bit of room, using the angle on the ball just to send it through. 3rd for 4. And James Rue, we know he can play some lovely shots. That's one of them. Just angling the bat, opening the face, allowing it to run off it for 4.
That's his first boundary, and a delicious one. It's always a nice feeling for a batter, isn't it? You know, you've got the first one on the board. Goes to 7 altogether. Turned a bit.
Yeah, that's a brave leave.
Far enough outside the off stump in Rue's opinion for it not to be a danger. Last ball of the over.
I think they'll be happy with that, these two, just trying to knock the spinner off his length a little bit, using the reverse sweep, Banton, and then James Rue. Nice classic sort of late-ish cut. So in the end, how many runs did that go for? 9 runs off that over.
Coming up to 40 in front now, Somerset. This lead is becoming significant gradually.
What would Somerset look at as a good target from here? They've got 5 wickets in hand. One of those wickets which has fallen is Josh Davey. So you've got James Rue coming in at 7. So it's skewed a little bit, isn't it, with the night watcher coming in? So
number 8,
Lyndon James here with a 40-run lead already, 5 wickets in hand. It's going to be at least 100.
Hills in the distance, just to mention.
Does look nice.
They look gorgeous, don't they?
As I was coming here today, I spotted the hills, the other side, because I live the other side of those hills, and I spotted them on my way here, and suddenly a big smile went across my face. I thought I'm going to be looking at those a lot today. The other side of those hills is cricket being played under the sunshine. It's nice to be back. Very, very nice to have county championship cricket back.
We were talking about Gimlet's Hill earlier. One of the man who gave his name to Gimlet's Hill was born in one of those Quantock villages.
Yes, he certainly was. They're very proud of him in the local pub there in Bicknoller. Very proud. Some photos up on the wall. Description of his life and that incredible debut story of him trying to get to Frome, which is quite a long way away from Bicknoller on the Quantocks. Other side of the county.
Shot.
Just open and played square. Come back for 2.
seemingly lifting a lorry. And then coming in quite low down the order with Somerset in heaps of trouble and scoring 100. And a pretty rapid one too.
Some things are just meant to be, aren't they?
Yeah, and after the war, the Somerset batting depended very heavily on him. It was a fragile batting lineup. And it took its toll.
And he's, again, opening the face of the bat here, just liking that area, back of square on the offside. Tom Banton, who picks up his 44th run and just starting to accelerate now, Tom Banton. The way he started, actually, he was quite watchful, wasn't he? And now feeling that confidence, feeling perhaps a bit more like his eyes in.
65 balls in all he's faced for that 44. And as you say, Charlie, a circumspect start, but he's unfurled some glorious strokes since. Through the covers, there was a pull, there was a reverse sweep. He's got the repertoire, has Tom Banton. Watching brief at the moment, though. As Lyndon James comes back for another spell. It's going to be a single there for James Rue.
Not a lot of pace on it, and in quite a helpful place there as well for that easily worked around the corner. His captain comes up and has a word with him, Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire skipper. Having a chat with Lyndon J. They're talking about field placings there, I think. Yes, that ball isn't the place to go for. Banton's back on strike and he's looking to carve into the offside. That's what he's been doing. So yeah, they're just plugging that gap there. They've got a short fielder in at cover. And this is where actually this one ends up.
He's got the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy to his credit, Lyndon James. He's been the more expensive of the Notts attack. Does have that wicket. This is his 11th over in all. 1 for 45, his figures. Second spell of the day. Good stop.
Took the run on there. I've seen one direct hit run out in this match yesterday. Great throw from Lewis Goldsworthy.
And had there been another direct hit this morning, Tom Lammonby would have gone without scoring.
It was a silly moment yesterday for Nottinghamshire. Hutton was there on 20. They were not doing particularly well with the runs, and they were taking on risky singles. Driven, and it's going to pick out the fielder.
Yeah, straight to the man. It was a good-looking stroke.
Hit it straight down. And, fielder must have been very pleased to see it coming directly to him rather than in either side, because it would have zoomed past him. Effort on the shot. What a Nottinghamshire got to do here. They're going to stick with the spinner, who that's probably a good option, because there's not a lot happening with the pace on bowlers.
Well, there's a new ball due in 7 overs time, so that will be a consideration. I expect we can probably see Harrison go through to that.
I should think so. 4 more overs from him then would take you through. Then you've got to find 3. I guess James is probably your best bet, just to give your opening bowlers a bit of a chance to rest and warm up. Defensively,
I thought he was going to smite that for a moment. He seemed to change his mind.
Colin Atkinson Pavilion spectators might have been at risk there, the way that was going. It's on down the leg side, and it's just helped on its way. Just turned around the corner. Think about 2 here. Yeah, they're going to run it. It's well run. Instantly they knew that there was 2 on, and they ran hard from the start. It's just runs like that, which, you know, there's already here, Nottinghamshire already, every run is piling on to this lead. You don't really want to be leaking 2s to fairly easy shots like that. Got to make them work for their runs. That's what Nottinghamshire have to do. And the thing is, when you bring on a leg spinner, it's a very hard skill. You know there's likely to be a few, probably a bad ball and over, probably, on average. So you've got to be prepared for that kind of thing, but it's just not what you want when you're already in deficit of 46, 5 wickets in hand for Somerset. Want to try and contain them as much as they can before this new ball is available.
That's on the money.
Whereas someone like Tom Banton will be there thinking, "Oh, I'd love to, wouldn't mind facing the new ball, have a bit of pace on it that I can work with." So it could work both ways, a new ball.
Again, he just pulled out of the big shot at the last moment there, Tom Banton. A couple of exercises in restraint, that over. Otherwise he'd be through to 50 by now. Anyway, he's on 47 and still the power to add.
Well, he's had not exactly a perfect start to the year with his scores, but we know he's got all that talent in there. He's a hugely talented cricketer. Love watching him play.
He's a joy to watch.
Oh, he's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant. I really would love to see him succeed in his career. And a score of 50, okay, it's not 100, but a score of 50 will help that a little bit, won't it?
I was expecting the bouncer there, Rue. Ducked almost before it had been bowled.
Yeah, he's not a tall man, Rue, either, is he? So the bouncers will come through quite. You don't, as a bowler, you're not bending your back too much to get it up, sort of head height for James Rue. So when you're a shorter player, you do have to expect them, I guess, maybe slightly more than the really tall players do. Having said that, it is probably easy to duck out the way if you're shorter than if you're very tall. Another leave from James Rue, who's confident in where his off stump is.
Get quite low as well, that one. Taken at shin height by Clark.
11 runs away from the first batting point, and it was interesting hearing Vic say, actually, in moments like these, teams will think about how they can best manufacture a win, which is absolutely right and what teams should be doing. However, come the end of the season, you look back at games and you think, oh, a couple more points there, a couple more points here. Might have made all the difference.
I was wondering that at the previous game at the Oval. They were 190 for one. You think, oh, they'll get all 5. Didn't get any.
Didn't get a single one. No. Well, that's it, isn't it? And actually, you take them as they come, because they don't always happen, especially not the batting ones. Bowling ones, generally, you're unlucky if you don't pick up a single bowling point. Well, not unlucky, maybe you've been particularly bad at bowling. Usually you get 2 or 3 bowling points, don't you? But batting, you're not guaranteed 250 runs. That's a nice shot. That's a lovely shot for 4 runs. James Rue up with his toes, punching it through cover for 4 runs.
He was fully in control of that. Great to watch.
Look at that. Oh, he is so good to watch, isn't he? The replays, it's almost like watching sort of an AI, almost like a impression of what an actual cricket shot should look like. Do you know what I mean? It was like you've programmed in and said, right, create me the shot, or this is how you should play that shot, and then you watch James Rue back and you go, oh, actually, this is it. It's just fuller ball, which is a good response, I think.
It's a good partnership, these two to watch, isn't it? Left hand, right hand, complementary.
That is true. You've just brought up the rule that things always look better on left-handers. So maybe if we flipped James Rue's video so that he looks like a right-hander, maybe it doesn't look as good. I say that as a right-hander, completely jealous of all left-handers. Maybe I need to retrain myself as maybe I'm a left-hander in denial. That would be nice. Start playing switch hits all the time. But it is true, it looks better on a left-hander. Oh, now that could be out and will be out. That's not a good shot at all from James Rue. After having just praised him, he's got himself out there. would have been easy enough to get out of the way of that one. In the end, he's left his bat just dangling, and the ball has ballooned into the air, and was a fairly simple catch, I think, for, was it the captain, Hasid Hamid, who took that?
It was a nothing shot,
was it
really.
Haynes, maybe? Yeah, no, it's a nothing shot. That's the right description. And that is a really disappointing way for someone like James Rew, with all that talent we've talked about, to get out.
Yeah, he's very disappointed.
James Rew was caught by Jack Haynes off the ball of Lyndon James for 12.
The Somerset wicketkeeper gone for 12. 6 wickets down now, and that presumably will bring in the skipper, who's in good form.
He is, and this is what's frustrating for Somerset, apart from the fact they've just lost a very good player there, is that actually that wasn't a particularly dangerous ball. Nottinghamshire weren't really causing that much trouble to the batters, not really. We hadn't seen much that was, missing the bat or was
the incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by Maitland Walker, number 24,
from a period of nothing,
captain
Nottinghamshire got what feels like a bit of a bonus wicket of a very good player there. There's still plenty of batting to come. Craig Overton next in. Got Gregory and Banton out there at the moment. So no, and with Josh Davey coming in as a night watcher, it does skew things a little bit, makes it look perhaps worse than it actually is. But
Well, Lewis Gregory effectively is coming in at number 8.
yes, which someone of his calibre of batting, and the way he batted at the Oval, which I thought was fantastic in the position that Somerset were in, with his responsibilities as captain, he came in and he played quite an uncharacteristic innings, but one which was absolutely crucial,
vital
for what was needed. Yeah, he played it brilliantly.
They wouldn't have saved the game without it.
No, and it was a good partnership with Aldridge and then Overton as well.
Still to be Calvin Harrison. First of the over is defended.
It wasn't dissimilar, that shot that Rew played. He went the other way and it was a bit of a different position to catch. This was just stroked for a single.
It's a bit of an aberration, really, because he looked in pretty good order.
It wasn't that dissimilar, I thought, to the way that Joe Clark got himself out in the first innings. I don't know if you saw that. He somehow, from a ball that wasn't that good from Shoaib Bashir, certainly wasn't his best, managed to spoon it to the fielder, a bit like Rew. I can't really work out in my head what he was trying to do. I think maybe caught in two minds, halfway through a leave and halfway through then thinking, oh no, I'll go for this, and doing neither but just dangling the ball in the air.
So first ball for Lewis Gregory now.
That'll be a shame for a lot of people who've got Rew in their fantasy teams, because a lot of people will.
The mark, have to hurry and do, and are going to get more here. No.
They'd run hard to get
Absolutely.
that first one. Yeah.
He'd almost run half the length of another pitch.
Yeah. I think the Nottinghamshire fielders were aware of that and were quite happy to avoid having to bend down. Yeah, sliding the bat in, so it was well past the crease. I wonder if the Banton's got his mind on the 50. I wonder how easy it is, because all the players say it, don't they? They say, oh, you don't really think about it, you try not to think about it.
It was interesting hearing Matt Renshaw on that earlier on.
Knowing about Lammonby being on 99, well, that one's in the air for a little bit from Banton, but he'll pick up his 49th run now. It's hard, isn't it? Because you'll know that you've scored a lot, but it's written in front of you on the scoreboard. You know that people look at stats and figures, and you know that 50 is one that goes down in the book as, they'll look at how many 50s you score in your career. It must be really hard not to do that. And they all say they try to, but it must be hard not to. Gregory on straight this time. Oh, another one goes. Calvin Harrison here causing issues as Gregory has to go.
Got into a bit of a tangle there and looked pretty plumb.
Don't think there can be too many arguments, having just seen that briefly there.
So Somerset will be a bit disappointed with this.
Just before the new ball, we were talking about it, Stephen, weren't we? This period, where Somerset, Nottinghamshire were the ones probably hoping just to get to the new ball without too much damage. Well, it's Somerset who are having the damage done to them.
Yeah, so not since lunch. Well, they've had the run of things. 3 wickets have gone since the interval.
Yes, they have. It's been disappointing from a Somerset point of view, but Nottinghamshire were absolutely delighted that they've, from nothing really, you know, Rue, this is what we say again, Rue from a position where Somerset were in strength, he gives his wicket away. I think it's fair to say that's what happened there.
The incoming
and then Gregory, you've got a brand new
Somerset,
batter at the crease, facing up to the leg spinner who he hasn't seen, and on his second or third delivery he's faced, he's not played it well at all. And now there's a bit of light there in Somerset, who would have been looking at a lead of 150-ish, maybe 100 to 150. Well, those expectations come way down now.
Yeah, Craig Overton is no mean performer
not
with
at
the
all.
bat and has scored runs already this season. And he needs to keep Tom Banton company. Banton just one away from his half-century.
And run out of partners the way things are going.
He's on strike, Banton, as well. Conversation going on between captain and bowler about field placings. Just the one slip in. Why is the field quite widely spread?
Thinks about it, decides I'm not going to do what Tom Lammonby did in the Surrey match, which is run out my partner for the sake of getting there. Quite funny, Matt Renshaw saying that Tom Lammonby had sent him a screenshot of some things that he could buy him as a present for running him out. It was a bit sort of like club cricket in a way, watching that in the best possible way, and I love club cricket in the way, you know, looking to get to the 100, running out your partner on 90, who's there on 87 while you're trying to get to 100. Of course, the run doesn't count anyway, does it? So you're still on 99, and your partner's back in the pavilion. As it turned out, it wasn't disastrous for Somerset, who came away with a very well-deserved draw, I thought, despite the batting collapse, the way they played in the second innings and kept going at Surrey when they were batting as well, I thought. It's deserved as Banton is on strike.
That's going to be it. Out to backward point. And that is Tom Banton's half-century. Warmly applauded around the ground and acknowledged by the
50
batter.
for Tom Banton from 80 balls to 7
First
balls.
class cricket. Only one of those he's converted. But a good moment for Tom Banton, who records his first landmark of the season.
Animated conversation again between captain and bowler, which is going to result in a leg side fielder moving to off. It's going to be Craig Overton's first delivery. Which is watchfully and comfortably defended.
He does play that defensive shot really well, actually, doesn't he? I know he likes hitting out. He's got really long arms, big, strong guy, can smack it wherever he likes. But he does play a typical defensive shot behind the ball really, really nicely. He's a clever cricketer, Craig Overton. By which I mean he's got good... He's thinking a lot about the game, I think, in the situation. I don't think you see that with all cricketers. With most of them, I think you do, but with Craig Overton, you get the idea that he's not just going to come in and smack it for the sake of it.
He's been around a while now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has, and I think that's partly this decision to make him the vice-captain, which I think is a great decision. You've got two bowlers there in... Lewis Gregory's an all-rounder, I guess Craig Overton kind of is an all-rounder as well. But predominantly they're in the side for their bowling. And which makes things tricky. And I think Australia have managed it with Pat Cummins really well, because actually a bowler can't always play every game, especially not a fast bowler, because that's defended. Because there's rest and rotation and there's injuries, you know, these things do happen. So to have a captain and a vice captain together, two players who've been around the team for a very long time, clever cricketers. Lewis Gregory brings this element of calm. Craig Overton brings this element of fire, I think, and aggression in a good way. You know, through playing with that mentality, and I think that's a great combination. I really hope that it's a successful one for Somerset. They're going to have a tough year. There's some very good sides in this league, as there always are, but looking early on, you'd say Essex are going to be a big handful, even without Alistair Cook. With the addition of Dean Elgar in there, and their excellent bowling setup and their brilliant home record. You know, Chelmsford is probably the toughest place, isn't it, to go? The Oval and Chelmsford are the toughest places to go.
Yes, and to draw at the Oval, which Somerset have already done, is no mean feat.
No.
One of many unbeaten sides in the league so far.
Yeah, well, there's only one team that isn't unbeaten, and Somerset are playing them. that's it. They've got it's not a great record to be the only team in the whole country that's lost a game, but I'm afraid that is Nottinghamshire's lot at the moment. Not entirely their fault. They're playing a good Essex side, and Sam Cook was on very good form on that game, but still. Every other game in both divisions has been a draw. Which is, you know, I quite like draws. The thing about cricket is there are a lot of draws.
And you do get exciting draws.
Yeah, and Somerset's draw was really exciting. That last session at the Oval, the last two sessions really, when it was obviously building up to something, how big a target could Somerset set? Could they hold on for a long time? That's really exciting stuff. A draw, when you talk to people who don't follow cricket a lot or only follow sort of white ball cricket, you know, you get draws really. I think just saying a draw doesn't give the full picture, does it, really?
No.
A draw is an absolutely brilliant outcome for one team, probably, in that game. If you're near a conclusion, there's probably a team that's desperate for the draw, in which case it's a really good outcome. 250 up, and that's the first batting point.
Yep, to add to the 3 they already have for bowling. Notts have got 2 for bowling at the moment, need a couple more wickets for the 3rd, which they're very likely to achieve. Still to be Harrison. First ball defended. One of the greatest games of cricket I saw was a draw, the 2005 Ashes Test at Old Trafford. It's a fantastic game of cricket. And all the way through to the end of the 5th day.
Not a bad series.
As they go.
Straight back at the bowler, that one. Somerset will be disappointed, I think, with the way the batting's gone. 111 without loss. 246 it was for 7 when the 7th wicket fell. So that's what, 7 wickets in 135. So, I mean, it's a lot better than it was against Surrey when it was 7 for 20, but still, that feels like a lot of players. What have we got scores-wise? Davey got 45. I think we've got to look past Davey as the night watchers. A bit different.
2 directors of cricket in your picture at the moment. Andy Hurry, the nearer one to us, and Mick Newell, the Notts director of cricket in the Somerset dugout, exchanging pleasantries. Hope so.
No, I think there's a lot of abuse. That's what it is. Shouting all sorts of abuse at each other there. Proper sort of football style chants going on now. I'm sure it's all very well tempered.
Tucked comfortably away by Craig Overton down to deep backward square. Proceeds to 4. So what's the lead now? It's coming up to 60.
We've got Lambie made 17, Goldsworthy 3, Rue gave his wicket away for 12, Gregory for 1. That's disappointing from all of those players, really.
Sharp single, shy at the stumps, and he's safely home.
directed. Bit of a warning sign. So Lammonby got out. It was LBW, wasn't he, to Hutton? I think Hutton, it was a tricky bowler in a good spell, so maybe we'll allow that one. Goldsworthy again. Ball was moving a bit. Rue gave his wicket away. Gregory didn't get behind one. So there's disappointment there in the way Somerset have gone about that. Obviously, they're not all out yet. There's still runs to be had. But I think that at 111 without loss, your mind flicks to sort of 350, 400, doesn't it? Whereas at 253 for 7, you're looking at 300-ish.
It's fallen away a bit.
It has, yeah, it has, which is okay because Nottinghamshire didn't score a lot in their first innings. But had they scored, let's say they'd scored 400, well then, you know, you are on the back foot a little bit. But you can only look at it in the context of the game. The pitch might be that it is actually offering quite a bit to the bowlers, and the batters have done well to get a lead already. But at 111 without loss, that's the point you're looking at there. It's a great opening partnership, brilliant platform, and it hasn't been capitalised on by Somerset. Not yet. Still time, but at the moment, not so.
Straight to the man at short mid-wicket. A few wisps of cloud around the place at the moment, but very high up. No danger of rain at all. It's a beautiful afternoon.
Oh, it's been the best day for what feels like months and months and months, isn't it?
Best place to be.
I can't remember a day like this since we last watched cricket around this sort of time. There just hasn't been a clear, dry day with blue skies all day, has there? Even in the depths of winter, there wasn't. Pulled straight to the fielder. And I'll come through just for the single.
Just keeping it ticking over, these two at the moment. That's Craig Overton's 5th. I think they've all come in singles. Just the one slip in for Tom Banton, who's the second highest scorer of the Somerset innings. Sean Dixon being first with 72. He was the first wicket to fall this morning. A single here for Banton. Take him to 53. It's high time for me to make way for Vic.
Thank you, Stephen Lamb, alongside me, Charlie Taylor. Vic Mark's about to come in with us on this lovely bright April day. As Somerset take on Nottinghamshire. Somerset, who do have the upper hand, but haven't, as I was mentioning, haven't capitalised on what was an extremely useful opening partnership of 111. Vic, I guess there'll be a bit of disappointment around that they haven't been able to build that.
They haven't. Absolutely. No one's really imposed themselves today, apart possibly from Banton, I guess, who's 53 not out with power to add.
He does crouch quite low as he gets ready, Banton, pushing this one to the offside. Pick up a run.
An interesting choice for Hamid to make. We're in new ball territory in 5 balls time. But does he take it? Harrison's got him 3 wickets too quite recently. He may not want to take it immediately.
Pulled hard.
Oh, that's going to test him, and he's done well. Banton was ready for the 3rd, but Craig Overton wasn't. So I don't know. You taking a new ball, Charlie?
I'm inclined not to at the moment, just because of those. Because there's also the wicket at the other end as well. Rue getting out, although that was. Did you see that wicket? Were you
no, I didn't.
Around?
I was walking around. I just missed it. You know.
I wouldn't watch it back.
What was it? Just tell me.
Well, it's quite hard to describe in a way.
He's caught. Where was he caught?
Well, he was caught. Where was he? Well, it's hard to describe because he's sort of leaving his bat and cruising it over his head. So he's been caught square leg, but he's flicked it from one side over to the other.
Oh, no, he's not playing another exotic shot, is he?
No, he wasn't trying to play an exotic shot. I think what it was caught in 2 minds. I think he thought, I'm going to whack this, and then he thought, I'm going to duck under it, and what he did is, as he ducked, was brought his bat up, and it just happened to connect with the ball.
Okay.
That's the best way I can describe it.
Well, I will get to see that in a while, but I was around the back of a stand, and all I heard, it's a bit like watching the IPL, was silence. And then probably Spencer Bishop saying, James Rue caught, James bowled.
It was Haynes who caught it.
Caught Haynes, bowled James.
Oh, James, yeah.
And that's a fab misfield, and that will give us a Wembley.
Captain, I think.
Yeah.
See if I can use that. He bounced right in front of him. But yeah, still should be stopping it. Quite a lot of smoke coming out of the centre of Taunton. Should we be concerned?
Well, you're the newsman.
So I can use my binoculars.
You could be ringing up BBC Radio Somerset.
Craig Charles and
It's not the station.
I normally go for the fire service, but if they could send someone down as well with a bucket and some water.
Well, I don't know.
It's quite a lot.
There's quite a lot of black, ugly
smoke.
black smoke.
Are available from just £25 and can be purchased via our website or from reception in the
We just apparently heard there's a fire engine that went past about 5
Okay, so you don't need to.
Right, they're on it.
Hopefully, it's nothing too damaging. It's sort of along the railway line, but it's not quite by the station.
Further back, isn't it? Yeah, it's towards the, I'd say, the Roebarton area of Taunton, for those who know the town.
Yeah.
Or maybe beyond that even, it's hard to say. Anyway, we'll concentrate on the cricket for now.
Okay, and I think they're going to take the new ball.
Yes, here it is, being waved around.
It is. In fact, we know they're going to take the new ball.
The new ball is being taken.
Fletcher, the tireless Fletcher, he's bowled nearly 20 overs already. We'll tell you exactly shortly, because it will come up neatly on the scoreboard that was working impeccably, as opposed to the scoreboard that's working almost impeccably. There's a bit missing.
Change of bowling from the Marcus Joscopic Pavilion in Nottinghamshire, number 19.
How many grades of impeccable?
Actually, there should only be one grade, if we're really honest, I suppose. If you're being literal, I don't think you can be almost impeccable.
Almost impeccable.
No.
I was on the way.
It's like, that's almost as bad as a new innovation, isn't it?
Yeah, a new innovation. Fairly unique. Another one.
You see, Trigo would have let me get away.
I know he would have, I'm sorry. I'm no Pete Trigo, never have been, never will be.
That's a good shot. That's an impeccable shot.
I'll give you that one.
Just a little bit short. Not hugely short, but a bit short, and he's whipped it away through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed. Nice hard ball. I mean, the downside of the new ball is that it pings off the bat if it hits the middle of the bat, but obviously it's likely to move more. So when you take a new ball, a second new ball, there's a sort of element of gamble in there, and that it can increase the run rate, but also increase the chances of picking up wickets as the ball moves a bit.
So actually Somerset might not be too disappointed, given that there were 3 wickets that fell fairly, well, 2 wickets that fell in quick succession before the new ball was taken.
I missed James Roos's dismissal, and I saw Lewis Gregory's only from square on, and it looked like a lovely piece of bowling, a sort of a flipper or a googly stroke flipper, and he got stuck on the back foot.
Yes, he did get a bit trapped.
Right at the start. I mean, that's what you want to be able to do as a spinner. You've got to get it right against the new batsmen. All the top batsmen, they talk about, well, if you can get through the first 20 or 30 balls. Well, Gregory hadn't got to that stage and went back when he should have gone forward and was outwitted, really. A lovely piece of bowling.
So, new ball's taken. Probably won't be using the spinner. I'd be amazed if he stays on with the new ball. In which case, Somerset, you were saying there about the fact it does ping off the bat.
Well, I mean, there's a new danger in that you would expect it to bounce a little bit more. Possibly there's a bit likely to seem might swing a bit more. But if they don't get it right, it will ping off the bat a bit quicker as well. We've seen one glorious shot from Banton. Little more than a punch off the back foot, but it's quite a short boundary down there. Been sitting actually at mid-wicket, and he got 4 runs for it, which is little more than a push, but a perfectly timed push against a nice hard ball. So, you know, you're right to say Somerset have squandered. So far, they've squandered what was a really good position, but there's power to add still.
Certainly is, and these two in particular have got that power. And it is a slightly false situation because one of those wickets is Josh Davey, but even then...
Well, yeah, but well,
he added 45,
Davey,
so...
yeah, and Davey got a crucial 45, well, a very helpful 45, and he is a bit of an imposter at number 9. He could bat as, 8. He looks like he could bat 7.
End of that first over after the new ball.
I mean, if you're being critical, not critical, you look at the Somerset card, and basically all bar Lewis Goldworthy has got in, and Gregory. But no one yet has gone beyond Sean Dixon at 72. You want to be greedier.
Yeah, you want a Centurion in there, don't you, at least? Well, Banton's there on 59. Don't want to jinx him, but he's the set batter now. 60, sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Change of bowling.
And he's sort of quietly accelerating. He's played any, gobsmacking one-day shots, but he's played some very, very good orthodox ones.
Which we know he can.
Yeah.
So it's Hutton who's taken the new ball, which... how has he bowled? He's bowled 14, so it's the same new ball partnership as opened the innings.
I think they reckon, obviously Patterson is a bit quicker, but maybe Hutton might be able to get a bit more out of the new ball. He's like a slightly quicker Fletcher in a way. He's not quick, but he's accurate, and he can usually gain a bit of movement with that new ball, either in the air or possibly off the pitch. So that's why they've gone that way rather than with Patterson, I guess.
He's a wily old performer, Hutton, isn't he? Sort of got great control.
Yeah.
And that's with the new ball. That's sort of what you want, really. You don't want too many loose balls that can be punished. It's an awkward length.
I mean, if you're being really a little... No, okay, I know, I can't do that. I was going to say a little ruthlessly cynical. But you can't be... Anyway, you would say...
there are degrees of that.
Okay, let me just move on. That Rob Key...
Yes.
By advocating the Kookaburra, is trying to make life much more difficult for the likes of Hutton and Fletcher.
Absolutely.
On the basis that he doesn't see much future for that type of bowler at the highest level.
This is what Matt Renshaw was saying earlier on. Very interesting, I thought, what he was saying. That these sorts of bowlers, and actually Hutton was bowling at the time we were talking about it, and he used him as an example.
Oh, right.
Saying that actually these bowlers, it's exactly what they are the ones who cause a lot of problems for batters
in April. With a Duke, but if you get on a...
Put them in Australia, they would struggle.
Yeah. It sounded, you had a great conversation with Matt. I'd only picked up the end of it, but it was enlightening, I thought.
I've always enjoyed speaking to him. I've done it a few times in his stints here. I think he's great. It's a bit loose, it's a bit late.
That's the thing, you see, you ask these sort of news hounds, radio presenter types.
Oh, yeah.
And they assess cricketers not by how many runs they score, but whether they can string a good sentence together, and whether they can respond with something other than a monosyllabic answer.
Well, Vic, look where it got you.
I know. I'm on both sides of that fence.
No, I do. I think he's a lovely man, though.
Where did he hit that? He wasn't really aiming there, but it's got a bit off. I always remember Mike Atherton has done most things, and he could be quite grumpy when he was a captain, and not that cooperative sometimes. And then he obviously he went on. He is now a doyen of written journalism, but also as a broadcaster. And the first time he got to do for Sky the post-match presentation, I think England were playing New Zealand, and Stephen Fleming was captain of New Zealand. I can't remember who won. anyway, so this is his first time. It's probably, you know, you got quite a few people watching, and it's the end of the game, and everyone's listening on the ground. And he asked Stephen Fleming a question, and Fleming paused, and then he said, "Yep." And you could see, for the first time, Atherton had to recognise the other side of the fence. You could see that, I'm sure you felt it, just occasionally, that moment of horror, which you haven't got another question quite ready in your head, and he's not saying anything. And then, sadly, Fleming's a very nice bloke, I think, by all accounts, lovely man, and very coherent. He kind of let him off the hook, and then gave him an answer. But that's gone quite far away, I think, because that it's kept it down, but it's gone for 4. Nicely struck there.
That's what Ag Overton can do so easily, isn't it? Spots a bad ball and really does.
Yeah, well, he's flickered, hasn't he, as a batsman? He obviously played very well at the Oval. But in recent years has been overshadowed by his brother as a batsman, which was never the case here. Somerset missed a trick with Jamie in that regard. But, you know, he can play still. He doesn't want to start bowling just yet either.
No. No, and I suppose when you get into the tail, you are sort of thinking that a bit, aren't you, as a tail ender / bowler. In your mind, you think, actually, I'd rather do a bit of batting before.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind, you know, from his perspective, I wouldn't mind bowling for, you know, having 50 minutes out of them tonight, but I don't want to start bowling in the middle of the afternoon. No. And also, you want a more substantial lead. This pair have put on, I think, 29.
Yes.
And the new ball so far, that's just going to be going down. He doesn't, old Fletcher, he knows it's not in. He doesn't bother to appeal. So you're allowed a day of rest on Sundays.
Well, actually tomorrow I've got something else on, which it all adds up. It's only a meeting tomorrow, so I can deal with that. But yeah, so today's the first. Well, it's the first.
You can have a lie-in. Perhaps you can have a lie-in.
A lie-in, yes. Turn the alarm off. The alarm normally goes off at 4:15 because I do an early breakfast radio show.
Yes,
a bit more black smoke.
Yeah, I know. It's just billowing now. It's quite thick now.
It's okay.
Well, we know the fire brigade are there. We don't quite know where, but they're over there somewhere.
I was just checking, as I did quickly I did actually put a note to my colleagues to say, just FYI, in case it comes up, worth being aware of. Yeah, exactly. You've got this great idea of me being, I don't know, I think you sort of the typical journalist kind of in with my typewriter, morning, noon and night.
Oh, you haven't got a typewriter. You haven't got a typewriter. Even I haven't got a typewriter.
I can imagine you lugging a typewriter up the stairs.
No, I never. No. I started off, if you really want to know.
Yeah. Quill.
Well, no, with a pad and a biro. And then, I know, and typewriting, if I had a typewriter, it would take me an age. And then I moved on. They had a thing, like a forerunner to a laptop, it was called a Tandy.
Oh, right.
Which you could, it took ages, you could see it going. You could send your copy from this sort of laptop type of thing called a Tandy. It would send it very slowly, but it would get there.
Just sort of only a word processor, it wasn't doing other
it's sort of a word processor that enabled you to send copy electronically somehow.
Very smart.
If you were lucky.
In those days, yeah. Oh, so you were given one, were you, for your
Not
work?
to start with. When I first set off, I just had a pad and a pencil and hopefully access to a phone and a copy taker. Of course, it's all changed now, and you just press a button, touch wood.
That's it, yeah.
You press a button and Bob's your uncle. But it was, yes, more traumatic overseas just to get a phone line. And even at county level, there would be sort of gnarled old figures in county press boxes, like Richard Walsh or something like that. but more gnarled and more grumpy.
More grumpy?
Oh, yeah. And there was one phone. And as a young, whoever was a young reporter, you had to beg permission to use that phone, and your office would pay for quite rightly, for the usage of the phone, but it would be someone who'd been sitting in that seat for 35 years, and there's this upstart coming in, and you've written down your copy best you can in a pad or something. So you had to beg for the phone, and usually, eventually, they acknowledged that they allowed you to use
More to get you off their case rather than...
But then you had to shout it out down the phone.
So everyone could hear you.
Everyone could hear
right.
Oh, shot. What
Nice
a grand
shot.
shot.
What's that hit on the way through? Something. He bobbled up by the end.
But it was beautifully timed. That's a classic on drive. Just shows you he can burn. No excess of effort. I don't know what it did. It hit something, bobbled, didn't it, along the way?
I wondered if it was a piece of... the extra 5 runs for clothing or equipment, but there's obviously nothing there.
I don't think
silly
we
place to
have
put
that.
it.
But it is a classical, beautiful straight drive from Overton there. That's not too shabby either.
Just giving himself a tiny bit of room. There's a bit of width on offer. And just cut through it, really, didn't he? And
look at that. Yeah. Just wait. Oh, he's hit that hard with not any effort. Again, it's partly that hard ball just fizzes off. So you've got to be on the target, otherwise this time of day, someone like Overton is keen to take advantage. He's rushed along to 24. So yeah, sending copy was quite a moment, really. Especially, and that witticism you'd put in front of these gnarled old people, it somehow didn't seem to have the impact that you were expecting, certainly within your immediate audience, and you were wondering whether...
But they wouldn't let on, it same as the battle.
No, exactly. They wouldn't even dream of smiling. So it was a bit of an ordeal to start with. I mean, for any young reporter, now you don't have to go through that agony. You can do it yourself.
Well, that's quite a funny thing, isn't it? Because your copy is public. Obviously, you want it to be read by as many people as possible, but you don't want your colleagues in the room
to
hear it.
Not really, no.
Fletcher's in. Banton is defending. He's on 63. Overton on 24.
And the coffee takers were always in Yorkshire at Wakefield for some reason. And the standard sort of line was, after a while, they'd come, you'd say something and you'd hear them tapping it into their whatever machine they had. And you're still going on. And then they get to, you've been there a while. Is there much more of this?
They must have loved saying that, though.
Yeah.
Typical Yorkshire wit. I think, oh, what a shot.
Well, that's it. It's Banton saying, well, anything you can do, I can do just as well. It's over pitch, but he's hit that sweetly, and he's avoided the fielders again. It is a half volley, just about. It's not quite a half volley, but it's hit through the line. You can trust it. And there's no point chasing that one. So far, the new ball ploy, it's not been that productive.
Banton on to 67. Just looking at Hasib Hamid's fingers, because that ball came right underneath this here, and he's all strapped up, and it reminded me that I'm learning to speak Spanish, doing lessons once a week.
I haven't quite got the connection yet, but keep going.
My girlfriend is Spanish, and her family don't really speak much English, so I'm trying to bridge the gap somewhat.
Yeah, that's noble.
Well, trying, and I don't know how successful. But I was explaining to my teacher that I'm a cricket commentator. Now, cricket isn't well known in Spain at all. Like most people won't really know how it works.
Yeah,
they know of it, but they won't know what it is. And so it's in Spanish, all of this in Spanish, trying to explain. And we got into she was quite interested. She was asking me quite nitty-gritty questions. We eventually got onto the fact...
In Spanish still?
In Spanish, all in Spanish. This is, I'm not sure I'd be paying for lessons to explain all this in English. I feel like I'll just point in the direction of some of my commentary and so you can listen to this. But so in Spanish, her question was, can the fielders wear gloves to catch the ball like they do in baseball? They wear sort of catching gloves, don't they? And I explained, well, no, they can't.
Yes.
But the wicketkeeper can. And we got onto the idea. And she said, well, wicketkeeper, well, that's an easy job, then, isn't it? If you're wearing gloves. And I said, well, they're not as padded as a baseball glove would be.
Right.
But also, I said, when you see a wicketkeeper's fingers at the end of their career, I was trying to explain, it's quite, you do end up breaking quite a few, as this is, yeah, mid-wicket, but 3 for 4.
I mean, he's whipped that. It's almost half volley, which allowed him to do it, and he's timed it really well. I mean, played some good shots. So what was it? Yeah, you didn't know the Spanish for whatever it is, gnarled.
Gnarled, yeah, no, that's the word they always use, isn't it? Yes, gnarled on wicketkeeper's hands. No, I did have to look up quite a lot. The name for a wicketkeeper is in English would be the receptor. You would be they don't have wicket keeper as such because it doesn't make sense in Spanish because there's no such thing as like a wicket. They call it the receptor. Would be the wicket keeper. That's the word they came up with. And it was interesting, this article I was reading with her. We were sort of reading through this article and going through the Spanish in it. But it's interesting saying that cricket is growing a lot in Spain within native Spaniards rather than expat Indians or Pakistanis or Brits or South African people. But people in Spain are playing much more of it, and there was estimates saying that something like, because of the weather, which is obviously
ideal,
perfect for cricket, really almost too hot in the summer probably, that they reckon they could play for around 42 weeks a year in comparison to our, whatever it is, 24, 26 weeks.
Well, we think we can play that long, but it's,
it's not really, Which then makes me think, well, Spain...
Well, I mean, I haven't followed it, but I know you kind of go onto some of the sites and you see there's T20 matches between Italy and probably Spain.
Yeah, the European Championships take place in
which is great, isn't it?
It's really good. I mean, it's perfect because they can almost guarantee that you're going to get play all day.
I know, Spain, it would be... that's a beautiful time shot. It's bisected 2 fielders on the boundary. So, at the moment, the advent of the second new ball has benefited Somerset more than Notts. Beautifully timed that, because that's a big boundary down there. There's 2 men, but neither could get there. Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be great, wouldn't it, to just purely as a, well, as an old hack, you assess the terrain that you're going to visit, and to have a little competition in, I don't know, northern Italy perhaps, or somewhere in Spain or France. It's quite pleasant.
Yeah, well, all of them are playing a bit more cricket. I saw Italy have now moved up a step, I think, in world cricket. And I said, well, when that first test tour to Italy comes, you'll see all the nations. This one again is clicked to the next side. Every nation will say, "Oh yeah, we'll come and do a 5-match tour of Italy."
Absolutely.
Or, if we could have
the Aussies. You can imagine the Aussies. Well, we're going to England, but we better just go and do some. I think it'll.
I could see it being very popular. They'd end up with many more games than perhaps they'd expect. Early doors, Italy and France and Spain.
Well, the other thing they'll do is they could do, and they have talked about it. Because everyone wants to retain lots of red ball cricket, as you and I do, I'm sure. But there are downsides of trying to play on April the 1st, as we know. So, where has he hit that?
Straight to the
down. It's down. So I've heard the odd suggestion, I'm not sure it's a good idea, that you could play a round or 2 of championship matches in Dubai, let's say, where people play a lot of cricket. But why Dubai? I mean, why not?
Why not?
Why not the south of France? or Spain.
Bordeaux. Yeah, nice bit of Spain.
And there used to be. We've been on
the Algarve, maybe in Portugal.
Well, there are cricket centres somewhere in, I think, Spain. Where
what's that play? Desert Springs.
There might be that one, but there's another one. I'm sure that. Occasionally, didn't England?
300 on the board, and Somerset
they went on a bonding session to Spain.
Yeah, yes.
Where they've got basic facility. They might have some turf wickets. And it was the occasion. I've told this before, but it's a great story. I think. Is Trevor Bayliss arrived? Doesn't know anyone. Lovely man, Aussie Trevor Bayliss.
Yeah.
And in the England, and it's basically a training week or 5 days. But it's essentially for Trevor to get to know the squad and for them to get to know Trevor and all that stuff.
Build a bit of trust up.
And in that squad is Ben Stokes, who's just one of them in the ranks at that stage, of course, and Mark Wood, both from Durham, both know each other extremely well. Anyway, I'm sure they have quite a few drinks on these trips and they get-togethers and as in they're bonding. And on about the first evening, Stokes and Wood had a well-rehearsed and very, very good routine where they fell out and started beating each other's daylights out. And they do it really well. You know, it's a mock fight. You know, falling over a bit and punch. And they do it so well. Trevor Bayliss, what the devil have I brought myself in for? And then, you know, then within about, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes, the truth is revealed. But they had managed to do it so well, Stokes and Wood, that Bayliss was aghast at what he's got himself into. And I imagine it helped the whole bonding process very well.
Probably got it up and running fully. I think all ice was broken by that point.
I haven't made it up, I'm sure, but I'd like to have seen it.
Having just read Mark Wood's kind of autobiography, it's a self-help book, really, in the style.
Has it helped you?
Hey, do you know what? It was really good, actually. I don't know how much it helped me. I was reading the bit about his proposal, his very elaborate proposal to his now wife.
Oh, right.
I was reading that while I was sitting next to my girlfriend, and she looked over and just saw a picture of someone getting proposed. She said, I thought you were reading a cricket book. And I said, well, don't read too much into this. This is a chapter I wasn't expecting. Anyway, on that bombshell, I don't think she's listening, so it'll be all right. I shall bring in... Oh, no, Stephen's not here. I was about to bring in... your grandson then?
Difficult to follow that.
Yeah, no, well, there we go. Stephen, when Stephen's around, I'll move over.
Well, Freddie will find him if necessary, but he'll be back. Yeah. Another point for Somerset, though.
Yes, batting point, the 300 up. Excellent.
So that's only 2. You've got to work hard to get batting points nowadays.
Well, this was... No, am I right in saying this was Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum saying, well, actually, we want to make it a bit harder and people to work a bit... Score a bit faster to get...
Well, score faster, and they wanted more batting... I presume they therefore wanted more batting-friendly surfaces so that, you know, you can get 400. The runs are coming off. I mean, how many have they added now? They're over 50 in not much time, because we're only in the 86th over.
I will now make way with Stephen.
Make way.
Coming in.
So, a little punch of the gloves, actually. That signals that they've, I think, they acknowledge the fact they've added 50. In fact, they've added a bit more than that. And Overton's actually got the higher proportion of it. He's got 31. Banton's 74. And Stephen's back.
They put them back on course, these two.
Well, they've played really well. And they've relished the new ball. And they've hit some glorious shots, actually.
I was just talking to a Notts supporter down below who is very disgruntled about the fact that they've taken the new ball.
Well, we were debating it up here. I'm not sure we took a decisive view, but it was not clear cut because at the time Harrison, with his leg breaks, taking a couple of wickets in this session. Also, I sometimes think it keeps the batsman slightly on edge. If you play a bit of cat and mouse, keep them waiting. You know, are they going to take the new ball? Are they not going to take the new ball? Should I, if they don't take it, should I attack Harrison or what should I do?
It travelled well over the outfield.
Well, it does. I mean, we also said that match that the new ball can accelerate the game, sometimes via wickets coming quickly, but sometimes, you know, it speeds off the bat if the batsman is set more quickly. And we've seen some beautiful shots, actually, classical shots from both Overton and Banton, for whom this is a significant innings. If he can keep going on, at some point soon, Tom Abell's going to come back into this team. Ergo, someone's got to go out of it.
And this innings is Banton saying it's not going to be me, potentially.
Well, I mean, there's no guarantees yet, but it's he's making a case for it not to be him. At some point, not only will Tom Abell be available, but Koda Cabell will also be available.
Both Toms.
Both the Toms. So that's 2 players. I mean, Abell just walks us back in as soon as he's ready, and I suppose Koda Cabell does, but...
And there's another Tom who isn't really droppable at the moment.
Tom Lammonby. Well, there's a lot of Toms potentially in Somerset's best team. Tom Batten, Tom. There's 4 Toms. That must be a record. Do you think?
Yeah, it should be. Absolutely.
No, they're not all in the same team at the moment, but
but it's quite feasible.
Were Somerset to field 4 toms, would that be a record?
Our statisticians will be looking into it.
Well, they may be, or they may think this is a complete waste of time.
Anyway, it's 2 batting points safely in the bag.
Yeah.
And if they carry on at this rate, they'll certainly get another one.
Yeah, it's a question of wickets. And, I mean, the highest priority remains not gleaning the batting point, but getting into a commanding position to enable your team to hopefully win the game. But the runs have come quickly since that new ball's been taken.
More here, just the 1, I think, down to 3rd man. Squeezed away by Craig Overton, who's carried his form from the Oval into this game.
Yeah.
Another knock of significance from him.
Absolutely. This one, he's actually going at quite a rate too. Without playing anything extravagant, he's got his 31 from about 38 balls, I think.
That's
your laptop.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, if it's working properly.
Yeah.
Actually, he's got 32 from 39 now. It's just caught up.
Since you plugged it in, Vic.
Yeah.
More here. Just 1 more. The area is busy. So the lead is 110 for Somerset.
Yeah, well, it's not enough. I mean, if you're in that Somerset camp. But this is an important little partnership. And it does look pretty straightforward out there at the moment.
Yes, came together at 246 for 7 when it had fallen away, rather. A couple of strange dismissals. Both James Rue and Lewis Gregory got into a bit of a tangle.
Yeah, I missed Rue's as I was just sort of moving around the ground. And all I sensed was this numbing silence after I heard Spencer Bishop say, Rue caught Hayes.
He was caught in 2 minds
James,
whether to play
12.
a shot or not, I think.
Yeah. That's a good shot for 1.
Yeah, he ended up playing a nothing shot.
Gregory suffered from being yet to settle in, but it looked like a very good piece of bowling. But that one was the one that skidded on, and he was back when he should have been forward. I was square of the wicket. You could just see the footwork, or lack of it, perhaps. But that's what good spinners can do sometimes. That they've got to grab you early before you've settled, and he hadn't settled.
Yeah, he only faced a couple of deliveries.
So it's sort of an occupational hazard, and we give him the benefit of the doubt because he's been playing so well.
Hutton again then. Played comfortably enough out to deep mid-wicket. Another single for Craigo.
Well, or indeed Bantam.
Bantam, beg his pardon. Credited.
They are, but Bantam is surprisingly tall, isn't he? Actually, you know, he's well over 6 foot. Obviously, Craig Overton's around the 6'5" mark. Timed that well too. It was well fielded. Without that intervention, it would probably gone for 4.
Yes, Craigo has the shorter sleeves. That's the distinguishing feature, or one of them.
I think, well, it just shows you how long the Overtons have been around, because I remember Dave Nosworthy, when he was coach here briefly, and I remember asking, you know, can you tell them apart, 2 Overtons? He said, not until they bowl. You can recognise the different actions, but, you know.
Yeah. I think the public address announcer got it wrong every now and again in the early stages of their careers.
Yeah.
Craig is the elder by 20 minutes.
In the same way that Steve Waugh was the elder. That's a glorious shot. And it's almost a half, but it's not quite, and he's confident enough to hit through the line. And beautiful placement too.
Yes, I'm sure Jamie would have been disappointed that evening at the Oval last week that the batting didn't come off. He was sent in early.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this earlier on, but he's been earmarked in the media as a possible replacement for Ben Stokes in the T20 squad, which is initially quite surprising. Of course, if you look at some of his stats with the bat, he scores at one hell of a rate and a reasonable amount of volume. And then you've got the option, not necessarily in every game if he's in the team, but if the situation demands, of a pace bowler.
Yep.
Sometimes you don't want extra pace, but sometimes you do. So we'll wait and see. It won't be that long before they're picking that squad. And they won't have any evidence to go on, so, you know, they can pick it. There's no sort of, they've got to wait for anything. They've had 4 matches against Pakistan, T20 matches, at the end of May, but I'm pretty sure they will have picked their squad and used those 4 for members of that squad to do some sort of preparation for the trip to the Caribbean. I don't think performances in those matches will have an impact, because I think they will have already selected the team, I would have thought. Anyway, that's all to be enjoyed whilst we're hopefully watching domestic cricket here. We'll slip into the World T20, which can be a highly entertaining tournament, of course. As I say, I mean, I've covered a few World T20, and I've seen some amazing finals, actually. One in which the West Indies, or both involving the West Indies, one in which they beat Sri Lanka, despite being only 38 for 2 after 10 overs, batting first. And then they suddenly managed to accelerate up to 150 and 1. And then, of course, there was the intervention of Bridgewater's finest, Carlos Brathwaite, with England on the cusp of winning what would have been for the 2nd time, hitting Ben Stokes with 4 sixes. Yeah. Amazing. I mean, amazing bits of cricket.
Yes.
And when it matters, these short form games, when it really matters, as it does in a World Cup, as it did when the blast comes round to the finals day or the quarter-final, they're great spectacles. It makes such a difference that the match matters somehow, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And Somerset, of course, defending champions.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And of course, the bulk of the T20 tournament will be taking place at the same time as the World Cup. So there'll be a few prominent English players not available for the blast. I don't think it's likely to affect Somerset a great deal. I mean, I can't see, despite the fact that Somerset were the best blast team without question last year, you don't sense that any of their players are on the brink of England selection for T20, I don't think. I mean, I don't think Craig Overton would be. I don't think sort of the Banton, Smeeds or anything like that. Abel's not been fit anyway, but he will be fit, but he's in time for
T20.
For T20, and indeed hopefully some championship cricket before the T20, but I don't think we'll be losing any, apart from actually, I'm thinking now, I forgot this. Roelof van der Merwe. We'll miss him because he'll be off with Holland, with the Netherlands. Now they've gone back. They probably wish they hadn't left him. They've gone back to Harrison with a newer ball. The 2 batsmen have settled a bit since he was taken off. good stop from Captain Hamid.
You could argue that Harrison's been the pick of the vendors.
Well, certainly if you look at just the figures he has.
He's not used at all in the first session today.
Well, it's good to keep Robert Key happy. Well, and me, actually.
There has been a bit of turn for him.
Yeah, but anything out the back of the hand, it just poses a slightly different problem. And I mean, there's not a massive turn there, but there's just enough to keep them honest, and his change of pace and that skidding delivery he got to Gregory has a certain potency. But he's been accurate as well. That's the hardest bit, bowling out of the back of the hand. And he's keeping out, actually, quite a highly rated left-arm spinner in Patterson White.
Well done, getting down.
Yeah.
Stop that. Might have hit the stumps if he hadn't. End of Harrison's reintroduction. 13 overs altogether, 1 maiden, 3 for 43. Standout figures of the innings so far.
Yeah. Well, I think with the benefit of hindsight, we can say that it's probably been underbowled.
Lead is up to 119 now for Somerset. Still those 3 wickets in hand. Really good partnership between these two.
Well, it is also, it's a feature of good sides, and a lot of sides are able to do this, is to have a lower middle order. It won't happen always, but who have the capacity to turn the game around when it's going wrong. And a lot of the good sides have that. I mean, Surrey have got that. They've got a long batting lineup. Essex sometimes they find a way to get themselves out of a hole. And there is the potential in this. I mean, Somerset have done it over the years with people like, it might be Gregory one week, or it might be Overton or Davy. Going back a bit, it might be Grunewald and Jack Leach, and it doesn't always come off. But to have the knowledge that you've got players who are open enough, bright enough, and strong enough to think, hang on a minute, all is not lost. We can get out of this. We won't every time, but we can.
And now Aldridge.
Absolutely, Aldridge is, he's early days, but he's practically genuine all-rounder status, like Aldridge, Gregory. You could see at the moment, you could see him evolving. If Gregory's missing a game, Aldridge comes in at 7.
What an asset to have, and he's not playing in this game.
No.
If they're going to rotate at all.
Well, I think they will. I mean, I'd be quite surprised if he's not playing in the next game. Aldridge, he may not be 100% fit for this one, but I think he's.
This is Tom Banton's highest first-class innings at Taunton.
So how many centuries? I know he scored a century at Essex. He scored some.
Just the one.
It's just the 100 in his championship career.
Patterson again.
Oh, he's hit it. He's just hit it. He's skimmed it to mid-wicket. He's hit that hard, a bit like Dixon this morning, but in the air, and another good low catch. So a tiny little landmark score at Taunton, but that's it. It's a bit of a blow, really. There was such good control. Came off the meat of the bat, not for the first time today, but straight to the fielder. So just as he was probably starting to he has to go, but 83 is a significant contribution. It means that Somerset have a significant lead, but not an unassailable one by any stretch of the imagination. a lot of time left in this match apart from anything else, and I think there's a lot of runs still out there. But it's a fine innings, and now we wait with curiosity to see what Miguel Pretorius is going to do. And we suspect and hope that the glimmer we saw at the Oval was slightly misleading.
Respectfully put.
Well, he's got a record that is perfectly, is quite encouraging in first-class cricket.
Incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by Korea Group, Miguel Pretorius.
I mean, I'm going to pass your laptop back to you, and then if you want to, at some point, you can let us know what his first-class batting and bowling, for that matter, figures look like. And I think I've done this once, but I've forgotten the detail. But they suggest someone who knows how to hold a bat, and who I think has got a first-class 100 to his name. But that was not obviously in evidence at the Oval, but, early days. He's on it. You'll have to read it.
Average is 27.
With the bat?
First-class cricket.
With the bat? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how he
score
gets.
Of 109.
Okay, let's see how he gets on here. Against his South African teammate, he doesn't look great, Nick, but that's okay.
One ball survived.
Well, at least he wasn't trying to smack that for 6, I suppose. But sorry.
That's a pretty healthy average, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's an average that's in excess of Overton, Davey. I mean, it's a slightly different first-class setup, but nonetheless, that's more than Overton, Davey. Who was not much more, not much different to Gregory. I think Gregory might be a bit, I don't know exactly, but. He likes to put back to the ball early, I think. And while you've got him, or if you've still got him, just out of interest,
I'll get him back.
It'd be quite nice to know what his bowling stats are. I mean, obviously they don't play quite so much first-class cricket in South Africa, but he's played a fair bit.
Averaging 26.5 with the ball.
Yeah. Well, that's all good, isn't it?
166 first-class wickets in 57 matches.
Okay, so he knows how to hold a bat. It's just that he may not, find himself in prime nick. And I think if you're Craig Overton, he'll be aware of that, and he will therefore not significantly change his way of playing. I.e., he's got to have a bit of faith, because clearly Pretorius has the potential to score runs. Lewis. So you don't want to go out, gung-ho, oh, well, we might as well have
I mentioned Lewis Gregory wondering about his first-class average, which is 25. So Pretorius he's a couple of runs in front.
So, however, it was against leg spin at Surrey that he looked a tad fallible. But this is another match, another day, another situation. Field coming up a bit at mid-off and mid-on. That might get him salivating, I don't know.
He's got to watch for the moment, because it's Craig.
No, it's not. They just take the single.
They haven't. The scoreboard hasn't quite caught up.
Yeah.
Beg its pardon. Still got Everton's on strike.
No, I don't think he is. And it's added to which the field is coming in. It's a forward short leg going in. Mid-off and mid-on, who had been back for Craig Overton, have come up. As I said, there's 2 round the bat. More attacking field. Here we go. This is exciting in a way. Oh, yes.
Off the mark.
Is that, now, did he get a run at the Oval or not? I don't think he did. He must have had 2 innings.
I think he did have 2 innings.
He might have got one. Anyway, sorry, we're
12 and 1 at the Oval.
right, so, yeah. Okay. I think the 12, that's in the first innings, I missed all that. The one I heard about. Quite a lot of detail, curiously, from Anthony Gibson, who was there.
Another comfortable single here. Just ambled through. Does look glorious, the Cooper Associates county ground in the afternoon sunshine. spring sunshine. Lovely view from up here at the top of the Marquis Trescothick Pavilion.
Yeah, and the good news is that when Charlie was here about half an hour ago, there was big black smoke clouds billowing up, and we were wondering what was happening. And they have now completely subsided. So who knows what caused that smoke?
Yes,
but it's no longer billowing up. There's nothing there to be seen.
Yeah, it's impossible to tell from here, isn't it? We did hear some sirens soon after it broke out. But yeah, it was quite acrid looking smoke.
Yeah.
But it's clear now. It was besmirching the view of the Quantocks.
How dare it, yeah.
Dane Patterson's going to sleep well tonight. There they are, the Quantocks, unbesmirched. And the spire of St Andrews, is that?
Apparently, yes. An elegant spire. Right behind the bowler's arm. I don't think you can see it from that end.
Single to long leg. There's quite a row of churches, isn't there? St Andrews that we can see, and then behind us, or beside us, you've got St James.
Yeah, yes.
There it is. Or it's about to be anyway.
We've got a tour of the churches.
Flags up. And then we have St George's and St Mary Magdalene, which are out of view to the left of that tower. Quite similar in structure, those three towers.
Oh, that's a nice shot. If they were cathedrals, Charlie could give us every single detail about them, because that's I think that's his mastermind topic. Is it? Yeah. Actually, after cricket. Okay.
Now nothing should come before cricket.
Well, when he gets to the final, he may have to fall back on English cathedrals. I don't know, or British. Oh. Actually, French cathedrals might be even. Oh, I don't know. I'm just wondering whether I should. Tea time. There's still half a dozen.
It's 30. Yeah.
So
let's see it through till tea.
Okay. Well, take it up. There was once a radio play, a very good radio play. I can't remember who wrote it. But it might have been. Oh, someone who used to play for Derbyshire. It was Oxford Blue. Anyway, it was called Taking It Up to Lunch, and it was sort of a fictional TMS. It was hilarious. They had sort of Truman-esque type figures, but there was all sorts of, nothing like the real thing, all sorts of internal wranglings. That's up in the air, but that's going to be safe.
They're plugged a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't really get all of it, but it's a couple. And it was called Taking It Up to Lunch. And it was written by someone who I should remember just like that, but I can't.
Who played for Derbyshire, you say?
There was an Oxford Blue who played for Derbyshire in the 60s who was a writer of significance amidst lots of other things. He actually wrote the screenplays for things like Heartbeat, which you may have seen somewhere on television. He also wrote a novel. That's a lovely shot, that is. And it's not a bad effort to stop it by the captain. He's going to have to keep diving.
Yes, well, he saved a couple. That would have gone to the rope, but for Hamid's intervention. Knott's skipper. Elected to bat yesterday, didn't work out terribly well, just 193, and 316 for 8 is the current Somerset reply.
That's just cleared him. He hit it pretty well. He's deep at mid-off, about only 15, 20 yards in from the boundary, but Overton skimmed off drive, and he hit it well enough to clear Hamid, giving him no chance of catching it. But just for a second, I thought he might have it within his grasp. Overton's playing a little bit more freely with the advent of Pretorius.
Yeah, that's his 5th boundary, Craig Overton. 40 from 57 deliveries. So that's a reasonable rate. Important knock for his team.
Yeah, he got very important runs up at the Oval. And these are pretty handy too.
Pretorius just has the single so far. Still to be Calvin Harrison. His 15th over.
It's a very good nudge.
Oh, mix up here, could be a run out. And he is safely home. Had to scramble though.
That was ugly. I mean, it was always a tight run, and it was made even tighter by the fact there was some nasty hesitation. Oh, no, shall we? Which end? The throw, well, he didn't gather it anyway, but I think Overton, he's been out with injury. We don't want him having to dive like that too often. But anyway, they ended up getting 2. But I thought he was gone.
It's one of those comical moments of indecision.
Yeah.
It did look an awful mess at one point.
It was pretty messy. But they're just getting to know one another at the crease.
Firmly struck, but straight to the man at deep mid-off. Dennis Compton was a famously poor runner between the wickets, wasn't he?
Well, I was looking for him. What? I was trying to work out how I compare Pretorius to Compton. We found a way.
It was Trevor Bailey who said a call from Dennis was merely an indication that negotiations could begin.
Yeah. You often found the most clinical, technically sound batsmen would be terrible runners. I mean, Boyce wasn't great, but the one I think of, who's a delightful man who played county cricket for Derbyshire for a long time, was the Kiwi, John Wright, who thought long and hard about the techniques of batting. In fact, he once stitched his top hand batting glove onto his bat so that he always had his hand in what he regarded as I know he did it for long, but he did it. But he's a lovely man and a deep thinker about the game, but a totally chaotic runner between the wickets. Someone like Nasser Hussain was not flawless in this regard, but he was a sharp mind, very, very good player. But it could be a bit chaotic between the wickets. Just trying to think of others who had that reputation.
The boycott one I remember particularly was a Notts local legend, Derek Randall. Of
course, yeah.
At Trent Bridge, he was in a test.
What did I do? Following up the mark, Scottish Pavilion end, number 8, Lyndon James.
Story about Dennis Amos spoke out quite recently. Dennis Amos ended up, for the first time, he's going to open the batting with boycott for England. He played earlier on in the middle order, not done much, but now he was an opening batsman. And he describes in his autobiography that MJK Smith had given him one little pragmatic, watch out for boycotts, warnings about the unreliability. Anyway, come that first test match, there is a run out. But amazingly, it's Amos who's hit the ball square of the wicket, sets off for a run, realises it's a mistake, and sadly, too late, sent Boycott back. Boycott was run out and in high dudgeon.
Yeah.
And I think Ray Innimus was captain. And this was a big rift, early new opening partnership in the making, and he decided he'd call a meeting between the two of them. And I think I'm right in repeating how it was explained to me that it's a beautiful shot. Beautiful. That's a career best shot by Pretorius for his new county. And I mean, that shows he can bat. Just needs to get settled in. Beautiful timing, that on the back foot, through the line, whoosh. Anyway, initially Illingworth refuses to come to this meeting. Eventually he's persuaded by Illingworth, and eventually Boycott concedes. All right, and he comes on. He says, "I won't try and run you out, at least not on purpose." And sort of after a lot of toing and froing, some sort of agreement was reached, and they continued to open the batting. Amos just said, "I had to cover," and then those words of MJK came across my mind, and I had to send him back.
Didn't Ian Botham run Boycott out?
Oh yes, yeah. Well,
was it in New Zealand?
In New Zealand, in Wellington, I think, and there are various versions of that. But it's something that the historians can agonise over. But I think the accepted wisdom, there are sufficient witnesses to say, although Boyce wouldn't agree with this, I don't think, is that Both announced before he went out to bat, "I'm going to run him out," because they wanted to declare and get the field bowling again. And B, that is what happened. I'm not sure Boyce has ever really felt that was the case, but I think there are enough witnesses to suggest that Both made the initial announcement and then carried out the act. And England went on to win the match, of course. Yeah. And Boyce was captain.
Yes, that brief stint.
Burley had broken his arm in Pakistan. Boycott took over. That's the only instance I know of someone announcing that was going to run him out and doing it. This was probably in Bob's third or fourth Test match, or second, very early on anyway.
I remember the great excitement when he burst on the scene, Ian Botham.
Yeah.
All pies, pasties and sausage rolls
that
are
quality
now
suddenly
half price
emerging.
on bar concession food outlets.
Well, yeah, although by modern standards, he actually played quite a lot of cricket before he played for England. By the standards of Shoaib Bashir and one or two others. He first played for England, I think, at the end of 1977.
Yeah, that's right. It was an Ashes series. Yeah. He was 21.
And his first games for Somerset were in 1974.
Yeah.
So, and as I'm tired of telling people, but 1974, he was obviously a very interesting cricketer in the making. But he bowled dibbly-dobbly medium pace, wicketkeeper standing up, little away swingers, and was an exciting batsman who could come off but could do something ridiculous. So he changed. Oh, he's got to scramble again, but he's all right. That could be only there's an option
potentially.
Unfortunately, Overton has run about. He's got his 50 by the way. He ran 30 yards past the stump, so he was not on the
ball. Reaches in the pavilion.
So that's a very valuable innings, a very fluent one. Hasn't taken him very long. Almost a runnable, not quite. A lot of fluent strokes in there, and it's changed the balance of the game again. And it's been, Nottinghamshire have been hanging on pretty grittily, but this last two partnerships, significant. So I'm labouring towards the point that Both, wasn't that meteoric in terms of he played most of 1974, all of obviously 1975, 6. So he had to wait a little bit. And then he went to Pakistan for his first tour, along with Brian Rose. He didn't play there, and he had it in him to go and knock on the captain's door, Mike Brilley's door, and Chris Old was referred to. And I think in a fairly measured way, he said, "Hang on a minute," to his captain. I think I'm a better player, or he's making his case. And I think that visit impressed Brilley significantly for the manner in which he had the courage to go and do it,
and the confidence,
to go and have that conversation, knock on the door. But it wasn't a rant, it seems. It was and of course they had a terrific relationship as time went by. So he had to wait a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
Was it Greg Chappell? I think was his first.
I think so. He got he's caught a cover or something, pretty ugly, but doesn't matter. And I mean, it's extraordinary. He was, by the time I had this conversation with someone else the other day, but he was in the years just right at the end of the 78, 79 as a bowler. He was never as good as he was in 78, 79, where he was lithe, he bowled aggressively, but he could swing the ball. He was both ways, at pace, intimidate the tail enders if necessary, and his body was trustworthy. And he actually, early in the years, he did his back in somewhere, at Oxford, I think, playing for us, ridiculously, on April the 15th, probably.
Yeah.
And he was never such a lethal bowler with so much ammunition, if you like, as he was at the end of the 70s, even though his England career is going to go on for another dozen years. But at his best, I mean, he swung the ball both ways at pace and was quick enough to cause a few tremors as well. And with that sort of natural confidence that he'd get it. Anyway, age and history in a way.
But wonderful.
That's either 6 or out. It's 6.
Yes, you could tell from the demeanour of the long leg fielder.
Yeah. And probably a slightly damaged ball. It's hit the tarmac of the car park to the left or to the right as we look of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. There'll be a quick inspection of the ball probably.
They've retrieved it.
Yeah. Umpire Milnes is just having a look at it. He seems to think it's all right. He's tossed it to a fielder who's tossed it back to James, who's going to have another go. Quite a new ball still. It's only 15 overs old. You wouldn't think so from the field. The field is really deep set now for Overton. Lovely.
Perfect.
Hit him for 6 and then just defend with the absolute middle of the bat.
James is into his 16th over. He's picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah.
Just a couple more, or one more before tea after this one.
Unless a wicket falls.
Indeed. Because that will be number 9.
Yeah. I think I'm right in saying. I wouldn't think Somerset would contemplate declaring. I mean, Shoaib, among his very many virtues, is improving as a batsman, I think.
Yes, I recall him last season.
That's right.
A bright and breezy knock from him.
Yeah.
Not timed.
No. Sort of looking to hit it squarer, but it got a bit close to him, didn't he? But he has got 50 Overton, that's important.
Yeah, and another batting point beckons. I know it's a minor detail, but
well, no. You want? I mean, points. You want as many as you can get. 10
just
runs.
10 runs away.
Yeah. Oh, they're walking off.
I thought it was 32 overs remaining.
It seems they're obviously not. Well, the scoreboard has just been a bit erratic lately too.
Yeah,
maybe I don't know. But anyway, they're walking off. I think there are 33 overs remaining. Perhaps the regulations have changed slightly. But an intriguing session. There's quite a lot of happening. There's 5. Is it 3 down at lunch?
Yes.
So Notts had 5 wickets. There was a moment where you thought they might be able to limit the lead to about 100. Overton on 347 with good forthright
Pavilion umpires David Mills and Russell Warren
to a substantial lead. There are a lot of runs out there.
Miguel Pretorius and Craig Overton.
But the lead now is 147, which is not insignificant.
No, indeed.
So they've recovered a situation. They look like they really were squandering a good situation. Now, you know, get to 350, get another batting point, which we do want, or one does want. And any more of after that is a bit of a bonus. There's a lot of time left in this game.
Your way to our food concessions to take advantage of the half-price pies.
And we've got a good game of cricket.
Absolutely.
Happening at the Cooper Associates County Ground this summer. The Black
83 for Tom Banton, who's the top scorer, top individual scorer. Sean Dixon 72, and Craig Overton, we've mentioned. But that partnership with Banton and Overton, Somerset back on the rails when they were in danger of leaving the track. 3:40 for 8. We'll have a little break and back in time for the final session.
The Craig Charles Funk and Soul House Party will be here the night before, Friday, June the 21st, so get ready to be transported to a world of rhythm and soul with the one and only Craig Charles. Tickets for this event cost just £25 and again are available via our website or from reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. We will also be hosting 3 open-air cinemas this summer. On Saturday, June the 22nd, you can see The Incredibles, and on Sunday, June the 23rd, we'll be showing Barbie and Mamma Mia. Tickets cost just £10 for adults, £7.50 for juniors, or you can purchase a family ticket for just £25. Discounted tickets are available for these if purchased alongside tickets for our main concerts. The Cooper Associates County Ground will also be showing England's Euro 24 football matches on the big screen in our fan village. In addition to the football, there'll be live music plus food and drink available throughout. We'll be showing England against Serbia on Sunday, June the 16th, England against Denmark on Thursday, June the 20th, and England against Slovenia on Tuesday, June the 25th. Tickets are on sale now and cost just £5, and that includes a free drink. Or why not get all 3 group stage matches for just £12? That includes a drink for each fixture. Again, tickets are available on our website or from reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. We'll also be staging 3 outstanding tribute concerts over the course of the summer. The 3 Somerset sessions cover a wide spectrum of genres and will ensure that there's something for everyone to enjoy. On Friday, July the 5th, we've got Magic Queen. On Friday, July the 19th, the Adele Songbook. And on Friday, August the 9th, Bob Marley Revival. Tickets cost just £12 with a group discount of 10 for the price of 8, and tickets are available from reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal partners for the 2024 season: Cooper Associates Group, WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, Hygos, and Virtue Motors. Our 2024 replica County Championship and Vitality Blast shirts are now available to order from Somerset County Sports, which is located next to the Somerset Cricket Museum, and also from the SCCC shop behind the Ondarchie stand. We'd like to take this opportunity to wish Jill Lammonby a happy birthday from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Have a great day, Jill.
Hello. All right, how are you? Very nervous. Good. Why would you buy more if you can Thank you, she says. I just keep relaying. Yeah, so it's the first summer in the whole thing. Wait, it's not very quiet. Yeah. Have you got your finger over the... Okay, so you had also pasta. Yeah, well, you're very quiet. So we'll see you about mile 15 and then back mile 20. And then we'll head over to the downloaded the app. I think we can track you on the app. I'm just kidding. You might. I'm just thinking you might think you've updated. Yeah. You've got the app on your phone. I think you do. Yeah. Yes. Anyway, we'll track you.
Please welcome back our umpires David Milnes and Russell Warren. The Nottinghamshire side led out by captain Haseeb Hamid. And Somerset's knocked out batters Craig Overton and Mikel Pretorius.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Final session of day 2 of this county championship match between Somerset and
31 will open the bowling from the river end.
Very much in the driving seat on 347 for 8, which represents a lead of 154. Still 2 wickets in hand. The ball is in the hands of the leg spinner for Notts, Calvin Harrison, who's going to get things underway after tea. He's the main wicket taker for the visitors, 3 for 53 from 16. First ball of the session just driven into the offside by Mikel Pretorius. He's on 10 not out, and Craig Overton at the other end is on 57. Really important knock that Craig Overton has played the second time in a row. Did it at the Oval earlier in the week, and he's done it again today. And this is driven up to the long-on boundary by Pretorius, and taking on 14, first boundary of the session.
Big old swing that from Pretorius, and another batting point, 351
in the 98th over.
So that's a
makes 3.
Third batting point, isn't it? Yeah, 250, 300 and 350. With still 13 overs to get another one, or even 2 if they can.
It's conceivable they might get 1 more.
Yeah, so I think
2,
2's out of the question really, another 100 runs in 13 overs, but you never know. Surrey were trying to do much bigger sums than that at the end of the last game, but they only had, Somerset only have 2 wickets in hand, which is slightly different.
And Notts, meanwhile, need 1 more wicket.
They certainly do.
For their 3rd bowling point.
I think that's definitely on the cards, really, especially if Somerset are going to hit out a little bit. They'll offer opportunities, but that's a nice little push.
Notts without any batting points after being bowled out for 193 yesterday.
Yeah, it's after choosing to bat as well. They'll be ruining that, I think. They'll be looking back at it, wondering how they could have done a bit better after the opportunities they were given, winning the toss and then batting on a nice day.
Oh, will we, won't we? Yes, no, get back. It was a mix-up before tea. Almost another one then. The Trade Nation win predictor,
oh yes,
you can find on the Match Centre, is saying Somerset win 93%, Notts 2%,
Yeah,
and a draw 5%.
A Notts win is that's going to be some turnaround. Although Somerset have turned the game around like that against Nottinghamshire here before. A few years ago now, mind, as that was just turned around the corner by Craig Overton, who's batting very well.
Possibly, no. Yes,
they are going to go for 3, and they'll make it.
Find a wide open gap.
Thank you, everyone getting in touch as well on the live stream comments. Reading through those, a lot of praise for Tom Banton and for Craig Overton, both putting some good scores together.
Pitch conference between the two batters came together with the total on 314 for 8. So it's
Ball from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, number 8, Lyndon James.
Between Overton and Banton earlier. So Lyndon James continuing from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. His 17th over, 2 for 69. His figures thus far.
Good stop. Got to be so alert in those positions, haven't you? The ball comes very quickly. Thank you. Some very funny comments in the stream. Talking a little bit about cricket in Spain, we were commenting a bit about that, as my Spanish tutor was very interested in cricket, asking all sorts of quite unusual questions that a cricket fan, you don't normally talk, talking about the wicketkeeper's fingers and how they get so hurt, various other bits as well. This one's nicely flicked off the hip, down to fine leg for a single.
This is a good knock for Craig Overton, isn't it? So useful for the team. He's on 61 not out. He's made an immediate impression with the bat this season and with the ball. Great to see him back in the side.
Thank you to Lord Dusty, who says, brilliant work from Banton and now Craig Overton. Get up to 400. We'll have a few overs at them tonight, which will be something to aim for. These two could score quickly. The Pretorius and Overton, if the partnership lasts. No reason not to aim for 400 now from here. We were talking when the 7th wicket fell. What was the score? It was about 246 or something along those lines.
That's
when
right.
The 7th
Lewis Gregory was out.
Lewis Gregory, the captain, was out for 1. Got himself in a bit of a tangle. Went out LBW. And at that point, 246 for 7, having been 111 for no loss, you thought Somerset have thrown away a really good opportunity here, or at least they're in the process of throwing it away. And some rear guard action from, firstly, Banton, who I thought played really well for his 83. There's questions over his place in the side. He scored some quick runs against Kent in the first game. Didn't perform too well against Surrey. He's got himself 83 here. Really well made runs.
Yeah, and that partnership with Craig Overton of 78 just put Somerset back on track, really.
It did.
And this is carrying on the good work, Overton and Pretorius.
Well, this is now worth, just seeing if the scoreboard was up to date, it's now worth 43, 44 now. 43. Scoreboard was up to date. So very useful for the 9th wicket. And every run is putting on pressure on Nottinghamshire, who failed with the bat, really, not getting to 200. Yeah, he's going to land safe. In fact, he's going to run all the way for 4. He's going to get there. Fielder was chasing after it, had no chance. And Overton is moving into the into 65 now.
Yeah,
great
that
innings.
Is his 8th boundary, 1-6 and 7 fours now for Craigo, as Tractor calls him.
Well, he does. Does he call every Craig Craigo? What was he calling Craig Keysweater? Is it Craigo as in, just add an O onto people's name, or is it Craig O because that's
I think it's because of the Overton.
Pulled and 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Craig O. He normally warms himself up sort of late afternoon session, beginning of the evening session. So keep an eye out for him, normally over towards Gimblets Hill. I haven't seen him today. Quite an obvious figure around. No, he's not sitting underneath the scoreboard where he normally does. For those who don't know, Tractor's a very vocal Somerset fan. Quite often hear his support echoing around the ground. I don't think it would quite feel right without it, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? It's just so much part of the experience now. Yeah.
Absolutely. I can't see him down there. But, maybe tomorrow.
Well, he's really disappointed to have missed a day like this. He may well be around. There is a man in a floppy hat there. No, I don't think that's it. He's missed, played around by Pretorius, who's swinging across the line of the ball. He's got.
I think he played over the top of it.
Yeah, having watched him. Not far away from taking an edge. He's starting on this one. We'll just squeeze past the fielder, so pick up the symbol there. He's a bit of a swashbuckler, is how I describe Pretorius. I didn't know much about him before he was signed by Somerset. I think that's fair to say. There's a lot of people in Somerset who had to look him up a bit when they heard.
Had a stint with Durham.
Did indeed, yeah,
year.
and didn't overachieve, if you know what I mean. Didn't sort of create a massive, there weren't counties clamouring for him. I think I can see Tractor down there, having just said all of that. Yes, there he is. His faded floppy hat on. See if we can get the camera on.
Excellent.
But he is there with a cider in hand by the looks of it.
Perfect day for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hear him soon, I think. But he wasn't, he wasn't rewriting all the
record books.
No, exactly. Now, not to say that he's not a good player. You don't have to rewrite record books to be an extremely good player. But it wasn't. But here we go. Look at this. Great big swing at that one.
Didn't quite time it.
No, he didn't quite time it. But I think that's, to be honest, that's something we could probably say about his practicing that. Down on one knee, great big sweeping slog sweep. And that's kind of how he plays. I think that's how he plays his shot. That's, he comes in at, number 10 today, and that's how he's going to play. I think that's just what Somerset fans need to, because there was a little bit of anger around the way he played against Surrey, where he got out to a big swing when Somerset was so close to making the game completely safe. Another 3 or 4 overs probably would have completely done it. In the end, it finished a draw, so it didn't really matter. But had Surrey gone on to chase that down, and they looked for a long time like they might do.
Yeah, I mean, after about 6 overs, I thought they were going to win. Sorry.
I was there was part of me which was thinking they might do it, but I still hadn't quite got to the point where I thought they definitely would. But there was part of me which was thinking Somerset could sneak 10, because what might happen is the top 5 go for it and lose their wicket, and then suddenly, if the ball was just doing a bit, which it wasn't really, but if the ball just did a bit, Lewis Gregory might think, do you know what? We could just see, once they got Sibley out, I thought, you just never know with cricket. And then they decided to shake hands, and I think it was the right result. It was a great game of cricket. But one more wicket earlier on in those 20 overs they had might just have made Lewis Gregory think, oh, got a little opportunity here. I'm sure Surrey would have kept the ball out pretty well, but
I think they would have shut up shop.
Yeah.
It was really Jamie Smith's, with hindsight, it was that wicket, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, absolutely. As James comes in, off an edge here, Pretorius' bat. Yeah, no, you're right. It was definitely. I mean, Surrey, as you say, Surrey would have shut up shop, but had the ball just, teams can try and shut up shop and still be got out, can't they, by good bowling. And I don't know, you never know. With Craig Overton with the ball in his hand can make things happen, can't he? And Lewis Gregory as well.
Yeah.
Casey Aldridge played brilliantly. But as it was, it finished. It was absolutely brilliant. I loved that. Monday afternoon as well. Got home from work, popped that on. I thought the stream was great. The cricket I was watching was fantastic.
Yes, it's lovely when games burst into life.
Yeah,
like that.
That's it, isn't it? It's 3.5 games of slow burn. Okay, there was the batting collapse for Somerset, and there was a bit of rain delay around, so it wasn't sort of a classic cricket match building up slowly, because there were really exciting periods in there. But, and then it, as you say, just kind of exploded into life.
Nicely timed, but straight to the man at short mid-wicket. Slightly wayward throw to the wicketkeeper, which would have been
Joe Clark looked a
embarrassing
bit
if that had
annoyed,
gone
yeah.
down to the boundary.
I think Joe Clark was not annoyed too much, but I think he probably looked at the fielder and said, careful, come on, he's put a bat on that, so it would go down as runs as well.
Wasn't really any need.
No. A lot of power on it, and it was quite high.
Again, not quite timed by Pretorius, who's keeping Overton good company here. 18 not out to Overton's 70.
Well, that's 3 players now who've got into the 70s for Somerset. Banton went on to make 83, Dixon 72, Craig Overton not out on 70. So good, but from that point, as a batting side, you want one of them to go on and convert, and obviously there is still a chance here. Craig Overton could do that. But frustrating, especially with Banton's shot. Not that it was a bad shot. Another good catch, and there was a catcher in there. But it wasn't the shot. It wasn't got out. Was it? He got himself out a little bit there. He sort of opened his shoulders a little bit, and just as he was getting a bit expansive with his shots, great to watch. But picked out the fielder. He looked very pretty gutted, didn't he, to get out. Tom Banton, having worked so hard to get to his 83. But I thought,
good looking straight, no run.
And I thought worth sticking with. Obviously, there'll have to come a time where Tom Abel comes back. I don't think he's expected back for a little while yet, but there'll come a time when Abel's fit, and you put him in the team, of course. So, who goes? Tom Kohler-Cadmore will come back from India. You think, well, he's likely to be around the team, isn't he? You want him in there. So then that's two players who are fighting for their places here, at least.
And Tom Banton has done his cause no harm at all today.
83 is very useful, isn't it? So you'd say it's probably Banton and Goldsworthy who are most at risk of losing their places. Banton would probably be a like for like with Kohler-Cadmore in a way. And then Goldsworthy, the thing with Goldsworthy is he does offer you a bit of spin. Not sure, I don't know how much bowling Abel will be doing now, given that he's picked up injuries from doing it. Whether it's worth him just sort of focusing on his batting now. So it gives Somerset selectors some food for thought, doesn't it? How you know, if Goldsworthy puts up a big score in the second innings here, you think, well, there's 2 players who are desperate to show they've, given the opportunity. The only other player up until this point who hasn't really fired is Dixon, but he scored 72 today.
Yeah.
And that opening slot is hard, especially against the Duke's ball, and he's proved that he can do it. With 12 fours in amongst those 72 runs.
Brett Hutton on at the river end. Pulled away down to the square and the boundary. Easy as you like for Craig Overton.
Big, isn't it? Spoke to a couple of Nottinghamshire fans in the tea break while I was walking around the ground. A lot of pessimism in amongst it, which I think I can understand given what happened yesterday and what's happening today. Missing Ben Duckett in this round of fixtures, who obviously is very useful, very, very useful player to have. He's 3/4 of the way to a century now.
Would be his second if he gets there. 15 half centuries.
Now his first, I'm thinking of his only one he's got so far. Now I seem to think that was a big partnership with Roelof van der Merwe comes to mind. Why am I thinking of that? What's Craig Overton's first class century? Let's have a look. See if there is a... Shot, but finding the fielder. Here we go. 2016 it was against Hampshire.
A while ago.
Somerset made 587 for 8 declared. Not bad. We'll take that. So who's scoring runs there? Overton, obviously. I think Van der Merwe had a big old partnership with him. Is it? Am I right in that? Thinking Here we are. Rollo van der Merwe 102, not out. Craig Overton 138.
Yep, that's his career best.
Just a bit leg-siding. It's clipped away for a single. So this... What was the partnership there? Because that Somerset must have been staring down the barrel a little bit. No, it's not too bad. They were 300 for 6, and then 370 for 7, and then 587 for 8. So that it really is a serious partnership of 217.
Wow.
So that's... I seem to remember there was a big partnership there. So yeah, ended in a draw that one. Which is a bit of a disappointment when you score 600. Guess it does happen. This one's played nicely into the leg side again.
Yes, he timed it almost too well. Got it out to the man just a few metres inside the boundary.
Marcus Trescothick made 36 in that match. Tom Abel, 79, opening with Trez.
Sweet.
Chris Rogers, it was the year of Chris Rogers' captaincy. It was the year that Somerset very nearly made it. One of the years where Somerset very nearly broke their duck.
Single here.
Seed only decides not to. 56 from Jim Allenby. 42 from Peter Trigo. 61 from Lewis Gregory, all chipping in on that match.
Crowded scorecard. End of the over for Brett Hutton. 19 he's bowled altogether, 5 of them maidens.
August 2016, so it's been nearly 8 years since Craig Overton scored his only first-class century.
Doesn't seem that long ago, but there it is.
8 years.
There's our view of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. It's a nice one. There's an angle, 45 degrees.
It's a really lovely pavilion, that.
Was the players' changing room originally. Steps on either end. Now very popular with members.
Yeah, it's a great view there. Lovely, because you've got the churches when you look back that way. We've got the Quantocks from this angle. The other side, you look back and you've got the churches. It couldn't be more perfect, this ground. It's a lovely view, whichever side of it you're on. No bad angles. A bit like yourself, Stephen.
Colin Atkinson was lovely drive. 4. No question at all. Bang into the boarding at the base of the Somerset stand. Pretorius into the 20s. Yeah, Colin Atkinson was captain when Somerset first got to a Lord's final in 1967.
Was that against Sussex? Who?
Kent.
Kent. And was that a? What was the result? How badly did Somerset lose? Yeah, that's the.
It was a good game.
The question. Yeah.
They didn't get quite enough runs. But Colin Atkinson, if I can find it, wrote rather eloquently about the day. Here we go. After this ball. Nicely driven. Yeah, he was Somerset captain that day. Beneath a cloudless sky, he wrote. Early morning activities on Cup final day at Lord's took on an unspoken expectancy, and the very air was charged with excitement, tension and pent-up thoughts as we trooped, lions for the day, into the historic pavilion. Paintings, inscriptions and the timeless aura which lingers in the long room were noticed more acutely by players whose senses were sharpened by the occasion.
Gosh, he was a wordsmith, wasn't he? Oh, nice shot. He's pierced the gap there. Nice shot from Pretorius it is, who finds the boundary at extra cover. And Somerset move on to 384 for 8. Pretorius on to 28. Runs are flowing now. Evening session.
I didn't get to Lord's that day, unfortunately, but would have been fun. It was a cloudless September day, apparently, from what I've read.
You must have been very young then, Stephen.
I was 10.
Well, yeah, there we go.
David Foote was there. Wrote, it's debatable whether the showpiece occasion ever created a more convivial regional atmosphere. Somerset supporters joyfully and noisily in evidence. Amongst the 20,000 crowd came in their farming smocks and war paint.
Oh, look, we've got some car park cricket. Oh, what have we got? Have we got a close catcher? What's going on here? Oh, I see. There's a bit of French cricket, maybe. Aiming for his legs. think we
Vic
need it.
Marks was having catching practice.
He was,
during
wasn't
the
he?
tea interval with his grandson.
I was worried he was going to pull something. Hobble off.
The former editor of Wisden, Shield Berry.
Yeah,
involved
he's here as well today, yeah. Gosh, the former editor of Wisden, now writes for Telegraph and many other great publications, Shield Berry. Plus Vic Marks, TMS stalwart. That's cricketing royalty. Now, what's going on here? They're looking at the ball here. Got my binoculars out. Hasib Hamid has been in their ear for a lot of the day today. Oh, look, it's not going through the ring.
So it will therefore be replaced.
Oh, yes.
A box will be brought out.
Hamid is finally getting that ball, he's getting it changed. He has tried a few times today, has to be said. Here's Craig Overton, looking a bit dishevelled, but that's fair enough, given he's... What's he looking at? He wants something in his... I'm thirsty. He's got a water bottle there. Is it not very full?
Here comes the box of balls out of the Andy
This,
Caddick Pavilion.
I love this sort of stuff. This is the sort of stuff that separates cricket out from everything else. Do you know what I mean? A box
Absolutely.
of balls is being brought out, and now the officials and the captain are having a look through. You don't get this in any other sport, do you?
They've got to find one that is approximately the same age in terms of overs bowled.
Yeah, can't have a brand new shiny one. Much as Hasib Hamid would probably like that, given what's happening, the way the runs are flowing.
And they're deliberating carefully. Important moments, these.
Yeah, and these are the joys of being a commentator. You get to commentate on things like this. The exciting moments of discussion.
As another member of the commentary team drops in, Harry Everett.
Oh, I knew it wouldn't be long before he turned up. You've been playing for England today, Harry? Let's have a look. You've been playing for England about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, by the looks of it? Wemden against Western-super-Mare, how'd you get on? Lost. What about your own personal scores? He's not going to like that. Well, no, go on. I'm asking. So you, how many wickets? 1 for 10 off 4, not bad. Wow, what's that called? Is that got a special name of getting a wicket with your first ball of the year? Like a golden duck or a
probably has.
Platinum duck is
There's
something,
probably
isn't it?
somewhere in the lexicon there will be.
There must be something.
A word to describe it.
Platinum wicket. What was your bat? No. 7 or 10. 7 or 10. What? Somewhere in the region of 7 or 10. You didn't see the scorecard, so you're not sure if it was 7 or 10. Okay. Well, we'll see if we can find the scorecard a little bit later on. If you're at Wemden against Western, you want to tell us about Harry's performance, we would really love to hear from you.
You haven't been missing anything out there. We're just going to restart now after the change of ball.
Just a bit of a ball change. James comes in. Oh, this one's in the air, high in the air, and it's going to go all the way. Yep, I'm in the air for a long time. That really did go high. And this is how Pretorius plays.
I think that went into Pavilion suitable.
Was it caught? I think it might have been caught in the crowd.
May well have been.
He's celebrating as if he caught it.
It's being applauded down there.
Yeah, I think he's caught that. Did we get a camera on it? Oh, here we go. This is a good angle. How did the... Is it a fixed camera?
Gonna see it?
Oh, I don't think we're going to see it. Hang on. As this one comes in, back live now. This one's punched and no run. Oh, we've got to see if we caught the crowd catch.
That's a first maximum for Pretorius.
You don't... yes, it is. And he's also had a 4 in this over as well. You don't see sort of celebratory crowd catches all that often in the county championship, do you? Because largely there aren't that many sixes. Generally, there are, quite a few, but not compared to the amount. Here we go. Here we go. Zoom in, cameraman. Oh, is this now live as this is pushed into the offside? Very inconsiderate of Lyndon James to keep on bowling while we're trying to take a look at whether there's a crowd catch or not. But also because the stands are emptier, obviously, in a county championship match. So when the ball goes into the stands, it's not always to a field area. But that one was. I know the production team are busy trying to find this camera angle. We want to give the guy his credit, or was he trying to claim credit where he wasn't due? 200 lead now, by the way.
I think he caught it.
I think he did. The way he was celebrating
down below us.
You'd have to have a pretty, a bit of a charlatan to celebrate like that if you haven't caught it. So the lead is now 200. And Somerset are heading for a 4th batting point. They've got 7 overs.
away.
Yeah, 7 overs to score 6 runs, so they should get that. 1 more wicket needed for Nottinghamshire's 3rd point.
And Pretorius is making a good contribution here.
Well, he's making up for something that people weren't particularly pleased about in the previous game. I know there was a bit of chat I saw on social media of a few fans who weren't happy with his attitude of batting, the way he went in there in that last innings, so close to making the game safe, but was doing exactly what he's doing now, which is bashing it around. He's got licence to do it now because Somerset got a 200 lead, but in that game he didn't really at all.
He has taken some steps to atone for it today.
Yeah. And he took a few wickets in the first innings here as well, so the last minute overseas signing, a replacement for Will Sutherland, who I was looking forward to watching. And well, he's doing the business now.
Brett Hutton in the meantime has a play and a miss, which has been a bit of a rarity for Craig Overton.
Look at the field now. No slips, all spread. They know what's coming. And they're going to try and catch him on the boundary.
Overton just 23 runs away from 3 figures now. Now 22 with a single up to long on.
Well, Craig Overton won't really want Pretorius throwing his wicket away. I know there's still Bashir to come, and he can bat. But Craig will, you get to this stage, to 78. It's not often that a player who comes in normally around sort of 7 and 8 gets the chance to reach 100.
It's worth 81, this partnership now.
Very good. Yeah, that has been really good. Real thorn in the side of Nottinghamshire, these two now, who Nottinghamshire would have felt they'd come back into the game nicely when they took Lewis Gregory's wicket, which was not quite the last one to fall, wasn't it? Banton was the last one to fall. But when they took Lewis Gregory, it was 246 for 7, and they would have felt, you know what, this isn't going to be as big a lead as we thought, because they were at that point, Somerset were only 50 odd ahead, and they had 3 wickets left. You think, well, we quickly mop up the tail, great. But along with Banton, now Overton and Pretorius, Somerset have put on 150 more runs since then. Sliced away. And that's going to be 4 runs as well. These two are making hay whilst the sun is shining here in Taunton. That'll take it. Somerset scored to 399 for 8. 1 run short of a 4th batting point.
In terms of runs, the two partnerships are actually very similar. It was 78 that Banton and Overton put on.
Well, Overton here, proving just how useful he is, opens the bowling and is a brilliant bowler, but with the bat against Surrey and now here as well, really, really useful runs, putting Somerset into a commanding position. A lead of 206.
And just the single required now for batting point number 4.
Good contributions from a lot of players, but no one getting above 83 as it stands. It was Tom Banton, 72 from Dixon, 78 not out from Overton.
Single? Yes. 400 up.
Didn't look like they were going to make it for a while. 246 with 7 wickets down. I thought that 400 might be a stretch. It needed someone like Banton, it needed an Overton with him. And what's been good for Somerset this year, watching them over the last 3 games now, including this one, is that when they've needed to bat well, they have, second innings at Surrey I'm thinking of, they batted well against Kent, and now here as well. They've put together a gritty performances, despite the fact that wickets have been falling a little bit. As you can see, the partnerships. Still the biggest partnership was that first one, between Dixon and Renshaw. But this one not far off. So positives definitely for Somerset with batting, which has been problematic before the early parts of the season. Plenty to be cheerful about for Somerset fans. But Nottinghamshire, it's a different story. They've already lost a game, the only team to have lost so far. I'm sorry I keep saying that, but it is an important point, I think. And only managing 193 when they won the toss and wanted to bat.
We've got a change of ends for Calvin Harrison. coming on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. So far today, he's just bowled from the other. Bowling to Pretorius, who's on 40 now. Carved away out to deep extra cover. That'll be a comfortable single.
40 off 40 balls it was. Run a ball 40.
Absolutely.
Useful. Very, very useful.
Yep. But run a ball in championship cricket is no mean thing.
Well, what it will do is these wickets will eventually fall, or Somerset will say they've had enough. What it will do is allow them a bit of time to bowl tonight, potentially.
Well, a single down to long leg. It's a bit of a tall order to get 50 runs from 6 overs. That's to get the 5th batting point.
Well, we're going to see something exciting if that happens, aren't we? If Somerset get anywhere near that. 48 runs needed in 5.4 overs.
4 balls.
Yes. Although, who's to say they won't give it a go? This one's dropping down towards us. Oh, that was nearly an overstep. He was holding the ball from Fletcher, but I think he's all right.
That's a couple towards them. It certainly will. If they get there, it will be entertaining.
So what would, how many, what's 40 divided by 5? 8. 8 and over-ish. Oh, that's doable, isn't it?
Well, the way they're playing.
5 overs. Oh, that could be 4. No, it's going to be pulled in, I think. Just diving stop.
Oh, 2 a ball.
8 and over is very achievable these days. Not for consistently for a whole innings, but for 5 overs or something.
2s are on, aren't they, with the field spread so wide?
And actually, you only need, 4 2s. You've got 1 4 and 2 2s. You're pretty much there. But it's about getting those 4s as well. They're not easy when the field's spread. You have to time it well. Attempted stop, parried it. Dot ball. They do look like they're trying this,
Yeah, it does. It does.
And they've talked actually about batting point in the Kent game, in the first game of the season. They talked about actually going for batting points specifically,
Which they successfully did.
Which they did well. So you do wonder, maybe they are thinking if we can, a few 6s will help us on the way. There's the view of Taunton. Look at that. The lovely sky. We've had beautiful weather today. I can't believe how good it's been considering how terrible the weather has been for so long. Doesn't it look a picture there? The county ground with Quantox in the background.
Lovely. It's as good a view as from any pavilion in the country.
Especially when it's bathed in sunshine.
That famous white sheet which serves as the sight screen at the river end.
Yeah, they haven't got a sheet like that at Lord's, have they? It's all quite different, but I do like the sheet.
It works.
It does seem to work, doesn't it? Yeah. There we go, look at that, close up on the sheet. Brilliant, well done everyone. Production team, give yourselves a pat on the back. Look at that. Thing of beauty. HMS Victory would have been proud of that if it had been raising that.
Billowing nicely.
Lovely stuff.
What breeze there is. We're going to have a change of bowler at that end. Luke Fletcher's coming back. That was a loosener. Just about got the arm over.
Well, in the end, it turned into a Yorker, really, didn't it? Which Craig Overton managed to squeeze out.
It's not the easiest time of the innings to come back, is it? When you've taken the new ball the previous day and this morning.
I expect he's feeling it a little bit.
It's the umpteenth spell for Luke Fletcher. It's his 23rd over in all.
Pretorius on strike now. He's on 45. He's approaching his 50.
Comfortable single. 2 long off. Still 24 overs remaining today, including this one.
Quite a lot of cricket still to come in this glorious weather. Don't think we'll have any risk of the light being a problem today.
And you may well see Somerset bowl before the end of the
I
day.
would be surprised if they didn't fancy having a few overs. We'll see what the lead... I mean, the lead is enormous. That's nice. Finding a little gap there. Pick up just a single.
With thinking about too, but it wasn't there.
The lead, well, put it this way, if it was the other way around and Somerset had batted first and got this lead, then they'd certainly be looking at the follow-on, wouldn't they, a 215 lead. So that gives you the idea of just how far ahead Somerset are. They're in that kind of commanding position. So then, 216 runs just to make Somerset bat again. Psychologically, it feels like a long way away for Nottinghamshire, and Somerset would really fancy that, especially they'll be tired, Notts, having spent a long time in the field, over a day now.
Driven, and will be another single out of deep extra.
Bit edgy there, I think. Quite where he meant to put it, but safe enough.
Yeah, there is a bit of rain forecast on Monday as well, which
there?
may be in the back of the minds of the Somerset camp.
Well, Somerset's plan here clearly is bat once. Is bowl, get a wicket tonight, and then bowl them out tomorrow. That would be Somerset's game plan. In an ideal world, of course, Nottinghamshire will have very strong opinions on the contrary. They'll be looking for some incredible turnaround. It's poor ball. Not particularly well dealt with either by Overton, who's just pulled it straight into the ground, but we'll pick up a single. That looked like a slow bouncer, tired bouncer, that looked like to me.
They may take some prizing out, Notts. There are runs in this wicket still.
Well, they're good. They've got some good batters in there. Joe Clark, who gave his wicket away in the first innings, could easily pick up a big score. Very good player. Montgomery showed what he could do before he got out, making 48. Slater's a great batter. Hamid, when he gets in, plenty of runs in this Nottinghamshire side. Somerset need to be aware of that, which is, I think they clearly are, which is why they're still batting. Ground again. Seem content with singles at the moment, Somerset. Picking up them in those gaps.
Yeah, so 106 overs gone. 4 overs to score 38 runs. It's possible, especially with batters of the physique that are out there at the moment. Capable of hitting big, as we've seen. Overton 82, Pretorius 48. Harrison's going to continue to bowl his leg spin.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Harrison. Looks a good prospect, I think. Picked up 3 wickets so far of the 8. Caused some issues. Changed things up a bit. I think he's been unlucky not to bowl more, actually. I think when they took the new ball at 80 overs exactly, I thought he was bowling well, and then obviously he's not been given the brand new ball to bowl with, so then he's taken off for a bit. I actually thought a bit harsh on him there. I probably would have given him a few more, I think. Ben Hasib Hamid. This one's chipped safely. Another single.
Turn that into a full toss, Pretorius, and takes him within 1 run of his 50. I will make way for Vic at the end of the over.
He's recovered from his catch-up. Really? He's had to do a bit of a stretch afterwards.
Splendid sight.
As Pretorius picks up his 50.
Single was enough. Applause around the ground. It's a good crowd in today. Enjoying the sunshine and warmly applauding a half century from Pretorius. For LBW, I think that was sliding down.
It was a 100 partnership, beg your pardon, it was the 100 partnership coming just before Pretorius's 50.
Right, okay,
he's on 49 still, but the partnership is 100.
So that was the applause for that.
Yeah.
Soon to be followed, one expects.
Harrison might have other ideas. A bit short. This will be his 50 now.
And there indeed is the applause. A forward back raised by Pretorius. He'll be a happy man. That's
50 for Mikel Pretorius from just 52 balls.
Very, very good comeback after what was the unpopular innings at Surrey, which almost gave the game away. Didn't quite, so we'll forgive him it, because he's
just a bump in the road.
Returned now with a 50, or 52 as well, which has been a fantastic pace to keep this game really rocketing along in Somerset's favour. And yeah, I'm sure you're right, Craig Overton would have said, OK, we've got you to your 50, I'm on 83. If you could just make sure you're still there, give me 5 overs, see where we are then.
Turned away down to deep square will be a comfortable ambled single. End of the over. 416 for 8. 107 gone. It's a bit unlikely that 450.
I don't think the 450's on here. No, not within 110 overs.
Be very enjoyable for you and Vic if it happens.
Well, it will be exciting. We have to watch the window in front of us. I think they'll be smashing it all over the park if they do pick up 34 runs in the remaining 3 overs of batting points. The 9th wicket, though, very much is potential on for the next 3 overs, so we'll keep an eye on that for Nottinghamshire, from a Nottinghamshire perspective. But Vic's back. How did you get on in the catching practice? Is the old mid-season form?
Not very well, really. Yeah. I was there more in an arbiter between Freddie, my little grandson, who's not that little, and another child, namely Shield Berry, of the Telegraph, who was about 70. And there was a very keenly contested catching practice between those two.
I was impressed with
how Shield just won.
Did he? That's a shame. I was going for Freddie, as much as I like Shield.
Yeah.
Pick up another, think of 2, no. I was very impressed with how limber Shield is, actually.
Well, yeah, I know. He's got his first game of the season tomorrow, I think, or Monday.
He's in Somerset, doesn't he? I think it's Hinton Charterhouse.
Hinton Charterhouse is his club, and have you ever played there? It's
no, I've not played it.
A lovely
towards Bath, where is it?
Yeah, lovely ground. Just outside of Hinton.
Very nice.
Robertson Glasgow family had a house there, just overlooking the ground at one point. That's just a couple. I don't think this pair, if they got any sense, are worried about the 450 bonus point.
There was a moment where they were hitting a lot of 2s, where they had a bit more time, and the run rate was something like 8 and over for a few overs. But
they don't want to worry about that. Just they've got
but now
4 batting points.
And a full complement of bowling points already.
Yeah, so that's
quite happy with that, actually.
And the next goal is obviously trying to win the game at some point. But more runs now will be handy.
Well, they're putting themselves in a great position to do that.
Well, it is when you consider they look like squandering. She's just been downstairs, and you know, when you've been with our outgoing and incoming chief executives, it's quite an emotion. Gordon Holland's done a fantastic job, and he's orchestrating a very good handover to Jamie Cox, who we all know and remember. But it's quite a big moment for everyone, but for Gordon in particular. So having a chat down below, and then sort of keeping just a half an eye on what was going on, without really recognising how quickly these two have been advancing the score.
Oh yeah, they really have.
And I mean, this will be great. We sort of knew Pretorius could bat, because we've seen the stats and they don't lie. But this will do wonders for his sort of confidence at a new club. He's bowled pretty well in the first innings. He's picked up a couple wickets late on, and now, after a dodgy start with the bat at the Oval, he's shown that he can hit a ball. And will pose problems for any captain as he works out his batting order. Because he's a damn good number 10.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he is. Josh Davey probably fancies himself being
promoted
higher up, but
they can't go ahead of Craig Overton.
No, and Pretorius has scored more runs than Davey managed. Tough for Davey to say, well, actually, you're a number 10, I'm afraid.
Well,
have a little taste of 3.
That's the least of their worries.
That's true.
But it doesn't half help if you've got people down the order who can, on a good day, completely transform the innings, and that's what's happened here. It's got flatter and flatter, it seems, but it always seems like that when the batsmen are in control. The slips have disappeared. Fletcher's still going into his 24th, just finishing his 24th over. I mean, it should. We said this when we played Notts last year, and I think it will apply this year. It didn't last year. We were saying it's going to be hard work pulling him out a second time. Of course, last year Matt Henry and, well, especially Matt Henry and Craig Overton just ripped them apart.
Yep.
But that may not happen again. I don't think it'll happen like that. But there'll be celebrations. Should a victory come, beer, cider.
Over 100 beers and ciders.
Well, there's a beer and cider festival coming up in a while. I'll leave you to organise that. You never get a chance to advertise anything. Working with the BBC, you can do it now.
That's true.
2nd of August, beer and cider festival. Book it in.
2nd of August. That's a one-day cup match. That'd be lovely.
Oh right, 50 over match. Absolutely. Long time.
Plenty of time for it. Well, you need 2 different beers and ciders per. Well, no, you've got one per over, haven't you? 100 beers and ciders, 100 overs of cricket.
Well, I'm sorry, this is sounding like a real old fogey, but in the 1967.
Oh yeah,
So
when
the
it was
cup
65
final.
each way or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I think it might have been 60 by then.
Yeah.
The Somerset supporters were all in front of the tavern, and there was this understanding that every time they took a wicket, they'd drink a pint of scrub. And at lunchtime, Kent were 1 down. They used to have, so they from the whole 2 and a bit hours. 1 point.
Yeah.
After lunch, they went, as you do in a one-day game, they went from 1 down to 9 down in the space of about an hour. But I'm sure they stuck to their.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't have let anyone down. They would have. Yes, they would have seen it as their duty, really, wouldn't they?
But that is some time ago. You can have another festival, but you don't have to have a pint every time a wicket falls. This could be. No, it's just beaten him. Just cleared mid-off.
There was some question earlier on about whether there was a crowd catch or not. There was the cameras picked up someone celebrating, and we assumed they'd caught it. Well, Stephen can confirm it was a crowd catch. It was a one-handed crowd catch above, on top of that.
That's
swept 4.
I mean, if you're in the Notts top order, you're thinking it's 5:15. There's 21 overs remaining. We might bowl them out. We might declare. I'm going to have potentially a nasty little 11, 10 over session against the new ball. Not much to gain. A lot to lose.
233 lead already for Somerset.
They press the accelerator, this pair, as well as scoring all these runs. Pretorius is enjoying this. It's not too bad Taunton after all. Hard to get too much movement off the pitch, but once you get in.
Well, he wouldn't have played here before, would he, at all?
He was playing for Durham a bit. He didn't play that many games for Durham, I don't think, but he played a few, and obviously Durham were in the 2nd division then.
Yes, sorry, talking about first class. Oh, bursts out the hands. Could have been taken.
Yeah, well spotted. It was going. It was travelling. Did you say that should have been taken?
Could have been taken. Could have been taken. Tough one to take. Could have been taken. It was a chance, wasn't it? But it would have been harsh to say it.
No.
He put it down.
Well, he hit it hard, but it did. You know, he parried it quite a lot. It was travelling. It would have been a fantastic catch. Anyway, he's still there. And Overton, well, he's on 88. He ain't got a whole host of. He's got a first-class 100, I know, but
he has. Well, we looked it up.
Oh, did you?
One first-class 100 back in 2016, so 8 years ago nearly. It's August 2016 against Hampshire in a huge stand of 217 for the 9th wicket against.
Who with?
Hampshire with Rolla van der Merwe, who also scored 100.
Okay. God, they probably scored quite a
Would you
lot
like
too.
Yeah,
well, that's when I think we decided this man is all-rounder status. We're not so sure recently, but. Ooh, he was.
Well, the bat nearly launched into space
It
there.
seems like Pretorius is quite keen on getting the 23 runs required for the next bonus point in this over, which is the only over left.
The partnership was 26 overs. They scored 217 runs.
Is that Overton and van der Merwe?
Overton and van der Merwe in 2016. So 26 overs to score 217. Gosh, that was very quick.
That's a better. That's now he wants some new gloves,
please.
He's got the hang of it now.
He's a full batter now. Yeah.
But well, he's obviously got a good eye and a reasonably sound technique. He's going to be exciting to watch at the crease. Whether he stays at number 10, that's for Gregory to sort out.
Well, Stevens said, not a bad problem, is it? Not a bad problem to work out who goes where if everyone's doing well. Oh, nice shot. Pinged off the bat, that one. Just the single there.
I mean, who knows? He might get to number 9. This may be wishful thinking on my part. I don't know when. Later in the summer, Leach and Shoaib occupy numbers 10 and 11.
Well, now you're teasing us with the idea of having 2 England spinners playing for Somerset.
Yeah, well, if the pitch was going to turn a little bit later in the season, it's a dry summer. It might be a dry summer after such a wet winter.
You say we've used up all our rain. Let's hope that today is a bit of a precursor for it, because today's been lovely.
And that is not middled, but it's a couple more. Slightly slower ball from Fletcher. He's just about waiting for it long enough. He's catching Overton up at the moment.
Oh, there is Leachy.
Well, there's opening batsman, of course, in the second team.
Yes, he has been opening the batting.
Well, he was opening batting up at Headingley, I know.
I really like watching him bat. I really genuinely think he's great.
I need. Well,
I love the way he shapes up to it. Like proper bat. He takes it very, very seriously.
Yeah, we're quite right.
Shapes up properly. Little shuffle back and across. He's driven forwards. Single. And then the way he really, and people sort of joke a bit about it, but he does really punish the covers when it's there to be hit.
Yeah.
He hits a lovely cover drive.
No, and he hits square on the offside, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's also got on his books now a sort of slog sweep for 6 that he's hit a few times.
Yeah, he's got quite ambitious, isn't he? As he got older. The baseball and all that.
A bit of baseball.
But he has improved. I mean, he scored years ago. Before he played for England, he had some critical partnerships with, usually quite often with Tim Grunewald. Sometimes to win a game that was very tight, right at the end. And he can bat. He gets into good position.
Was it against? I'm trying to remember. Was it against Surrey? A long time ago when Sangakkara was in that side.
Well,
he batted.
Yeah, well, he's done it more than once. He's shepherded the lower order to a sort of tight victory, and also a tie with Don Best one time.
Oh yes,
I think Best got out. But they did well to get that far, and then the.
Is that Lancashire?
But so he didn't look out of place when he was opening the batting in the second team, I'll tell you. But we won in bowling.
Here it is. 301 for 9. Somerset win by 1 wicket. Jack Leach 24 not out. Tim Grunewald 18 not out. That was at Taunton. I remember that clearly.
Well, that takes a bit. I mean, he's got a great temperament, and he got hit on the head. Remember, but. Just before that Ashes innings, I think, that summer, and he lost his confidence for a while. And then he managed to get it back in time for some of the Ashes heroics. Then he explained to me that I realised, and it's good for any batsman to remember this. He said, I realised that if I just kept watching the ball, somewhere or other, I'd get out of the way. It's when you take your eye off it. There's a sort of survival instinct and a jerk reaction that if you keep watching the ball, you will probably manage somehow or other to get out of the way.
As scary as it is to watch that ball being flung
but it's
at your
very
head.
hard to keep yourself watching the ball. He should be a batting coach. Well, no, he should be a left-arm spinner. He will be again soon, I hope.
I think he'd be a great coach. He's very, very. He's so. He understands. He seems to understand people very well. When you speak to him or hear him read about what he's been saying, he seems to be a real.
Yeah.
He's a very kind and gentle individual. Look at this.
6 or 6? It's 6. I thought it might be. He's cleared. It's quite a short boundary there. I'm not sure he totally did that, but it's gone for 6 into the stand just to the left of the Paddock Pavilion.
Well, we're going to start having to look at statistics here, I think, about wicket stands against Nottinghamshire for Somerset. For the 9th wicket, these two have put on a lot now. Over 100. Short.
Ooh. That was very short. He didn't quite manage to beat the field, but... quadruple Nelson. As we're off that, he's just mowed. That's a mow.
He's going to catch Overton up here the way he's going.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too bothered about getting over to his 100. He's more concerned to get his own.
Well, Somerset are only 2 runs off what would have been a batting point. They're only 5 balls after the.
Well, I don't think we'll. Oh, he's bowled a quick seamer there. He's had enough.
Yeah.
As Harrison.
Not a direct hit.
And he's taken the
field.
bowling, I think. Yes. More gloves. Or perhaps that he never changed the gloves in the first place. He's got 75 Pretorius. Overton's on 92. It's 449 for 8, which means the lead is jolly big.
It is jolly big.
It's a 250.
256.
At one point we thought, well, they're not going to get to 100 lead.
Where are they going? So Nottinghamshire are going to be looking around 300 just to make Somerset bat again. I mean, this is domination, really, and we're only
I mean,
not even halfway through them.
It is the conditions. I mean, you get punch drunk after a while, but these are now pretty sublime batting conditions. It seems we've got a new bowler here, someone who hasn't bowled before. I don't know. And it's going to be a part-timer, I think. And I'm not sure who it is.
Is it Montgomery?
Good, yes, I think it is. Montgomery.
Change of bowling as for the Wrens, number 14, Matthew Montgomery.
It's probably going to be off spin, probably,
Yeah.
but we'll let you know. Or it might, yeah, I'd go off spin. Off spin from around the wicket with a very, very sort of one-day field. He's got he hides the ball behind his back.
Sunil Narayan sort
exactly.
of bowler.
Perhaps he's got another one.
Oh, he's a mystery spinner, isn't he?
Yeah. Lots of us have seen Narayan hide the ball behind him. He's just got a horrible long up. He's just gone for a single.
You might want to watch that one too many times, don't you? Unless that is one of his variations.
Well, no, but it's slightly disconcerting if you're a batsman. You adjust to someone's action. He does hide it, and it must be Narayan, Sunil Narayan, who he's modelled himself on. Narayan, of course, has got these wonderful variations of being able to spin it both ways. Not convinced Montgomery can do that just yet.
The highest scorer for number 10, which is what Pretorius is 120. That's the Somerset record.
Who's that then?
Jamie Overton against Warwickshire in 2020. So that'll be in the Bob Willis Trophy. This is first class cricket. Nice partnership. These are not against Nottinghamshire. I don't have those records, so perhaps.
Well, that's quite a good start. Jamie Overton is quite recent, obviously.
Quite recent. The highest.
We understand why now, how he did it. I mean, we should have taken more note. That is short and hit for one.
The highest partnership we've got. Actually, it's incredible. There's a joint highest partnership for the 9th wicket. Both times 183 is the record. Chris Greetham and Harold Stevenson.
Yeah.
At Western Supermare, that one.
He's
he's
got
gone.
him.
Well, I'll stop looking at these, shall I?
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Put that away. That was my fault. Sorry, everyone. Now, what will Somerset? Presumably,
I think
Overton will want to play on here because
he want to get his 100.
He's 94 not out.
Yeah.
Well play, Pretorius. You know, he's coming in. He's smashed 77. How many balls have he smashed? 77. Not many at all. 69. That would be a 70th ball that he's just faced there. So 77 runs. Somerset 453 for 9.
77.
Yeah,
well, it's not some stuff in it.
314 came together. 339?
Yeah. Probably the largest of the innings.
It is, yeah. 111 before that point. So this is the biggest. Was the biggest partnership of the match.
The incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by Freedom Energy, number 13, Shoaib Bashir.
Chris Greetham was a blonde hair, rather dashing blonde, who at one point was the sort of general manager of the Exeter Covent Country Club. As it
Oh,
happens.
really?
But he was, and this is in the 60s, but he was one you'd come and watch. He had flowing blonde hair. He was a great striker of the ball, bowled with a million pace, and caught the eye. And Harold Stevenson was a bustling wicketkeeper. Anyway, I just thought I'd tell you because I can just remember them.
Chris Greetham is not a name I've come across too often.
Well,
my reading.
There you go.
Somerset.
Where's that gone?
This is Overton, who he's now realising this is
He's
his
now
last shot.
realising
He's
he
crossed there.
could have hit that for 6.
Yeah, and he's left Bashir on strike, which is he can bat Bashir, but Overton will want to keep the strike for himself. The other 183 partnership at number 9 for the 9th wicket was Chris Tavare and Neil Mallender, who that was against Sussex.
Did Mallender get home? No, it doesn't matter. Don't have to follow that.
I'm sure. Let's see if he ever got 100.
I played obviously with both of those, but I think that was just after I retired. Cause
his top score was 100 not out, so it may well.
No, that was for Otago, I reckon.
No, it was his only 100.
Yeah.
Full there. So actually getting his bat down on it.
That would have been frustrating. Oh, Tav was a wonderful player actually, and of course, but Mallender would have been a frustrating player. Then he's a lovely man, Neil Mallender. Came to Somerset in 1987. He probably had at least half a dozen years. Played for England while he was a Somerset player. Headingley, he played 2 Test matches against Pakistan. He was a Headingley pick.
Horses for courses, was it?
Yeah. And he got so many wickets. He got, I don't know, half a dozen at least. So he had to go and play the Oval, which wasn't really an Oval.
Quite two very different grounds there.
In the second. But he played for England, took wickets. How many balls left in the over?
That's exactly what Craig Overton's thinking.
Yeah.
3 by the looks of it. 2.
2, down to 2. Shoaib can bat, but he's not in prime form just at the minute. Oh my goodness me.
No, it won't be 100 for Overton. Oh, he'll be cross. Yeah, he is cross. Slaps his bat, and Bashir will feel across at that because that wasn't a very clever shot. He swung at it, and Overton will finish not out on 95, which is an excellent score. But he's rushed off quite quickly there. He knows he's going to be opening the goal.
Well, 2 things. One, he's disappointed with that shot, I'm sure, although he rushed off, not because he's fed up, but because he's going to be bowling the first goal. Yeah. And also, that was the main disappointment, but also the one ball he faced from Harrison was a long hop. It was a short boundary deep wicket, and he didn't. He hit it hard, but he could have hit it. He realises he could have hit it for 6.
Yeah, and I wonder also whether he could have turned down the single.
The Somerset innings at 454
I know. But Shoaib has shown enough that you think it was not a good shot.
Swing. He's not really got his foot close to the bit.
I think at some point a quiet word from someone.
Yeah, I suspect not Craig Overton.
No,
not going to be doing. No, I'd say Craig Overton. If I was Shoaib Bashir, I'd be probably avoiding eye contact in the moment now where they'll be quickly getting changed and ready.
Yeah, Shoaib, if you were ever on 95 and someone at the other end.
yeah, just put yourself in my shoes, in Craig's shoes. Yeah,
anyway.
So 454 is a huge score. It didn't look like it was going to be quite so big, but the lead is 261. So Nottinghamshire will require 262 just to make Somerset bat again here. And Somerset have got now 16 overs, and I don't know if they've already taken 2 off there.
Yeah, I don't know whether they've done the deduction.
Yeah,
it's 1:30. It's 1:30. Well, we'll probably go till 6:30 full stop.
Looks like it. Yeah, I should think so. Yeah. So. Yeah, so it's a big old lead Somerset got here. They're in a position where this game from here should be won. Weather depending, obviously, but should be won.
Yes, yeah, that's true. The caveats are simply that, as often is the case, especially when the runs start to come, the pitch looks much more docile. But there were some tired bowlers out there. It'll be a different kettle of fish when Overton and who knows who'll go with him, probably Gregory, with a new ball, with batsmen who haven't got the freedom to go and play their shots like they've been doing for the last hour or 2. If Somerset, I think, in this phase, if they could get 2 wickets on what I think now is another lovely first battle, that would be a fine start. 2 or 3 would be great. And as far as knots are concerned, well, you can't look too far ahead when you're in this situation. You just have to set manageable goals. And well, the first goal, I suppose, and this is quite a long-ranging one, is to get to close with all your wickets intact, and then to work on, if you like, half-hour segments. And on this sort of surface, if you get in, there's runs to be had, and there's not much devil left in the pitch. You think. Certainly, that seems to have been the case in the last couple of hours. So we'll see. So it's, you know, I'm being a bit cagey.
Key Nottinghamshire bowling figures as follows. Luke Fletcher, 25 overs, 7 means, 1
The pitch is trying to change colour a bit. It's lost a bit of its green.
Brett Hutton, 20 overs, 5
so
means,
it should be hard work to get these 10 wickets. But having said all that, they should
25 overs, 2 means,
find a way.
1
Should we see what the official
Lyndon
win?
James,
It's a
19
win
overs,
viz.
2 maidens,
The
2
forecast is good, isn't it?
The forecast is very good. There's a
go on, see what it's
Steve said there is a little bit of rain on Monday potentially. But if you go onto the match centre on somersetcountycc.co.uk, you can find the win predictor, the Trade Nation win predictor, which is all using WinViz technology, and currently it has Nottinghamshire 1% chance of a win, Somerset a 96% chance of the win. The draw is 3%.
Oh well, don't bother coming tomorrow then. Oh no, I'm not going to say that. Well, yeah, I understand that, but I'm not sure I necessarily, you have to work very hard to be totally objective because you have interests. I just think it is so flat that it is not beyond the realms of possibility that Nottinghamshire could get 450, and if they do that, there's a go.
Because by the time they've done that, it'll be into the
you'll be into the final day, and then you might, be a similar scenario to the one Somerset faced at the Oval. Who knows? Anyway, that's we'll just see what happens.
Well, you can see play will resume at 5:40. What are we on now? 5:33. So if we take a short break, we'll leave you with some of those statistics and cards. We'll quickly run through. In fact, while we've got you, Vic.
Yeah.
95 for Overton was the top scorer, 83 for Banton, 72 for Dixon, no one reaching 100, which is a disappointment in a way, but you can't really complain. 454.
No, you can't.
Who's the pick for you out of that? Dixon really set the tone, didn't he?
Well, I mean, what strikes me about that is the significance of certain players scoring runs. So, before this match, you're looking on from afar, and you're thinking, well, Dixon's struggling still, and he struggled in Red Bull cricket last summer. But he's got a very fluid 70 opening the batting. I think will proceed. He looks so good. So that eases a concern a bit. And then you've got Banton. I mean, we know that at some point Tom Abrams coming back, obviously. As soon as he's properly fit, he's back in the team. But who's going to give way? Well, before today, your WinViz machinery, wonderful WinViz, would probably have had Banton as the favourite because he's not got a significant score, but he has now. And he batted very fluently. He felt he could have gone on to get 3 figures. But anyway, he's got 80 on, which changed the balance of the game. So his standing has changed a bit. So they're the 2 most significant or most interesting developments. But then I'm not worried about Overton because we love him and he's the absolute kingpin anyway. But he has got 95. He'll be a bit of a fellow he's human, which he is.
Well, maybe it was a tactic by Bashir to really wind him up a bit ahead of getting the ball in his hand. No?
It's a very, very charitable interpretation. Yeah. Well, maybe he is. If he gets forfeit, we'll bow to. We'll say, well done, show it.
Jason Kerr might have said it.
We'll
excellent work.
Well done, show him. Excellent work. Well done.
Showing the red rag to the ball.
Yeah. Health Insurance, Trade Nation.
So I was giving you the other significant is Pretorius, who made it very cheerful. You go to a new club and you don't really know the players.
We would like to thank our match sponsor for this game, NHS Somerset, who together with Somerset Council's public health team are launching their Take the Pressure Off campaign, which aims to test the blood pressure of thousands of Somerset residents and increase awareness and early detection
so he will
of
feel
blood pressure.
much more
NHS Somerset will be joining us at the Cooper Associates County Ground for the first 3 days of this fixture to offer free blood pressure tests to members and spectators. If that's something that you would like to get involved in, please do pop to Stragglers Coffee House from 10 a.m.
77 is, you know, in the context of the game it's important, but also in context to his stay here. But he's going to feel comfortable now, I think, much more.
For an overseas as well, there's a lot of pressure on that, isn't there? Whereas when you're bought from another county, I guess you're given a bit of time. You know, overseas you're expected to come in and make a difference.
Well, it's the same
away,
coming from another county as well, up to a point, but at least you are likely to know some of the players quite well, and they know you, and they recognise your qualities, probably. But when you're coming from overseas, I don't imagine many of our guys would have come across him on the circuit, wherever, possibly in South Africa. Some of them might have done the T20 franchise. I think he recognised. But so it is a leap, and it doesn't have to make life more comfortable when you've shown them that. Hang on.
Please welcome back our umpires David Mills and Russell Warren.
And even though they would have been totally right, it just makes it easier for the person concerned. Just demonstrate. I've got something more. So they were the three significant ones.
The Nottinghamshire batters Steve Hamid and Ben Slater.
What about the Somerset bowling
side, led by captain Lewis Green?
You've said it's a good pitch to bat on. Obviously, it is, and the players are coming out now. But what would you have done something different as?
Well, I think the one thing I wonder about in a grumpy old pro-ish way is, well, not old pro-ish, but in hindsight, I think he might have introduced Harrison earlier. You've got a night watchman there, a very, very competent night watchman, but something different, as it proved, got rid of him very quickly. And of course, he would then have had a few more overs of pace in reserve by the end. He kept Harrison back, so he kept going with his seamers on a pitch that was increasingly benign. So after a while, he went to Harrison, but he's got nowhere else to go. His seamers are running out of fuel, and they did.
Steve Hamid will face the opening ball, which will be bowled by Craig Overton from the Marcus Pavilion.
They've all struggled to get as much movement as we saw from Overton in the first innings, especially. So they stuck to their task, but it got pretty ragged towards the end. But it is hard.
Well, as Craig Overton comes in for this first ball, and Hamid will be desperate to improve on his 3-ball stay that she had at the first innings. I will move out the way. Vic Marks will describe the action as Stephen Lamb comes in.
Well, Hamid's got the discomfort, of course, of being on a pair. Overton bowling from the opposite end. He's bowling from the Marcus Prescothic stand end, as opposed to the river end, which was the case in the first innings when he got Hamid. Nice to keep him on as long as possible, just to make him sweat a bit. No one likes getting a pair.
Yeah, keep him on that.
He's got 3 slips. He had 4 earlier on. It's like, you know, just giving himself that leeway with a ring of 3 offside players, if you like, to bowl that searching length fairly full. Somewhere around there. This time, it's the sort of ball that Hamid played a wafty drive at in the first innings and got the inside edge, but this time he's left well alone.
New ball shining in the sun.
Is it hot sunshine again? Well, not hot sunshine, but sunshine tomorrow.
Yeah, it's good forecast tomorrow.
We need cloud cover. You're Somerset.
It's slightly less good from Monday after midday at the moment.
Okay. There's always a choice for Somerset about who they offer the new ball to. I mean, I guess it's going to be Davey, as it was in the first innings, although there's a case for Gregory himself taking it since he's been so effective this summer. Searching wide, just a fraction wide. He's not going to start driving those this time round.
I guess Pretorius would be sort of buoyed up by his innings.
Well, maybe, yeah, that would be a slightly left field, but not the worst idea. Trying to find someone sort of loosening up, but no one appears to be.
Last ball of the first over. It's defending firmly enough. So Maiden.
I think it's going to be Davey. He's running in from a long leg.
So that would make it the same new ball pairing as yesterday.
Yeah.
Davey, another contributor today with the bat. Yeah, a couple of watchers from the roof garden above the Somerset stand flats. They've got a pretty good view from up there.
They have got a pretty good view. They've got an even better view when we're playing on that side of the square.
Bowling from the river end, number 38, Josh Davey.
Stands side on. That coupled with the stream, where you can see from behind the bowler's arm, would be a wondrous partnership combination. It is where we are up here. We are blessed actually with a fantastic view. Just about behind the bowler's arm. Listen, Quantock's in the background.
Yes, it's a slightly higher level than the old commentary position on top of the old pavilion that was here.
Slightly less precarious too. I mean, this one really is out of a range of a Trigo or whoever it is goes for the straight drive. It really is a mammoth hit to get us up here, whereas Trigo and one or two others kept peppering the commentary box on top of the old pavilion.
Is this going to open the account? No, they thought about it. It wasn't there. Still 0 for 0, knots. It was quite tricky to get up onto the roof that led to that old commentary box. It was really only half a doorway.
There was half a doorway up a sort of rickety step ladder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I have, in defence of the club, there was some nice black and yellow tape along the edges of the roof, just to warn you.
Yeah, and in red letters, mind your head.
Yeah, mind your head. What more do you want?
Yeah, it was.
No, it was characterful.
I had a lot of
Fantastic
affection
view.
for it, but it had reached its use by, hadn't it? Really.
What, the old pavilion?
That old building. Yeah.
Well, it looked great. It was. I mean, the players moved in 1981. That's when the Colin Atkinson Pavilion was opened, and the dressing room was characterful. There was quite a large home dressing room with sofas in, a couple of sofas. It's a sweet cover drive. Major run for that, really.
Just nicely timed.
Yeah.
Ben Slater underway.
But from that dressing room, you couldn't see anything of what was going on in the middle. So they had some rickety steps going up to a viewing room which sort of hung on the edge of that pavilion. Nothing seemed to be holding it up, but that's where you'd go to watch. Especially if you're the next batsman in, you need to be up there to see what's happening and whether it's your time to go in. The away dressing room was not the most inviting. But there were some very small slitty windows, like gun, where you could just see what was going on outside, but you were down in a sort of dungeon.
Okay.
There wasn't so much space. And the hot water, unless you had a very, very careless home 12th man, the hot water would tend to go into the home dressing room, into the sort of big bath, communal bath, which you never have nowadays. and it could be, you could struggle to get any hot water in that away dressing room. There was quite a difference in space between the two dressing rooms.
And that was used up till 1981.
Yeah, we moved in there in 1981 over to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. We still had a communal bath because that's what you had in those days, as well as some other baths actually. And then we, in that dressing room, which was on the, as we looked, the left-hand side was the home dressing room, which was plenty of space. But sort of curiously, very early on in proceedings, all the space in the middle was taken up by a full-size snooker table that we didn't play during the...
Slower ball, and well fielded.
Yeah, just for a second you wondered whether that was in the air, but it was a half volley, and he hit it well, but straight to cover. But
he adjusted well to it in the end.
But for a moment I thought it was catchable, but it was, I think, hit hard into the ground. So he's got away really with a 4-ball there.
But Hamid is still on his pair.
It's a better length.
Won't get a run for that. Into the cordon.
And then, of course, if you were a visitor, your conditions were hugely improved because you had a sort of mirror dressing room on the, what was the right-hand side as we look at there. And I think in the middle, well, there was certainly a chief executive's office and an umpire's room. Maybe there was a committee room as well. I can't quite remember. I think there was. So that's a while ago. Sadly, I can remember it being opened, I think by Peter May.
Okay.
In 1981.
And Colin Atkinson did have quite a bit to do with it, didn't he, with the construction?
Did he? I don't know.
I believe so.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, he was, by that stage, he was probably, I think, president or chairman of the club.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. And headmaster at Millfield School.
Having been captain?
Yeah. He was captain of a good side, the one that went to Lords in 1967. And it had
I was actually reading, I noticed, because it's the club's 150th anniversary coming up, isn't it?
Yep.
And I'll try and bring it in tomorrow. There was a programme for the centenary, and Colin wrote a piece about that final.
Well, yeah.
Very well,
I mean,
actually.
I went to that final as a 12-year-old with my dad. Oh, that would be interesting. I mean, I can remember, sadly, the centenary was obviously 1975. And I do remember, I mean, I think we must have played the old benefit match or something, but I remember the centenary dinner, and our chairman was a lovely farmer from Sparkford called Herbie Hoskins, and it fell to him to make a speech, of course. I can't remember where it was held. And he just went on. And all I remember him saying is, he said, I know you all want me to shut up, but I got a few more things to say before I'm sitting down. I'm sure it may be slightly different for the 150th, but I mean, he was also, I think I'm right in saying, you know, we played some epic during that time, but just afterwards, some epic one-day matches here. And health and safety wasn't quite what it was, or what it is now. But at one point, for one of the semi-finals, they shut the gates because it was jam-packed. And Herbie, being a good Somerset farmer, who understood the need to make hay when the sun shone, opened them up again and let a few more in. But it slightly worries me that potentially I could be attending the 100th and the 150th. Oh dear, let's move on.
Well, there is a book going to come out, isn't there? To which you and I have both contributed.
Yeah, what vintage have you got, Stephen?
I got the period between, which included that final, actually, that Gillette final.
Yeah,
it was 1946 to 1970.
Ah, right.
Is my bit.
Yeah, well, I must have picked up the mantle after that. Have you done it yet?
Yes.
Well done. Keep Richard Walsh happy.
Indeed. It was fascinating to do, actually, because it wasn't an era that I knew that much about. started.
You're so young. I mean, I can remember bits of the 60s as a young pup, you know, following from, you know, going to Somerset way. But I'm not very good from the 50s. In the 50s, obviously.
I was interested in Harold Stevenson. I think he's arguably Somerset's best wicketkeeper batsman, certainly on figures, in terms of dismissals and runs.
Ooh.
But I never saw him,
well,
so I can't make a judgment.
I can tell you he was a very highly regarded keeper. I remember playing sport against his son at Wellington School. Anyway, but he was a little man, and he was, I think, a fine keeper. And as a batsman, he was a manic runner between the wickets. He was a scurrier. And he was a busy batsman. But I think he probably was involved, my guess is that he was involved in a few run-outs. But he was the captain when I was first aware of Somerset. That's up in the air. I don't think he can get there. He can. That's a brilliant catch. I think it's Lemon.
That is a fantastic effort, because it's always difficult when the ball's coming over your shoulder.
Yeah. I think it's a left-hander. It's either Lamb or but it was a top-edged pull. Just got a bit bigger on him. You don't expect short balls from Davy. And it was coming back over his shoulder. He's sprinting back. The ball's bobbling up and down as you're sprinting.
That's brilliant.
He had to sprint to get there, and then he caught it over his shoulder. As I think I told you, I don't think he's going to get there, but I was transposing my body into the situation. So that's a real bonus wicket. I don't know whether Davy banged that in on purpose. I think probably not. It was just short of a length. He goes for that pull shot. Sort of gets it on the splice.
He was a bit cramped for room.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find confirmation who caught it. I got it completely wrong. It was Sean Dixon. That's a very fine catch.
Yeah, and that gives your teammates a huge lift as well.
Well, it's a bonus wicket,
like
really. It's a bonus wicket, and Slater's walking off in mild disgust, probably at himself, and also thinking, well, I thought, even so, I didn't think he was going to get there. Those catches, those moments, they just change matches a bit. You know, you had the Goldsworthy run out. We had some good catches in the first innings. Actually,
the incoming batter for Nottinghamshire, number 32, Will Young.
They were in the field.
I think so.
I mean, the standard now generally is so high, but that's a great catch because, as I say, I didn't think he was going to get there. It's very hard when you're sprinting back and you're looking over your shoulder and the ball seems to be bobbling up and down if you can see it. But he caught it unerringly, so that's a huge plus. So that's Slater gone, 8 for 1. Will Young, Kiwi, is in against the new ball again. And, you know, a bonus wicket for Davy in many ways. But he deserves them. Oh, he's just produced an absolute gem. He knows, I mean, he thought, how did he do that? Well.
The other issue could possibly have been the sun, because if he's looking over his shoulder, then that's in the direction of the sun.
Yeah. All in all, it's a terrific catch. I mean, I didn't really think he was going to get there, but then I don't think I'd have caught it. Even in my pop, I certainly would have caught it now. That's a certain. Less good delivery, but Will Young was wary.
He was stood on a pair in midst of it all.
So that's a grand start. I mean, these moments, they make so much difference, because it is, this wicket is benign now, essentially. There'll be some help with a new ball. But on such surfaces, you've got to take, you're not going to get that many chances, but you've got to take them. And so far in this match, Somerset have grabbed every chance that's come their way. That was the best catch probably we've seen so far, but there were some good ones in the slips in that first inning, just as there was a brilliant catch this morning from Jack Haynes to get rid of Dixon.
Yeah. But they are exceptional, aren't they, when it's behind you and over your shoulder, got no clear sight of it. That was a great effort.
Yeah, and it just gives everyone a lift. They'll know that it's pretty hard, potentially quite hard work to get these 10 wickets. But
But that's a big one, Ben Slater.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're all big ones at the top of the knots order.
Absolutely.
And it just adds a bit of pressure to the incoming batsman. Or Hamid's still thinking about getting off his pair. Ooh, it's not too far from the off stump. So Craig Overton is trying to tell us he put his hands on his head, kept it a little bit low. Well, probably 2 or 3 inches wide off stump.
Yes, what I read about Harold Stevenson does absolutely
And
bear out.
I think he was a popular captain. He was a busy, and of course he was a pro in an era where the game had, I'm not sure, he wasn't Somerset's first pro captain, because that would have been Maurice Tremlett. But he was a scuttling, busy, I think he was from Durham originally, or somewhere up north.
Yeah.
But he went on, I mean, you'll probably know, but he went on MCC tours of some sort. You know, he was right in the
He was going to go to Australia as Godfrey Evans' deputy.
Oh, right.
But he missed a couple of chances in a game against Yorkshire, of whom Norman Yardley was captain, and Norman Yardley was also a selector.
Right.
And that cooked the goose, and the England call never came after that.
I mean, I think I must have. I watched him play, and I've probably talked to, over the years, Ken Palmer, who would have been in his team. And I think Ken has sort of helped me with a picture of him scurrying manically between the wickets. That was a feature of his. He was a busy batsman. He was a small man. He scurried in between the wickets in a slightly hectic manner.
His pads were meant to look a bit big for him.
Yeah, well, he was a small, like a lot of keepers were in those days. That's Hamid off the pair with a very, very sweet cover drive.
Nice way.
That's what he meant to do in the first innings.
Yeah. Yes, there are some rather splendid Arlottian descriptions in that era.
Yes.
There's one, I'll see if I can find it for you actually. I think I might be able to, about the way Maurice Tremlett batted, which I rather enjoyed.
Ah, yeah.
The 3 generations of Tremletts who've played first-class cricket.
Well, I played against Tim. I watched Chris, and I'm far too young for Maurice. Maurice Tremlett was Somerset's first professional captain, as we said, wasn't he?
Yes.
In a time where the amateurs still existed. And of course he got picked for England very young. He was an all-rounder. And he sort of lost his bowling.
Yes.
He went to the West Indies, I think, didn't he,
and
as an all-rounder.
Got him to adjust his run-up, and it didn't really work.
No, I don't know. So he kind of lost his bowling, but he was such a good player that he got his runs.
Yes. Here's Arlott on his batting, his glorious lofted straight drive, the regal purple of cricket, bursts out to lift a hard-fought cricket to a memorable moment. The batsman himself is at rest, bat hanging from his hand, before the mighty arc of the hit is ended beyond the ring. What about that?
Well, excellent stuff, yeah. So Gimlet is in your patch as well, of course, which is another
very
fascinating character. You know, someone of Somerset's greatest, but tortured. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. You can see balls like that and you think, how is it? It's not moved that much. How has he not nicked it?
There have been 2 from Davey.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose if you're really generous, he didn't follow it, but these are good deliveries. On what appeared to be now a very friendly batting surface, but with that new ball, get it in the right spot. Got 3 slips there waiting, one of whom has got a helmet on.
Got on top of that, all right.
Who's it, third slip? Well, it's hard to tell. He's wearing a helmet.
Possibly because he's spending some time at short leg.
Well, I'm trying to work that out. Or he is, because it's quite a slow track, he's unconventionally close, but I'm not sure that's the case. We think it's Lammonby. But it's an unusual sight. Lammonby close at third slip, but in the sort of line of slip fielders, is there with his helmet on.
firmly enough. Yeah, the Somerset batting in the years immediately after the war, the Second World War, was heavily dependent on Gimlet.
Yeah.
And it took it out of him.
Yes, that burden of responsibility, I suppose, didn't help. A lot of amateurs playing, of course.
Yeah.
Some were quite good. One or two weren't that good.
Yes, and some of them who were really getting on a bit. They'd played before the war, and they were in their 40s, some of them. Arthur Wellard was getting on a bit, but he played another season or two.
After the war?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Did Bill Andrews play after the war?
I don't think so.
No. Arthur Wellard was famous for his six-hitting.
Yeah, the captain.
And coaching Harold Pinter.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think so.
Excellent.
And other things as well, I'm sure.
Yes, I was listening to your chat yesterday about Brown Langford and his naught.
Yes, 8 overs, 8 made. I did see that. That was Johnson Park of you.
Yeah, that comes into my
era. Yeah, well, that's worth a mention, clearly.
Yeah, and really extraordinary that Keith Boyce hardly faced a ball.
I think he faced one ball, but I mean, that's how the story stands now. And he had a huge whoosh at it.
Yeah.
And they ran a single, and I think that was the obvious. And the other bit about that I didn't mention yesterday, but I got to know Doug Insall a bit because he was manager on my first England tour, and he was an Essex stalwart. But by whichever year it was, 69 or 8, that Brian Langford got his 8 overs, 8 maidens. Doug Insall had retired from cricket, but in those days Essex had a staff of about 13 or 14 maximum. And they had a bit of an injury crisis suddenly. They must have been down in the West Country. I suppose they were playing against Somerset in the championship. Anyway, suddenly 2 or 3 have gone down. And they haven't got any players there, so Doug Insall is pressed into action. And on the Saturday night, he has to make this tortuous journey by train from somewhere in Essex to get to Yeovil, which takes him hours and hours and hours. But he's there on time. But he's about 40 now, and he'd been an Essex stalwart cricketer, of course, for years. He played for England back in the 50s. And the one thing that Doug Insall was renowned for was, in quite a modern way, I think, was lapping off spinners, getting down and sweeping away. So you'd have thought for him to come and deal with someone like Langford, he was well suited for the job, because he had this idiosyncratic way in that era of lapping off spinners. Sadly, having made all this journey, he was run out without facing. And it was something that I don't know whether I reminded him of it when we toured, but he's no longer with us now, Doug Insall, but he had a huge impact in his post-playing career.
He did, indeed, didn't he? He was chairman of selectors.
Well, he was chairman of selectors, actually, famously. This is ancient history, but you all need to know about this. In 1968, when D'Oliveira was left out initially from that, he was the chairman of selectors there. He was also very prominent in the fairly radical changes that they made in the 60s. The introduction of the John Player League, the advent of overseas players into English cricket, which was another great boost. Both those things, the Gillette Cup, one day 40 over cricket, dropping Geoffrey Boycott for getting too slow a double hundred.
Yeah.
So he was very influential in taking some decisions which, the standards of the day and the standards of today actually as well were quite far-reaching and quite radical to change the way it had been for donkey's years. Anyway, I don't know how we got down that road.
I think it was barred the Gillette Cup in 1967.
It may have been, yeah. Oh dear.
it's a richly varied history.
Well, he's just bowled one half volley, hasn't he? Hamid, which Hamid put away. Otherwise, he's tormenting him or keeping him honest.
There is the scorer of 83 runs earlier in the day, and in a very attractive manner as well.
Absolutely,
Tom Banton.
Yeah, yeah. He's
Actually
gone off the field.
Going off for a bit.
He's a bit tired after all that. I don't know.
A comfort break, perhaps.
I don't know. But yeah, it's a good day for him because he hasn't had a chance to shine much in red ball cricket. And he hasn't really contributed a great deal with the bat this summer, but he's got an important 83 today. And just shows the potential there. It's never been fully tapped in this format.
Nicely played.
Yeah, he's just whipped that away. So for a top-class batsman, it's a bit of a gift. And he's relished it, clipped it away firmly through square leg. So Davey will be fed up with himself, offering that gift.
Young off the mark with that. 4 apiece, Hamid and Young. As Notts try to chip away at this big Somerset lead. Somerset eventually bowled out for 454. 7 overs left in the day. It's defended comfortably enough. We've got a balloon in the distance rising above Taunton.
We have a hot air balloon, not a little one. It's a good way to watch the cricket, isn't it? They could just go over this way a bit, will you, if you can? There we go.
Yeah, it's
what
a
a
good
lovely
size
sight.
balloon.
It must be a nice day. Weather forecast must be good. It's a big balloon, isn't it? I've done that once. Have you done that?
I have. Also just once. Yes, there's a lovely drive.
He's
Another boundary.
Yeah, he's over-pitched twice and he's relished the half volleys and put them away with perfect timing.
Yes,
is it coming this way, do you think, or not?
It could be. I think what breeze there is heading in this direction.
They must be able to steer it a bit, mustn't they?
There's a balloon fiesta every year in Bristol, which is always quite a colourful attraction.
Yeah.
Provided the wind is blowing in the right direction, which is beyond the control of the organisers. I think it is coming this way. I think it's getting bigger. As that's defended. I think that's looming gradually larger, that balloon. Davey then into his 4th over, has the wicket. Get another one with that delivery. Whether Somerset will ring the changes at all in these remaining, 6 overs after this next ball. Whether Lewis Gregory will turn his arm over. Perhaps Pretorius. At the moment, it's the new ball pairing of Davey and Overton. It's, the outside edge will bring Young a single, so he keeps the strike at the end of the over. 21 for 1 Notts. Hamid is 4, Young is 9. And Vic has made way for Charlie.
Yeah, Vic will be back tomorrow. He's here every day of this match. If it goes beyond, it may not, well, at the moment it may well not go beyond tomorrow. If Somerset can pick up another wicket here, then odds are it probably won't.
I think if that balloon continues on the same trajectory, whoever is on board will have a fantastic view of the cricket.
Well, I hope they're cricket fans.
Change of bowling.
It would be wasted on someone who doesn't like cricket, wouldn't it? Comes over and says, not bothered by what's going on down there. They're going to get some good photos. Now, which way are they? Shall I have a look?
I think they're coming this way.
They're coming this way. It's a nice balloon, isn't it? Nice design.
First bowling change. Pretorius is on in place of Craig Overton.
I think they're moving slightly to the right. The balloon. I'm not sure they are coming perfectly this way. They might be sort of slightly drifting.
Yes, the wind isn't strong.
No. No, for once, which has been nice. Pretorius in again. This one needs defending.
Pretorius, second highest scorer in the Somerset lineup earlier. 77 he made. And an excellent partnership with Craig Overton, who finished on 95 not out.
Third, because it was Banton as well on 83, wasn't it? So lots of contributions, and then a 72 as well from Dixon. So a lot of contributions. No one able to Overton may well have converted if Bashir had stayed in a bit longer. Driven.
Yes, so in fact Pretorius third highest rather than
which
second.
Is not bad, is it? No ball, that one. Third highest, scoring 77, means your team's probably put a fair old score on the board.
Yes, it's not the kind of shot that Bashir played that would have put joy into Craig Overton's heart.
Someone said there's a big fine coming Bashir's way. There's two balloons. Oh my goodness. Another ball left alone, that too far away.
Taunton has its own balloon fiesta.
Yeah, it is. It's the Taunton Balloon Fiesta. Look at that. I wonder where they're taking off from. But yeah, if they've taken off in the same place, it definitely shows that one's drifting to the right, I think. They must have taken off from basically the same place. Can't be a coincidence.
Other side of the station somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere in North Taunton. Lovely. Very, very nice on a beautiful day. As Pretorius is in again, just a bit shorter this time, back of the length. And, no run again. 21 for 1. Slater will be kicking himself, I think. The way he took on, got underneath that shorter ball. Didn't play it convincingly, didn't really get hold of it, but it did go a very long way up.
Great catch.
And it still needed a good catch, and it was a really good catch from Sean Dixon.
Who's having a good game.
Yeah. Absolutely. If he makes a difference like that in the field, it's huge, isn't it? Pretorius again, Fuller, not able to get hold of it here. Will Young.
I wonder whether we'll see Gregory at the other end. It's possible.
Yeah, they might, just because there's only 14 overs in total. We've had, what are we in now, the 10th of them, 4 after this one. I think they might have slightly miscounted that. I think there might be one because of the no ball. I think they haven't added on. So actually there's 5 left after this ball. So 5 overs to go. They might well just try a few things. They've got 1 wicket, which will be very pleasing to them to have picked up 1. Because Vic said earlier on, Nottinghamshire's first task would be to get to the close without losing a wicket. Well, Somerset managed to prize 1 out. So they may as well try a few things here. Oh, looks like they might be going for a bit of spin. Is that Renshaw? No, it's Bashir who's going to go for it. I'm surprised. Renshaw said he wasn't going to be bowling much today. So it will be Bashir they're going to try. From a distance, he's quite a tall figure, isn't he, Bashir? And I thought it might be Renshaw, who's also quite tall. Both of them bowled spin. One probably a bit more successfully than the other. So Shoaib Bashir will be brought on
Change of bowling
late in the day
at
here.
River End at number 13, Shoaib Bashir.
This innings. A bit of a throwdown went wrong there. Bowled it right at the feet of, is that Gregory?
I hope it's not Craig Overton.
Oh no. It's Davey, Josh Davey, who couldn't collect it from the throwdown. That's better. Right, so crowding the bat here. Rue obviously is right up on the stumps, and then you've got Lewis Gregory and Tom Lammonby and Tom Banton, I think. Tom Banton at short leg. You've got a leg slip in Lammonby and a traditional slip in Gregory. In comes Bashir. pulled hard. There'll be 4 runs. First ball punished. Bit of a loosener from Bashir, too short. If you can just find a bit of turn, put a bit of doubt into the batter's minds, that would be exactly what he's looking for here. However, Hasib Hamid will think, well, if I can put him off his length early on, get into his head a bit that we're going to be attacking. Certainly not looking to shut up shop, which would be a perfectly legitimate thing to do at this point of the day for Nottinghamshire. Again, flicking it out into the leg side. Tom Banton is able to sort of deflect it off his shin. No run. He's wearing big pads underneath his trousers, so otherwise that would be quite a painful thing to do with a cricket ball. To the leg side.
Better length, the last 2 deliveries.
And the balloon's they are getting closer. I don't think they're going to go directly over us, but they are approaching. 4 now, right around the bat. All very interested in what's going on. Desperate to take an edge. Maybe see one hit a pad. Bat pad. Balloon up.
Oh, nicely done. It was the turn there.
Yeah, definitely turned. Beat the bat. Very quick to whip off the bails.
That's worth having another look.
How much turn was there here? As much as I thought, maybe just a bit.
Played down the wrong line.
Playing for the turn that wasn't there. A hard angle for us as we are behind all these players who are blocking our view a little bit. The replay angle.
So 10 overs done of this innings, 4 remaining today, and the balloons very much in the ascendancy.
Absolutely. Spot something, they're not waving yet.
Perfect evening for it.
Yeah, I bet they're getting some nice shots, nice pictures of the cricket from up there, and Taunton as a whole. I went in one last year. Balloon. Really great. Took off from Glastonbury and then flew directly over Wells, which is where I'm from. The wind direction was perfect. Went right over the cathedral. Lovely. Beautiful day as well like this.
Brilliant. And peaceful, I would think.
Really peaceful. It is. Yeah. It's because when they're pumping loads of fire in, that's noisy, but they're not doing that most of the time. And then you just sort of breeze along, and so you can hear the sounds from the ground, sort of hear the cars on the roads and those sorts of sounds, and yet you're sort of drifting silently through the air. Amazing experience, really. Would have loved to have done it over a cricket game. Maybe that's the next one. Full, driven, not time. Yeah, they are. They're coming. As you say, they were getting closer. They certainly were. Not directly over the ground, but not far off.
Wonder if any more are going to take off. There'll be a third one.
Keep an eye out. It's been a dramatic day. We had lots of big black smoke earlier on coming out of Taunton. Now a couple of balloons. How many wickets have we seen fall today? 10 wickets. Driven
Shot.
Again, nicely driven. Really covers. Will they catch up with it? I don't think so. It's going to go all the way. Oh, it's a brilliant attempt. Brilliant attempt to drag it in. Dixon again. He's taking the wicket with a brilliant catch. And he's saved. What do they pick up there? 2 runs?
Yeah. So he's saved 2.
Saved 2. Brilliant. Let's have a look. Here's the replay. Now that's slow-mo, so it is moving quicker than that. Here comes Dixon. Brilliant. Brilliant. Really, really fingertip stuff there, and saving 2 runs. Now Somerset have got an awful lot of runs to play with, but that effort, oh, they did actually pick up 3, because this is Hamid now, and that was Young who did it. So saved 1 run, but all that effort, very impressive.
So Young's into double figures.
The blue balloon is dropping quite rapidly here. You can see it really falling out of the sky. Not too dramatically. I'm sure it's all under control, but. Are they going to come quite close to the cricket? Maybe that's what they're aiming for. Watch the floodlights. Fuller on the toes. No run. Oh, they are coming down quite quickly.
They're having a burn, actually. Or they just
Oh
had
yeah,
a
the
brief
fire's on.
burn.
Oh yeah. I can see them in there now with my binoculars. I've got quite a good view of them.
It's come down a lot.
It's like this is like an amazing version of Spider Cam. We haven't got Spider Cam at Somerset, but what we do have is a hot air balloon, which we put up when the wind's in the right direction. Oh, is that taking an edge? No, close though. Can't have been far away.
Beauty.
Perhaps playing behind his pad to give him the benefit of the doubt there, Hamid. He looks lower than the floodlights. Is it coming? Is it landing? He's only been up 5 minutes.
It's having
Where they
another,
land? It's the centre part of Taunton. They can't be landing, surely not.
it's having another burn.
Oh yeah.
I think it'll start going up again shortly.
I hope so.
It needs to.
Watch out if you're in the Viridor building. Anyone in there on a Saturday, I shouldn't think. Someone will prove me wrong. Someone will say they're working late at Viridor on a Saturday evening. Let's get a picture of that. It's quite dramatic. How low that is. How close it's come to the ground.
Another over comes to a conclusion. That's a good shot of it.
There we go. Look at that.
Goes rather well with the blue sky.
It does. It looks good, doesn't it? I think it's a lovely design.
And the WPA logo.
There we go. Yeah, it does. It all sort of ties in there.
There are shades of blue.
If you get WPA to talk to them, see if they can get a sponsored one flying over the ground. How much would it cost to put their name over the branding? It's just about to go out of my view now. Probably already left yours, Stephen, hasn't it?
Yeah, can't see it anymore. Now I can see number 2.
Right, number 2, we're going to focus on the green one now.
Bashir's going to continue.
Oh yeah, and the cricket. We'll focus on that as well. Comes Bashir. So a bit over his left tonight. And Will Young will not want to give his wicket away here. He'll want to make sure he's striding back out tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Of course, there'll be more coverage then. Won't be me, but are you back tomorrow, Stephen?
Yes. Yes, it's, I think, Vic and Pete Trigo.
What a team. With you tomorrow. Here in Taunton. Hopefully similar looking skies then. Nottinghamshire fans might be praying for a bit of rain.
It's a pretty good forecast for tomorrow. May not be quite as sunny as today, but looks good.
For 1 is the score.
After that first boundary conceded with his first ball, but Bashir has not conceded a run.
Defended again.
Just intent on keeping him out probably in these closing deliveries of the day. Engrossing day's cricket. Notts fighting back and then Somerset consolidating.
It did swing a bit, didn't it, one way and then the other. Looked like Nottinghamshire actually would come out a bit okay for a while, but in the end, a huge deficit. They trail now by how many runs? It was 231. That's the how much they trail by? 261 was the deficit.
Still a big
It's a lot
gap,
of runs, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of runs.
That's a maiden for Shoaib Bashir.
I suspect Will Young's quite happy at the moment. 2 overs left, just to bed in.
Presumably Pretorius will see things out from
looks like it.
Trescothick end. Be his third. 5 runs off him so far.
Blues.
Something disturbed.
Oh, could it be the balloon?
Possibly.
Because it's going to be right over us, so the... oh no, it might have been a fly. Hamid was... Oh, wouldn't that be great? Balloon. We couldn't continue because there was a balloon.
Balloon stopped play.
Balloon stopped play. problems. I don't think it is the balloon. I think it might have been a fly. Yeah, Hamid's head. 30 for 1 now. Pretorius. Big drive. Bashir does well.
Lovely evening light on the ground now. That Somerset stand and the apartments start to extend a substantial shadow over to the left of us. But the wicket still bathed in sunshine, as are the players.
We're going to see all our overs today. Obviously we lost 2 in the turnaround, but 94 overs of cricket is what we'll have seen today. Under clear blue skies all day. What could be better? Good crowding, you can see actually, between the Andy Caddick and the Colin Atkinson pavilion. A lot of people there coming in the car park. Maybe strolling in later on this Saturday. We'll catch a bit of cricket after tea. Oh, now was there a hand on it? Pretorius acted like there was. In the end, it's going to go all the way for 4. It's a good drive, but I think Pretorius got a little fingertip on that, and he wants to see the stumps.
That would have been run out, wouldn't it?
Did he get a fingertip to it? I think he did there. Oh, it's close. Would he have been out? Would he have been out? Young.
He was scrambling to get back, wasn't he?
He would have been out, I think. Yeah, I don't think his back's down, is it?
No.
Well, in the end, it's a very good shot for 4. We shouldn't. Yeah, that's. Could have been out, but as it was, lovely shot. Hamid on to 12.
That would have been a very unlucky way for Notts Day to end.
Well, then you know that your luck's really out, then, isn't it? You know that you're on a tough one. 8 balls left today.
Umpire taking evasive action.
Yeah, they are a bit in the firing line for the straight drive.
That's David Mills, isn't it, down there now? Having switched ends.
Driven.
Good shot. Going to go all the way, I think. Just got the legs to do it. Another boundary for Hamid. His 4th. He's dealing entirely in boundaries at the moment.
Just open the face and driving through. Just pretty square. That's a nice shot. Final ball of this penultimate over then. What can Pretorius do? Not a bad ball at all to finish with for him today. Causing a bit of problems for Hamid, who decided to get out of the way of it. Let it sail past the stumps. 38 for 1 then the score. We will see one final bit of Shoaib Bashir to finish off the day. And as you say, it's been a great day's playing, particularly if you're a Somerset fan. Obviously, they're in a good position here, but you can't ask for much more than pure sunshine, a full day of cricket. We've seen some fantastic catches, really good bowling, some fantastic shots as well. Just one of those days at the cricket.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. 72, Sean Dixon didn't add much this morning. He was first out. 45, Josh Davey, hanging around for a session as night watchman. 83, Tom Banton. 77, Miguel Pretorius, and 95 not out. Craig Overton. Those were the Somerset batting highlights, and 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire's Calvin Harrison.
Bowled well, really well. Certainly the pick of the bowlers.
2 for Lyndon James, 1 apiece for Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson, and Matthew Montgomery, who came on at the very end of the innings. Took a wicket in his only over.
He's just put a box in because he's coming in very close now. 5 fielders, including the wicketkeeper, around the bat for this final over. Lammonby's at short cover really, really close in. Silly point almost, really. We've got Gregory slips. Is it Gregory? Or is it Dixon maybe? Slips. Just bounces him from the back, loops its way to Lammonby.
I think it's Gregory at slip.
It's Gregory at slip. Renshaw, I think, in there as well. Tom Banton, short leg. Renshaw is a leg slip. Turn to Banton, flicks it back to Bashir.
And it is interesting. Yeah,
This is great.
Two deliveries remaining of this glorious spring day. That's one of them safely negotiated by Will Young.
Well, it's a day which is Somerset's on the field. They've had a really good one today. No player reaching 100, but still putting on over 450 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 193.
And that is the conclusion of the entertainment. Played safely by Young, 38 for 1 knots. Hamid finishes on 16, Young is on 12. 14 overs of the innings gone.
That concludes play on
Somerset will be delighted to have
County Championship Division 1
one of
match
the
between
openers.
Somerset and
Yeah, that was the goal for Nottinghamshire. Really, was to get back unscathed at the end of the day. They haven't made that. Losing Slater. Slater watched that shot back. A bit of a
Thank you very much indeed for
controlled
joining us at
pull
Cooper
shot, but
Associates
underneath the
Ground
ball.
today.
Still needed a very good catch from Dixon. Well worth watching that back. If you didn't watch it live, if you've just joined us later on, but earlier on, it was Craig Overton, Tom Banton.
Please show your appreciation for the players and officials as they leave the field. Umpires
building up the runs for Somerset against what has been a difficult day, I think, for Nottinghamshire. Their bowling looked tired by the end of it, probably seeing a bit of that in their batting as well. And then Slater's decision to pull that shot when he didn't really have the room for it. Maybe tired minds after a long day in the field.
And they'll have been disappointed to have had Somerset, what was it, 240 odd for 7, and then for them to go on and make 450.
Another 200 plus runs after that point.
The deficit is still 223 at the end of the day.
They let Somerset off the hook a bit, didn't they, there? Absolutely. Nottinghamshire have got a lot to think about, especially after winning the toss as well. You don't expect after winning the toss to be in such a dire position at the end of day 2. But cricket is a funny old game and things can change. One big partnership may well change things here. We will of course bring you all the action under what will hopefully be another sunny day in Taunton tomorrow, as Stephen and Vic will return. Pete Trigo is back as well tomorrow. Here's a quick look at some of the highlights of the card. They're over to 95 not out from 111 balls, stranded with no partners left.
Yeah, that was a pity.
Yeah, but otherwise he was the pick of the batters, and as you said, Calvin Harrison picking up those 4 wickets, doing well to try and stop Somerset's charge for a very, very big total. Do join us tomorrow then from 11 o'clock. We'll bring you the coverage from Taunton, but from me and from Vic and from Stephen, it's a very good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
media day